studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First opportunity. Hintz to Ben. Toe drag. Wrist shot. Score! Jamie Benn snaps one home on the fly on the power play. Dallas has the early lead.
And that is how it started last night in Seattle. Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ. Peyton Russell is going green rally towel. Get him on the fan cam. Ryan, we are live on Twitch and YouTube. Where's the green bracelet?
It's out of batteries. The battery was only a 24-hour battery, so
It's officially dead.
we got rid of it.
Officially dead. Where's the stars necklace? There we go in the back. We got the foam finger, and we have a series tied at 2 games apiece. Thank you all for turning it on, leaving it on. Bobby Belt is out for one more day, but RJ, hard to complain at all with the Stars' performance last night.
Yeah.
That was fantastic from beginning to end. They dominate the game, and they win 6-3 in Seattle.
And the pace of that game was frantic early on.
It was fast. It was hard.
Yeah, it was, Hawk. It was fast and it was hard. That was a really good game. Really well performed. Really good performance by the Stars. Defensively, they were great. They were not allowing a lot of clean looks getting to Ottinger, and that's something that they didn't do in Game 3. Yeah, he had a lot of clean, open looks to the net. They didn't have that. And then, there was that one play. That was a 50-50 play on the Ben Grew sort of goalie interference.
Yeah.
On the challenge that Seattle had. Could have gone either way. They left it with the call on the ice, and that was at that point. That was pretty much game once it got a 3-zip.
So I was worried early on. Jason Robertson had a wide open opportunity. He missed the entire net.
He missed everything.
All right, you educate me. You know more hockey than I do. Does that qualify as a horrible miss, like almost an air ball?
Point blank like that?
In basketball, to not hit anything.
That's I mean, guys of his now look, you're shooting at a target that is, he had to go top, right? Unless he was going to go 5-hole maybe, but like he was trying to get top shelf over the goalie's shoulder, and unless from our angle, we don't know how much he missed by.
Yeah.
He could have missed the post by a quarter of an inch. Like if he hits the post, then what happens? It's like, it's okay. It's on target.
Right.
But I mean that was a clean look he had. You're not going to get a better look than that.
Sagan had a clean look early on, and I was like, oh man, here are the opportunities. But it was a good sign that the Stars were the aggressors. And then Jamie Benn finally scores. Thomas Harley scoring his second goal of his entire career to make it 2-0. I think he got it from Domi, and then the two of them just flipped. And Harley went to Domi, as that was the Ben interference goal. We had Pavelski scoring his 6th of the series to make it 4-0. So 3 goals in 6 minutes was basically the ball game. They scored to make it 4-1, and then Rope Hintz able to go ahead and have you go to sleep a little bit early, scoring at the end of the third, 5-1, and we end up at 6-3.
And that's right after his little dust-up that he had.
I got questions. I got hockey questions for a little bit later on about what you're not allowed to do to the goaltender. I already asked you for a hockey education on what is a really bad miss in terms of a shot on goal, but Pepe, you were live tweeting throughout this thing as well. What's your takeaway?
On the goaltender thing, you can't touch him. I mean, that's just how it is.
When I said we're going to get to it a little later on, that thing we get to a little bit later.
It was a good tease.
Your overall game thoughts.
Okay. No, I mean, again, the early chances early on, it seemed like it was going to be one of those games. I think Spittle even tweeted something out, man, it seems like it's going to be a 2-1 overtime game. But Ottinger was on his game. It took 10, 13 minutes to really get it going for him and stuff. But once he was making stops left and right, you could tell, okay, this was one of those games that he was going to be in his bag. And then Jason Robertson, there's not much you can really say. You just hope he's, gets the assist, gets part of the plays. But I liked what I saw, and then we're going back to Dallas, tied 2-2 once again.
And you're already checking ticket prices.
Oh, I am. And
you came in this morning sounding a little sad that they won, I gotta say.
No, not sad, because
selfish.
I have Jane Slater, so I That's right.
Jane Slater ain't coming near this morning show for a long time ever again. That's not happening after she got the shock to the system as she was absolutely fried on Thursday. It took the spittle juice to wake her back up for Friday.
Oh, yeah?
Oh,
The coffee?
I left the roast. I left the roast in this corner of the freezer. And this stuff, holy crap.
Yeah?
Holy crack. That's what we need every single morning in here. And James just awakened. I think she was playing golf yesterday with Derek Collin, but she texted RJ on our group thread, and she said, "You are not on the choppy block. Your job is safe." I don't think the morning hours are for her. So she did the good deed. She got paid in tickets for last week.
Oh, very nice. You can always ask me. I mean, that's cool too.
Oh, well, you got tickets for tomorrow?
I could. I choose not to.
Oh, dang.
I'm not going to games at 8:30 at night. I'm just
Stanley
not
Cup
doing
final, Game 7, you're not going?
It could be Game 7. It could be. They could be giving out $1 million for that game, and I'm not going to an 8:30 game.
Well, did we see, I think it was late last night, after the game, we got the good start time for Saturday, 6 o'clock.
Oh.
I know it's Saturday, but we finally get to start a game when there's sunshine outside.
Yeah.
So the ticket prices look like what?
What I saw last night was $168 for the nosebleeds, way up at the top. And
Okay.
that was the cheapest.
Yeah.
Am I crazy that this doesn't sound expensive compared to what other playoff seats would be?
It's not crazy.
If it was a Mavs playoff game, or
I
mean, obviously a Cowboy one.
Cowboy game be expensive, although you could. I mean, yeah, this is not crazy yet. It'll get there if they move on in this series and they take on. Let's say they take on Edmonton, right? And you got McDavid and Drysdale. You got a legit superstars on the other side.
I mean, yeah, I guess $200 for a nosebleed is pretty
Yeah.
expensive after all the ticket fees that hopefully Ted Cruz is able to eliminate on KMC. But right now, $170, okay. A little high.
It's high-ish.
But you should just use your press pass to go into the building.
yeah, let's do that.
Are you opposed to that?
We have press passes?
Just ask.
Oh,
We have a guy named Tim Collins.
You're about to be very happy, young man.
Yeah.
From now on, at the start of all the local seasons, you tell Tim you want a press pass. Now, you're not going to get a seat unless you see an empty one and you want to go ahead and sit.
Mm-hmm.
You walk into all these buildings and you can stand in that.
Just sit up top in the press box.
Like I knew Rangers and stuff. I just didn't know.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, we got
Anything.
to you make a call. I even send an email.
Yeah.
And then what you do is you sit at the platinum level, right by the bar, and you're at the top of the second level.
Find a
There's
table
those
to stand at.
Tables you stand
Find
at.
a table to stand at. You can get a press pass for tomorrow night. Bam. Free.
Yeah.
By yourself. But you're going to have to go by yourself.
Find somebody with a suite. Go sit in there.
I've
with
been on
them.
the press by myself before.
Yeah.
I've done that.
Go sit in the suite with somebody else. Just find somebody.
You guys are smart.
You're not. Well, we're not dumb. I think there's
There's
one of the
difference.
same. There's a difference. We're not smart, but we're
not dumb.
Totally dumb. Pete DeBoer, happy to see everyone get involved in the win.
Yeah, really proud of our group. It was a grind out there. You lose Marchman, a couple shifts in, so the bench is short. And then there was, some offsetting penalties. Jamie Benn left for a little bit with a poke to the eye. So again, our bench is short. Miro comes off the injury table with that bad cut, puts a full mask on, and he plays 31 minutes and does what he does. I'm just really proud of some of the efforts and some of the compete of our group. I thought everybody dug in tonight and did a good job.
And that they did. So this is a carbon copy of what happened against Minnesota. Game 5 taking place at the AAC tomorrow night, 8:30 puck drop. RJ got Craig Ludwig for 8 o'clock. I was like, is it too early for Luds?
I when I checked the text, the last time we had him on, we asked for 8:40.
Okay.
So if 8:40 is okay, it's like 8 o'clock's probably okay.
Not for Babe Laufenberg.
That's true.
Laufenberg ain't coming on at 7:20, 7:40, 8 o'clock. Brad Sham is like, yeah, anytime. Babe's like, no, after 8:30.
See, to me, Ludwig is like, 8 o'clock. Somebody's drinking beer somewhere, and Lud's going to join in. If someone's drinking beer, he's awake.
Are the Rangers bats getting a reality check in Seattle? NBA action. The Joker makes up with the owner, and we're going to tell you where you can hang out with the morning and the midday show to start off your weekend. The Hump Day edition with Rangers tickets to hook you up with as well. Just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
That one is back towards the Mariners bullpen. Tavares looks, and that one's out of here. Well, Tom Murphy is now 5 for 12 in his career against Andrew Heaney with 3 home runs, and this one doubles up the Mariners' advantage. They're now out in front by a score of 4-0.
And it would end at 5-zip. Last night, Rangers in Seattle, just like the Stars were, here on DFW Sports Station, your home for Rangers baseball, and the bats have gone away.
So it happens when you face good pitching. You know, anybody can anybody can bludgeon league average or below pitching. But you know, the good offenses, the great offenses, doesn't matter how good they are. You know, look at why teams like the Dodgers or the Astros have done well in the postseason of late. You know, they got really good pitching. You know, Houston was rolling out solid starters left and right. It's hard to hit those guys. And, you know, the Rangers are, Seattle's got a pretty decent top of their rotation. And, you know, we're just facing it right now.
2 runs in 2 games. Scratched out, eked out the game 1 win. But last night it was not happening. So Kirby walked none. This is George Kirby. Walked none, has only issued 3 free passes in his 7 starts this year. He's walked 3 guys in 7 starts. He allowed only 2 Rangers to reach scoring position, and his ERA is now at a 2.62.
And his whip's under a 1, which for a starter is really, really good. He's one of these young studs that Seattle has. This is what happens when you've been bad for a while, and they were bad for, they had the longest postseason drought in sports. So, like, they had been, over 20 years. I think 2001 was the last time.
That's Brett Boone's days, who joined us yesterday.
So it was a long time coming. So they've got a pretty decent young crop of players, and their pitching's part of it.
Andrew Heaney gave up 4, 3 earned in 6 2/3.
That's not terrible.
No,
3 earned in 6 2/3. That's a quality start. You can deal with that for your 5.
Now, Peyton, I noticed on the audio sheet that twice you put the score in a different way. Mariners highlight 0-2, Mariners highlight 0-4. Now, I'm starting to see this a little bit more choppy. I always used to give Troy a hard time, just assuming he didn't know anything about sports. Have I gotten this wrong for 41 years of life?
No.
Instead of just saying Seattle's winning 4-0?
No, that's what you say.
Instead of saying...
So, I can explain.
Okay.
I don't label these cuts. These are done by the highlight team that we have for the game. So they're told to label it Rangers score first, opponent scores second.
Road team. So they're just labeling it on the print.
Okay.
Road
yeah,
home.
that way it's easy to look at. That way if you see 4-0, you're like, okay, that's a Rangers highlight. That's how they are told to do it.
Okay, but
now I could go back and change it, but I
no,
don't.
You don't need to change it.
Okay.
It's fine. I was just wondering if this is like catching on.
Nobody
a little bit.
says.
I hear from a couple
yeah.
Sports Center anchors here and there. I hear 0-3, 0-3, and I'm like, what are you doing?
I
the losing score can never go first.
Never go first.
Even a series deficit, I always start with like the higher number. You're down 3-1. You're not down 1-3. You're down.
Now you
3-1.
could say they're down 0-2. I've heard that a lot, and I'm cool with that. Because you're referencing
baseball count.
Yeah, it's so like they're down the series 0-2. But I would never say they're down 1-2 in the series. I would only use that with the 0.
Or the Rangers are down 1-3.
No, it's terrible.
No,
you would in a series though, like Stars are down 0-2. They wouldn't be down 0-2, but let's say they were. I would say they're down 0-2 in the series. In the construct of a game, if you ever say the lower number first, big pet peeve.
But 0-2 is the only score you can do it with for a series. Can you say 0-3? You can't say 0-3. You can't say 0-1. That's it. You can only say 0-2.
0-2. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
Sounds better.
That's just the way it is. It just sounds better.
We don't make the rules.
Yeah. Well, we do. We just made those rules.
Yeah, that's true.
Can't reference it like that. NBA action last night. A stunner, to me at least, in the East.
And the Sixers are going to win this game here in Boston, 115-103, and they are leading this series now as soon as this buzzer sounds, 3-2.
Wow. I would have bet a lot of what I had on the Boston Celtics winning this game at home, and it wasn't really close.
No.
Philadelphia handled them. They win by 12. They're going back to filthy, up 3 games. Up.
Yeah.
Boston is going back to filthy, trailing 2-3.
No.
One win away from the Eastern Conference Finals. There you go.
That's that was not a close game. No matter what the score shows, it was barely over 10 points. That was not a close game. Philadelphia was in complete control the entire time. It was like basically after midway through the second, it was basically a 9-point game the rest of the way. It was at least.
And look, props to Joel Embiid. He had to show up. I was calling him out. He was getting called out after Al Horford was shutting him down in their last game. He had to get the pep talk from PJ Tucker. Like, you just won the MVP. Come on now. Show up. Looking like a scared little kitten out there, which he normally never does. Embiid dropped 33 points. 30 from Micah Parsons' favorite player, Tyrese Maxey. Tatum scored on a bad shooting night, though. 36 points on 11 of 27. and Boston is one loss away from getting taken out.
Yeah.
Watch Philly screw this up.
I know, right?
They'll screw it up somehow.
Well, not if Boston plays with that energy. They played that game with like an early season regular game on a Tuesday night.
This is starting to drive me crazy in all sports. The plague of the playoffs. I saw it with the Devils coach. You see, everyone is allergic to playing back-to-back games. It's driving me insane.
Oh, where they have one good game, then one bad game?
Yeah, they're like, the effort just wasn't there. We didn't want it as much. Tonight we came out with the energy. That word energy for playoff sports is driving me nuts. Now, I guess I can excuse it a little bit more for the NBA and maybe hockey, whereas in the NFL, you have to bring all the energy for one day.
That's it.
One day versus a series. But, dude, literally, I bet you could bet. You could certainly do it with Anthony Davis. You could bet on a team just losing or not bringing the energy the very next time. How can the Celtics say, and they did, we just didn't bring the energy that we needed, the effort wasn't there for Game 5 at home?
Yeah, it's weird. I mean, there are times, some days you're just flat.
Yeah.
And that's, it just happens. I don't know how, I mean, it's weird that they say it. I wonder if they're just using that as a crutch. I wonder, because it's like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, we've never seen this before. We're like, guys just don't have energy. But this is probably what happens when you only play like 45 games a year.
That's really what stands out, too, with Russell Westbrook. That's where I give him his most credit every night. Every single night. Love or hate Westbrook's game. I've never particularly been a humongous fan, but he brings it every single night, and I respect the hell out of that. But that's what you get every other night, on or off. Now we move on to the West. Every single game has been won by the home team so far, and it happened again last night.
There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets end up blowing up the Phoenix Suns tonight by a final of 118 to 102. And for the second time in the series, the Nuggets have the lead. This time 3-2.
That's the call on Denver radio as the Joker. Man, I love watching. I'm amazed watching. My dad always used to say this about Shaquille O'Neal. He's like, do you understand from a medical standpoint? He has to come at it from a medical standpoint.
Of course.
Being a physician. He's like, do you understand the toll on this man's body running up and down the floor at 7'2", 350? That's how I marvel at Joker. He looks like he's about to drop dead. He's lumbering. He's lumbering. He looks like he's having to keep his arms up while he's going up and down the floor. But this man is truly one of the all-time greats, as he has a big game to put Denver back up in this series, 3-2. Cool moment before the game as well. Joker's warming up. He runs off the floor, and there's the Suns owner, and Jokic throws him the basketball. Like, here you go. You can have the ball again. And then they get up and they bro hug, high five, and Jokic goes back to the locker room. So that was pretty cool.
Good little photo up.
Yeah.
Good little photo up.
Joker said, I was hoping he was paying my fine. I was trying to get him to pay my $25K, and I know he wanted the basketball again.
How did he not get fined?
The owner?
Yeah.
They put these little stickers on all the seats last night, including his, saying, reminder of fan conduct.
Fan conduct, yes. all those high dollar seats had to have reminders on them, as if you already should know, don't interfere with the basketball game.
It's kind of embarrassing, right? That you're the owner, you're going to sit there, and now they've put reminders on all the seats
yeah.
for all the rest of the
Just
fans.
left it off his.
But Jokic had 29, 13, and 12.
That's not bad.
Now the most triple-doubles in the history of the NBA playoffs for a center, passing Wilt. So 29 for him. Porter Jr. had a nice night, and now Denver is 1 win away. Denver Lakers Western Conference.
Denver Lakers.
I think we had that in the bubble. I think. I think it was that. Denver was in the West Finals. Obviously, the Lakers had to be there because they won the whole thing. So now, are we getting closer to Anthony Davis versus Joker?
I'd like to. I mean, look, this could be a return of the bigs, man. We have Embiid, Joker, and maybe in the NBA Finals. We could be getting close to the return of the bigs.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up live on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. You talk about the return of the bigs. How about the return of Zeke Elliott? We're not giving you the same old tired Cowboys story. A team is reportedly emerging to go and get Zeke. We have Urban Meyer saying a team in this state has the best roster in college football. Rangers tickets to hook you up with as well. And we got to get back to the Stars' humongous dominant win last night. Hump Day edition. Right here on The Fan.
The latest from the Star, as well as inside information from around the league. It's DFW's Top Football Podcast. in studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. Let us know that you're listening and still bringing it here for the Hump Day edition. To get you closer to the weekend as quickly as possible, Bobby Belt will be back tomorrow. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Peyton, and Rai in the back. Has your body caught back up from vacation?
I feel a little bit better. I had a little fever.
3-hour fever yesterday.
It was a very short fever. It was wild.
Good Lord.
It was like 101 when I woke up, and by the time the show was over, it was 98.4. I was like, okay, whatever, man. But
you can't trust thermometers, man. I can't.
But I can feel my body. I knew my body was hot. I was burning up. I feel fine now. A little tired. I mean, these late games are going to do it, though.
Yeah. It's a beating. And now we get the 6 o'clock Stars game, but it's happening on Saturday. Back to the humongous dominant win last night at 6:20. Craig Ludwig is going to join us at 8 o'clock this morning. Let's get you caught up with the Cowboys and the NFL. Jeremy Fowler reports the Buccaneers could potentially sign Ezekiel Elliott. The Bucs are looking for RB2. All right, so they're looking for their backup running back. Zeke could be an option. A return of the Cowboys is also still an option, according to Fowler. Pro Football Network also reported that the Chargers are rumored to be in the mix for Zeke. Of course, you got the Kellen Moore connection there and some drama with Austin Eckler wanting to get paid.
Yeah, and so Eckler wants money, as all running backs, as all players do.
Yeah.
And that's part of the deal. So LA's got to make some adjustments, but Tampa Bay wanting Ezekiel Elliott to be a backup. Okay, for all you Cowboy fans out there, you just got to bring this guy back.
Emmett.
Got to bring him back.
Jane could not believe. She was looking at me last week stunned when I was like, who cares what Emmitt Smith has to say about it?
Yeah, I don't care.
That's not any big, bold statement. If you actually look at how players are biased, players are more biased than we are, especially at the position.
Yeah,
and if you played for the team, anyone with eyes. Again, I called out the old dinosaurs in town who've been watching football way longer than me, who just wouldn't give it up. Troy knows more football than I do. He's been wrong about Zeke Elliott for the past 2 or 3 years. Brad Sham knows more football than I do. He's been wrong about Zeke Elliott the past 2 or 3 years.
Listen, we won the Zeke argument in the day he was drafted. It was always going to end up wrong. It was always going to end up poorly. Didn't matter that he won the rushing title. We already won the argument. They had the best offensive line in the game. Darren McFadden ran for 4.6 carry. We already won. Anybody want it was a terrible pick. It was a terrible re-sign. And Atlanta's going to suffer the same fate with Bijan Robinson.
I was just about to say that.
All right? Doesn't matter how good he's going to be. Never worth that pick and never worth that money.
And you're not in the position. You're not in the part of the building process for
Right.
Atlanta's basically starting over.
Yeah, so they want to be a run-first team. Well, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. It's not an efficient way to win. If you don't have a quarterback, you can't win. We've seen this. You can't consistently win. You can win one time. Great. Wow, cool. But you can't consistently win without a quarterback.
So all we do is keep hearing about Tampa when it comes to Zeke. Okay, so we didn't do this yesterday, but we have to talk about this Bills punter and the details that have come out over the rape investigation that got the punt god, Matt Ariza, kicked out of Buffalo and basically kicked out of the National Football League. What happened?
All right, so backstory. October 2021, he was at a party at San Diego State. Ariza was accused of taking part in a gang rape of a girl who was 17 at the time, which is under the age of consent in California. Every state's got their own age of consent, Peyton.
Underage and
gang
rape.
According to audio from the San Diego Deputy District Attorney and the woman who filed a civil suit last year against Ariza and two of his former teammates, Ariza was not visible in any of the videos from the night in question. ESPN obtained and reviewed over an hour and 41 minutes worth of audio from that meeting attended by the woman, her attorney, yada, 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 and their selected victim advocate. And they basically found out that he wasn't there. He left the party at 12:30 and was not at the party anymore when the incident occurred at 1:30.
He was gone for about an hour.
According to available video timestamps. Now, there is questions about whether he and her engaged in consensual sex at a different time that night. But her being underage and him being 21, that would be a problem for him. There are also people who were saying that she was telling people at the party that she was 18. And, you don't check IDs when you do those sort of things.
Right.
So is that a problem? Well, that's for the district attorney to figure out. But the Buffalo Bills, basically 2 days after this thing broke, cut him. And I know I had a major problem with that because it's, I thought that was completely inappropriate to cut him when you don't have the facts of the case yet. We don't know what happened. Put him on the commissioner's exempt list. You have to play him. But to cut him, I thought that was a problem. And now, Ariza's got,
everybody on his side,
as he should. He's got everybody. He's gonna sue the NFL and the Buffalo Bills. He's already got a lawsuit against San Diego State for, I guess, perpetuating this falsification of information. So he's already got a lawsuit there, and now he is like, I don't know what's going to happen to him. He was the punt god, 82-yard punt.
Yeah,
I have no idea what's going to happen to him now.
And people want the girl to be charged as well. False accusation.
She should go to jail for as long as he would have gone to jail for if he was convicted. You can't. You cannot have false claims.
I don't know the intimate details of the case. The only thing I would say to that is, what was her state and frame of mind in recalling who was there? Like, was she absolutely citing specific individuals, or was she like, I hooked up with this guy earlier and she was just assuming that he was involved in the gang rape? I don't know exactly how she pinpointed him and accused him versus saying, well, I know he was in the house, so guilt by association. I don't know that. I'm telling you.
There's no way to know that.
I'm telling you I don't know that. But if she did tell them, I'm telling you for a fact he was involved in this rape, then, yeah, man, that is freaking messed up.
It's messed up, man, because now we have no idea what kind of shape he's in. Like, I know you know to be in great shape, but like, has he punted a football in a year?
I don't know how much that matters.
I don't know. Like, these guys go and they punt like every day. They kick like every day, and when they're trying to get back in the league, they're constantly staying in shape. He may have thought his career was over,
right?
So he may have just said, "All right, I'm just going to go, work at FedEx."
Makes the Bills look soft for caving to public pressure. Makes the school and the girl look bad. Makes the girl look terrible. Falsely accusing him of something to ruin his entire career and maybe his entire life when it comes to doing the thing that he dreamed of doing. But if I'm an NFL team, what the hell? I go out and sign him today. I go out and sign him today. I guess I see how this underage thing plays out because you talked about, that they may have hooked up earlier in the night. But Matt Ariza, I would predict, is on an NFL roster this year.
I would assume he is as well. He was a 6th-round draft pick. He was drafted as a punters.
He was a viral sensation. He had the best nickname, punt god. People were playing highlights of him, and then he got it all stripped away. And this is what people always say. And you come across looking as the bad guy, and a lot of times the bad girl, because I give credit to the women who sit there and call out other females and say, you can't do this. You're just not automatically taking the side of the female. It's like a wait and see, let's be patient approach because of accusations that may not be 100% true. And what's the punishment for it? What's the punishment for the ones that are wrongly accusing?
Yeah.
And you get to destroy someone's life by just throwing something against the wall.
Yeah, it's his name is mud. It doesn't matter what happens now because the same vitriol he got
He's always going to hear a rape joke.
Yeah, the same vitriol he got for the, as Michael Irvin said, I want you to defend me with the same intensity with which you dragged me down when he said that he was going to be cleared. I think it was also a rape charge or accusation. And it never happens. You never see people go and defend somebody with the same intensity that they did to tear them down. And that's why.
Yeah, like it gets lost. I didn't even realize December 7th that prosecutors announced they were not pressing any criminal charges. But I never knew that. It gets lost. You just hear punt god, rape, gone. But this is the prosecution. These are the people that are trying to put him away for a long time. They're saying, nah, he wasn't there at the party, and we're not going to press charges back in December.
Truckwreck.com text line, you can't punish victims every time you get an innocent verdict from the defense. Yeah, if you accuse somebody falsely of doing something that they didn't do, and you knowingly accuse them of it, yes, you should be able to get punished.
I'm being RJ technical guy here, but it's kind of like at a bar fight happens, right? It's a crowded place. And you think that this person, you get punched and knocked out. You're filing the police report and you're like, I think it was this person. These two people were there. That's who I was having words with. Is that a false accusation in terms of not being able to recall it 100%? You know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
So we get to a bar fight.
We get in a bar fight. We're at the bar. And I'm sitting here arguing. Mm-hmm. But we're surrounded by a bunch of people. And Peyton comes from the side and cold cocks me. But I didn't know it was Peyton. And I'm like, yeah, I was arguing with these two guys. I assume someone else on the side hit me. You know what I mean? You're not exactly sure who did it. That's what I'm trying. That's the only way out for
I could see that. So absolutely.
Proving that you're knowingly accusing someone incorrectly. Very difficult to prove.
Very difficult to prove.
This is a discussion for lawyers, but I'm just talking out loud.
Very difficult to prove. This is going to be interesting though for Matt. Because if this is true that he didn't do it, he should be back in the league. He should be back in the league, no doubt about it. And the people who actually did commit this awful crime should be in jail. I have not seen if she is retracting the actual incident or not. I haven't seen that, so I doubt that's the case. So obviously something horrible still happened to her. But that doesn't mean that Matt should take the fall for it.
And he has expressed his gratitude to everyone that is supporting him online, from fans to news people. And he said, I'm aware the facts have come out, and I'm deeply gratified for the thorough work of the DA's office, and I'm thankful that the truth is coming to light. So that is the punt god and Matt Ariza getting proven innocent here over the past 48 hours, at least of the gang rape accusation. Right. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053. Back to the Stars' dominance last night, and I need some general hockey questions answered. Next on Sean and RJ, and why did the G-Bag Nation use Nathan Eovaldi to attack RJ Choppy? All that next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Kay.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan segment brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, That's Soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
A minute to go in the second. Alexiak, stick lift by Hintz. Off to Ben, wrist shot, save. The rebound, score! Rope Hintz. His stick lift created the turnover, and his hustle goal gets the 4-goal lead back for Dallas.
That was the call last night, and that was night for most of us. Here on DFW Sports Station, we're celebrating the Stars' 6-3 win over the Kraken. This is Sean and RJ with the Hump Day edition on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton and Ryan in the back. That was the call on ESPN. It was hard for me to watch the coverage last night and not think of the flat tire from John Buccigross, who was the studio host, along with PK Subban and Mark Messier. When I asked him for his hockey table of 4 for his favorite people to hang out with over the years, I was like, oh, he didn't mention Messier. He mentioned Chelios, but I love having those people on. Great job by Peyton getting him yesterday. And Craig Ludwig at 8 o'clock this morning. Choppy booked him to celebrate the Stars win, but it kind of ties you into the entire broadcast. Like, oh, we just spoke to that guy this morning. And Buccigross was fantastic yesterday, as were the Dallas Stars, basically from beginning to end. This was a 5-1 game after 2. Night. See you later.
Yeah, and look, this was the way that the Stars needed to come out and play this game. That was a very frantic pace early on. The crowd's really into it. They were smelling blood. I mean, they really were. They were like, you go up 3-1 in the series. They showed last night 90.4% chance of advancing. A 3-1 series lead is 90.4%. 2-2 is 50-50. Shocking. Breaking news. So this was a major change in who can win this series. Stars got home ice now. Now a coin flip. A little bit better probably in their odds. And I'd be willing to bet they're back to being the favorites in the series.
So my general hockey questions that I need answered from the Tolos, 877-881-1053. What was the correct call on the Ben interference that resulted in the Stars' goal? Initially, with the ESPN play-by-play call, they were like, oh, automatic reversal. Then they went to the replay official, and the replay official was like, no, I think this goal is going to stand. After the game, the Seattle coach said, I don't know what goalie interference is anymore. It's kind of like us and what we talk about with other sports. I don't know what a block or charge is, which, by the way, I don't. I've totally lost track of what a block or a charge is.
Pass interference.
Pass interference is another thing we always talk about. So what is the rule, Pepe? And what did you think they were going to end up calling last night with Jamie Benn making contact with their goaltender?
So the rule is, you just can't touch the goaltender. You can't touch the goalie at all. It's interference. The goal is no goal.
Which he did.
But if you're pushed into it, which he was, now he might have taken an extra half step or so and ran into the goaltender, into Grubauer. But if you're pushed in, it's free game after that. If you're pushed in by the opposing player into their goaltender, it's free game after that. But then there was another clip, because that live shot, I was like, oh no. The first replay, I was like, nope, it's not going to count. But Grubauer, he was out of the circle. He was like a full foot out of the circle. It's like, how far are you going to give the guy? That's
so
your
kind of
range.
like more free game out of the
outside,
circle.
Once you leave that, you're just another hockey player. You're no longer a goaltender. So that's why the explanation from the replay analyst, I was like, okay, I believe him. I think it's going to stand.
Yeah, once you're outside the crease, there's a lot less wiggle room for you as a goalie. That doesn't mean that there wasn't contact made early on, because both Ben and Grubauer did make contact before Ben was pushed into him, but he had time to reestablish himself. So that was part of it's okay. There was time to reestablish himself. I mean, if they had overturned it, I wouldn't have lost my mind, because it is a very subjective call. But once the call on the ice was made, that was going to be too difficult to overturn.
So you thought it was going to stand?
Yeah, I thought it was going to stand.
Okay. So that's my first question. My second question is a gamesmanship one. When Rope Hintz hit their goaltender with his stick, and the fight broke out.
Yeah.
Resulting in one of the Kraken leaving with a bloody nose. All right, so that's just like, is that a cheap shot? Like you just don't do that?
He had the puck.
Yeah, they blew the whistle. Play was over with. It's like the same thing when you see a guy go straight for the goalie and they cover up and then they like kind of like ice storm him and stuff. Blow the snow or the ice in his face. It's just a cheap shot. It's a way to get back at him and stuff. But it's like one of those where it's like, okay, the guy's defenseless. The play's over. Don't do that, and that's when fights break.
Yeah,
out.
you're gonna get popped if you shave shave ice right into somebody's face, your goalie's face. You're gonna get popped. If the goalie's already got the puck covered up in his glove, and you hit him with a stick like he did last night, you're gonna get hit.
All right, those are my two.
And he should.
Well,
Deserved it.
He's justifying it as, I'm just following through. You never know when a rebound's gonna happen, and I'm just following through with my shot attempts.
Yeah, okay.
Well, and it's kind of like the late hit on the quarterback. If you want to go to like NFL terms, like you late hit on Dak, the linesmen are going to jump on you and start throwing punches and stuff because it's like that's our guy. You can't do that. Same thing with goaltender.
Yep. So the Dallas Stars, I think we feel good about saying retaking control of the series, even though it's tied, because now you got the home ice back.
You do, which both teams have won on road ice in this series. So how big of a deal is it? Well, it's a big deal in the first 5 to 10 minutes of the game. It's a really big deal. And then you get to overtime, maybe it's a big deal. But there's times of the game where having home ice is a really, really, really big deal. Maybe you might get an extra penalty. I have to go check to see the penalty stats in home road in this playoff year. But yeah, you get a little bit of a juice bump.
Meanwhile, the colleague of John Buccigross at ESPN is in a little bit of warm water. Longtime SportsCenter anchor John Anderson was doing a hockey highlight, and I don't think he was too aware of this guy's last name.
13 minutes to go. We're in the second. Zach Whitecloud. What kind of name is Whitecloud? Great name for your toilet paper. His first goal of the playoffs as well as 3-1. First goal by any nice defenseman here in the postseason.
Well, people pointed out in 2018, Golden Knights defenseman Zach Whitecloud became the first member of the Sioux Valley Dakota Nation to play in an NHL game. So he got his first goal of these playoffs on Monday night as Vegas beat down the Oilers 5-1. That got him mentioned on SportsCenter, and that toilet paper question has John Anderson getting ripped on social media and Twitter.
No one's dying, Jason. Kid. Yeah, this was one of those like, oh, okay, all right,
Indigenous.
In print. This is also one of those things where, like, in print, it came across as like really, really mean. When you see it in print, when you listen to it, it's like, okay, you can tell he was joking. It still comes across a little bit mean. This is one of those things that we used to do to people that they don't do anymore. We used to make fun of their names.
Yeah.
You name if your last name is, Pat Summitt, my university. Her maiden name's Head. Her dad's name's Richard. I'm sorry, you're getting made fun of. Okay, you don't get to make the rules here. We make the rules.
It's a bad running joke, Bob.
Yeah, we make the rules here. Your name is Richard Head. I'm mocking you for the rest of your life. That's just the way it is. You just can't do that. You don't mock people's names anymore. You just can't do it. Big difference in the world we're living in.
Let me hear it one more time.
13 minutes to go. We're in the second. Zach Whitecloud. What kind of name is Whitecloud? Great name for your toilet paper. His first goal of the playoffs as well as 3-1.
So I think this is just
He wrote that. He had to write that too. That he was thinking of that.
Is
all
that on
night.
the teleprompter?
That's definitely on the teleprompter.
I think this is just ladies and gentlemen, I did not know the origin of Zach's last name. My apologies for that. And I'll try to do more research next time. You hit it, you quit it, done and over with.
Yeah.
Because it's just a matter of, it's a mistake. Like, I don't think he was intentionally mocking, his background, but it's an easy mistake to make. If you have a name, you're going to go at the name, try to write it into your highlight and all that. Just say, I didn't know, I apologize, I wasn't trying to be offensive, and we move on. That's the way I look at it. That's it.
Yeah, he'll apologize, and I think we move on. People are saying, that Whitecloud, obviously a Native American's last name.
That's kind of obvious too. Yeah,
I'm
whenever I see the white and cloud, like, I don't know, I would kind of think that's
so.
coming from
I would
something.
think so. But then again, can you even do that anymore?
Can't assume.
Can't assume. Can't assume. But you can.
What's worse, this or the Lizzo comment?
Well, I was just about to say, I didn't see PK was wearing his boating vest on television last night, and I was like, did PK get killed for the Lizzo stuff? I was telling Choppy what happened last week. How Jane Slater and Bobby Belt were saying I was overreacting when PK Subban said, hey, they're going to have to pack a lunch, but they're going to have to pack a Lizzo-sized lunch. And freaking Jane, women empowerment, is sitting here going, so what? What's the big deal? And Bobby was agreeing with her. And I was like, is PK, he's obviously still on the air. Did he get in trouble for that? Did he have to issue any type of statement? And I haven't seen any follow-up.
Haven't seen one word.
I haven't either. I like my first thought when you heard you say this, because I was on vacation, I was like, wait a second, does she have a song talking about packing a big lunch? Like, I'm like, surely not.
Right.
You know, like
if she did, that would be fine.
If she did, that'd be fine. If not, it's like, okay, there's probably gonna be some backlash there.
Well, Jane's point is like, do you think offensive linemen like being called big uglies? Let's equal things out. Everybody wants equality. So let's go ahead and even things out. And I was like, okay, fair point. It's all what you're used to. To me, I thought it was mean-spirited. He was calling Lizzo fat. He just was. All right? He's sitting there, and I guess we have now evened it out to where it's a lot more accepting and comfortable to talk about guys being fat versus women being fat. And that's where we are.
Oh, I mean, the short, fat, bald man is to this day the last man you can discriminate against, last person you can discriminate against and get away with it. You can do it. You can discriminate fat, short, and bald all you want. What's today? I saw this
Hump Day.
Today's Hump Day. 5'10", or as men call it, 6 foot. Today's May 10th. You can do that.
Yeah.
You can still mock a short man, fat man, and a bald man.
I think the John Anderson one is much less offensive than PK. I think John's was a mistake, clearly. PK's was intentional. He was trying to make a fat joke towards Lizzo.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I'm stunned he hasn't gotten blowback on this.
I know.
Stunned.
Very surprised.
Oh, I mean, that's...
Someone else has recently gotten attacked by his coworkers. How the G-Bag Nation used the red-hot Nathan Eovaldi to attack RJ Choppy. Next on The Fan.
Unacceptable. What is acceptable, though? Celebrating the moms in your life. This Mother's Day, Diamonds Direct has given mom a bit more to say thank you.
field, a base hit. 1 run scores. Haggerty rounds third. He comes home. Smith's throw hits the bat, and it bounces over Jonah Heim.
Ugh. You didn't have to watch much of that or listen either after the Stars put the beat down on the Seattle Kraken. Sean and RJ. Go ahead and lower the mic so everyone can hear your percussion hands.
Oh, they can hear him just fine. There we go, Peyton.
Come on, Sean, do it. Do it.
Turnpike, baby.
Stars win. Rangers get blown out 5-0. They've scored 2 runs in 2 games against the Mariners. But let's not focus too much on that. Let's focus on something else that happened on the G-Bag Nation, where every single week they have a player on. We'll get to how they used Nathan Eovaldi to attack a member of the morning show after Brian Broaddus set it all up by going through RJ Choppy's vacation pics from Mexico.
All right, this is my question for you guys here. Is there ever a time for matching outfits with you and your significant other? And I say this because we're starting to see pictures of Choppy and Sarah on their vacation.
Yes.
They're wearing matching outfits. Is there ever a time for matching outfits?
Wait, like, so they went to like a nice dinner and they decided to wear like the same colors so they would sort of match in the pictures?
Hawaiian shirt and top were matching.
Yeah, they were identical.
Like you're saying it's the exact same shirt.
Yeah,
her in a lady top, with a no sleeves and stuff.
I could see Chop wearing a brassiere.
Yeah. But she
just a full-on dress.
She was wearing she was wearing almost like a sundress kind of a thing. Choppy was going with the Hawaiian shirt.
But it's the same print,
pattern.
same
That's
pattern. Hilarious,
same
dude.
pattern. Is there, Gavin, is there ever a time?
A good bit? If it's a good bit.
A good bit? Okay, I could see that. I was going to say if she says, honey, if you do this, that one friend of mine's going to come over this weekend, if you know what I'm saying. That'd be about it.
Oh, wow.
That's one of that.
You're saying something about what's going on with this relationship?
No, I'm just saying. What's that? Illusion? Stuck one in there? Yeah, I think it's embarrassing. I think it is. Now, maybe some guys are like, I'm going to be a little bit embarrassed to make my woman happy, right? And if you're just that guy that you're just like, I'm going to sacrifice because I know how happy it's going to make you, I salute you.
See, knowing this couple the way I do, I feel like this is Sarah doing this for Choppy so he doesn't get upset.
No, Choppy is willing to do whatever.
He is.
He's
Choppy is willing.
Yeah.
Sarah wears the pants in that relationship 100%.
And Choppy wears the shirt,
he's
too.
He's a free baller guy.
Yeah. And the panties sometimes, what I heard.
Whoa, wow. That got graphic.
Yeah, it did.
Wow.
That got very graphic.
So here, I don't know if you've seen the photos, but here is the outfit in question.
Okay.
All right. Now,
have you seen it?
I have not.
Right.
I don't think so.
I have Instagram.
Maybe you can tweet it out.
So, backstory. First of all, the shade thrown here. As this was not the only matching thing we had. We also had matching bathing suits. And let me tell you, those were a hit at the pool. And this was not even necessarily her idea. She was looking at bathing suits, and on this website, they come across the photos, and she's scrolling through the photos of this one bathing suit, and it comes up to a guy pair of shorts. Guys. I was like, wait a second. They've got guys' version of that? And she goes, yeah. And I go, oh, man. Like, I want those. I'm in. Those look good. And she goes, you want to wear the same one? I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And then she starts looking for, like, matching things. And then she goes, how about this? Would you do this? And I'm like, absolutely. Let's knock it out. This is fun. Let's have fun. We're on vacation. When you're in Mexico, there are no rules. There are no rules. Girls wear thong bikinis at the resorts in Mexico. They don't wear that at their apartment pool.
I don't know about that.
At the same rate. Okay?
Yeah.
Some do.
Yeah.
But not everyone. And in Mexico, everyone's in a thong bikini. Okay? It's just the way it is. You do things differently there. I'm not disappointed. I'm disappointed in Chiafalo. This is a guy who let his wife talk him into having 3 kids in about 18 months. Okay.
They score like the Stars
They
last
score
night.
like the Stars last night.
Yeah.
All right. He let her talk him into that. Very disappointed in there. Very disappointed.
Yes.
You gotta be able to own things like this. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do this.
All right,
let's
y'all.
have fun.
Douchey or doable? The matching shirts. You should tweet it out too.
All right.
For those that don't see your Instagram.
And people are saying I could have done it only if it's a romper. I would have absolutely wore a romper.
Yeah.
I want to wear a romper.
877-881-1053 at RJ Choppy momentarily in order to see the shirts. But they're basically matching like Hawaiian shirts. You know?
And I love a good Hawaiian. I bought like 5 Hawaiian shirts for this trip.
Imagine a Magnum PI made his wife wear his same type of clothing, or Dale Hansen.
Magnum PIs. Oh, did he have a lot of Hawaiian shirts?
I don't know why a picture I think of.
Was that Tom Selleck? Is that who that was?
Yeah.
I can see Tom Selleck wearing a lot of
Selleck did he, or is it Don Johnson? One of them wearing Hawaiian shirts. You make them wear the other matching. Exactly the same type of style. And let me hear the last 15 seconds of where they may have crossed the line.
I salute you.
See, knowing this couple the way I do, I feel like this is Sarah doing this for Choppy so he doesn't get upset.
No, Choppy is willing to do whatever.
He is. Choppy's willing.
Yeah.
Sarah wears the pants in that relationship 100%.
And that's because
Choppy wears the shirt,
he's
too.
Yeah. And the panties sometimes, what I heard.
Whoa! Oh!
All right, well, to answer Broadus' initial question, the only time you can absolutely do it is Halloween. You got a matching outfit. You can do that. And, maybe on vacation, bachelorette party, you all wearing the same outfits, maybe, like he's mine and she's mine and, pointing to each other. And maybe, I think this is a great 50-50 ruling that we need on the truckwreck.com text line. When you're on vacation in Mexico on the beach, maybe you do it for a night. Now, did you do it? This is a one-time thing.
One time we did it too. So
you didn't do it every night.
No. Oh, right. We had matching bathing suits one day for the pictures we took, and we had this for the party we went to. We didn't know there was they had parties there, but they had this thing called the white party, and we didn't have any white clothes because everybody was dressed in white. So we're like, well, let's just do that. Let's do this night, the matching, which I was all in. I was like, this is awesome. Like I love having fun like that. So I posted it on Twitter.
Okay,
I saw it. No problem with it. Now, if you're going to queso night or something on a Thursday, then we'll shred you. You're off the show.
This
but
is
Mexico. Let the guy live. He's trying to be cute and corny. Let him do it.
This is a 3 or 4. We're a corny couple anyway. We like being corny,
and that's fine.
This is a 3 or 4 day a year thing you could do. Like you said, Halloween.
I love how you put the Instagram photo in here. Picture number 5 of 10 in the upper right corner. I'll do that sometimes. I take a screenshot of news on my phone while I'm on the phone with someone, and it's got the green or the time of the call. So 5 out of 10.
Yeah.
People are gonna take that in other ways here with the photo. How you posted.
You can do this on Halloween. You can do this, I think, when you're on vacation, like on a beach vacation or something like that. Cruise ship.
Tim Collins just went on the cruise.
Cruise ship.
Okay.
Maybe if you go to Vegas. Although I don't know about Vegas.
Yeah. So let us know what the Tolos are saying. And then meanwhile, Eric Chiafalo sharpening the knife when they had on Nathan Evaldi on the G-Bag Nation to try to throw Choppy under the bus.
How much clubhouse roasting would go to the teammate if you guys found out that he was on vacation with his girlfriend or wife and they were wearing matching outfits?
Was that Jonah?
No, not Jonah. It was one of our teammates.
Yeah, one of our teammates here at the station.
Yeah.
I feel like we have every right to crush him for this. I'm curious your thoughts.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. It's definitely good for a nice roasting. I understand it. I probably wouldn't do it. My wife would want me to, but I don't know if I'd be able to pull through. But it's always a good roast session.
Ooh, just absolute shade being thrown
at you
from Chiafalo.
Oh yeah,
not from the fan text.
Fan text supporting you.
The fan text, it's all good. Shot. We're about to go on a cruise. Already have a matching shirt. Oh. Not a problem. It's douchey and doable.
Oh.
We are most definitely wearing matching outfits in the Bahamas. Cruises, I got matching search shirts equals douchey. Love it. I rock with Chop. My wife and I naturally match anyway. It's cool. We do it all the time. Not even on vacation. These are just all in order.
Excellent. Okay, I think there's enough. It's passable. I think the ruling is passable here in the Sean and RJ court.
Would you do it?
No.
Oh.
Absolutely not.
Or you would do it, just not take a picture. You would want no evidence out there.
I would not do it. I would not want the people looking at me and saying, what are you two doing? What are you two doing? I would not do it, but Choppy is like a little bit goofier and looser than I am in those types of situations, I'm not going to put the hate on it. I think if it's a one-time. Now, if you got 3 straight nights of it, I would have to rule against.
I wouldn't do 3 straight nights.
3 straight nights, but, one night, hey, you're out and about, you're living life, you're cutting loose, you're having fun, you're being free. What would Bobby say about it?
He'd have to
Bobby
agree,
wouldn't
right?
even. Well, first of all, he would be on the computer. And second of all, he probably wouldn't even let his wife out of the room. I'm paying for this. You can't enjoy any drinks,
bro. I feel like I'm on vacation with Bobby. He can't put his phone down. I thought I was bad with my phone. I can promise you, when I'm going to be out for a couple days, I will not be posting. I might retweet some news stories. He's chronicling everything like he's Bob Saget over here. It's everything. Every part of the trip.
It would not surprise me.
Do you know who Bob Saget is?
Yes.
Who?
Host.
Of?
Saturday Night Live.
Good Morning San Francisco. Is that what it was? If you had said good Wake Up San Francisco or whatever it was, we would have given you credit on that one.
I never watched it, so you know what? Stop. Just
the host of Saturday Night Live. The singular.
One. The only one.
We're moving on.
Okay.
It's like our discussion where we were asking about cities of the country.
Yo, so that's amazing. All-time great blooper show. Like the beginning of blooper shows. Do you know what it is? It's from back in the day. And he was on a famous TV show.
Super famous.
Ryan knows it. I heard him say yes.
America's
Got Talent.
No.
Yeah. America's Funniest Home Videos, and then Full House.
Okay.
That was what I was saying.
Danny Tanner.
Yeah, I've seen Full House. But
Oh man, the host of Saturday Night Live. That was better than Geppetto.
Yeah, it was.
That was better than Geppetto yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
So there it is. The G-Bag Nation putting RJ Choppy and Sarah on trial for the matching shirts. We rule that it is passable.
Thank you.
877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. We have Rangers tickets to hook you up with for turning it on, leaving on, being a total. That's during the commercial-free 720 Expressway. We have Craig Ludwig at 8 o'clock. We're going to tell you how to hang out with Bobby Belt and Corey Majors on Friday to get your weekend started. Let's celebrate the Stars, recap what happened last night in the association as well. Hump Day headlines.
Hey.
Next on The Fan.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
First opportunity. Hintz to Ben. Toe drag. Wrist shot. Score! Jamie Benn snaps one home on the fly on the power play. Dallas has the early lead.
And that is how it started last night on ESPN. They just stay up for the Stars, beating down. Man, it felt like a lot of Stars fans were not panicked, even being down 2-1, or as Peyton would say, 1-2. And last night you saw why. And now it feels like you have control of the series, even though you're tied at 2. The Stars explode in the second period and beat down Seattle 6-3. This is Sean and RJ with your Hump Day headlines on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I was worried with early missed opportunities from Robo, from Sagan, but Jamie Benn finally scored. He was involved in a controversial Max Domi score with goalie interference. They allowed it to stand, and Joe Pavelski scoring his 6th goal of the series. And Spittle sent this. New Spits and Suds, by the way, is up at 105throughthefan.com.
It's cool.
Dude, I did not realize he was in this company.
Yeah, he has now scored his 70th postseason goal, which puts him 3rd on the active NHL player postseason goals list behind. You may have heard of these guys. Let me see. One guy has got 71 goals. His name is that Sidney Crosby, okay? And the other guy with 72. He has to be from Russia. It's Alex Ovechkin.
Wow.
I'm not sure if you've heard of these guys. They're big names.
Okay, so talk to me like I'm stupid, which is the case. Is that just, like, has Pavelski been close to that conversation with those guys, or is he criminally underrated?
Well, he is a
3rd most goal. Ovechkin,
he's a gamer, man.
Crosby, and Pavelski?
He's a gamer. And he, on a power play, he'll kind of get in front of the net. He'll get a lot of redirects. I mean, he's a gamer though. Like he's one of those guys. It's just like,
is Joe Pavelski like a no doubt Hall of Famer?
Oh man, you're asking the wrong guy on that one. Like I don't know. Like
Spittle, text me.
The NHL Hall of Fame, and I assume so, but I don't know what the NHL Hall of Fame is like. Is it like the Basketball Hall of Fame?
Well, let's just say it's like.
It's hard for me to say because the prime of his career was I wasn't paying attention.
San Jose.
He was San Jose, right? I wasn't paying attention to him every single night. They were good though. Like San Jose always had good teams, right? San Jose had a stretch where they were winning and they were getting knocked out early on the playoffs, but they had a stretch where they were always having quality teams. But that's great. That's great company to be in. And when you're sitting there, and let's just say he gets. Because neither one of those two guys are in the postseason. Let's say he gets 2 more goals or 3 more goals this playoff run, which if the Stars make a run, they win the series, they go to the next one. I mean, that's totally possible.
He might get 3 more in the series.
Yeah, he might. So let's just say he does that.
Might get 3 more tomorrow night.
He's done that before, right? To be the active postseason goals leader, let's say when you retire, you're the active postseason goals leader. I mean, that's hard to keep you out.
And I don't know if these are dumb questions y'all ask. I just haven't heard Joe Pavelski's name consistently associated with those other two, but that is a big-time stat, and last night was a big-time win.
It was a great win for the Stars. They matched the energy of Seattle early on, and the big thing that everybody was looking at was, how is Ottinger going to respond from, getting yanked after 2 periods the game before, and, they talked about first 10 minutes. And he was fine. And the Stars' defense picked things up, too. I mean, they didn't allow a ton of clean looks, and when they did, he was able to save them.
Pete DeBoer was happy to see everybody involved.
Yeah, really proud of our group. It was a grind out there. You lose Marchment, a couple shifts in, so the bench is short. And then there was, some offsetting penalties. Jamie Benn left for a little bit with a poke to the eye. So, again, our bench is short. Miro comes off the injury table with that bad cut, puts a full mask on, and plays 31 minutes and does what he does. I'm just really proud of some of the efforts and some of the compete of our group. I thought everybody dug in tonight and did a good job.
Pavelski has played in 173 career postseason games, so that would lead to many goals.
Okay, can you
still? I mean, that's a goal every two and a quarter games, 2.5 games.
Can you get the postseason games for Ovechkin and Crosby when you get a chance? By the way, Game 5 is tomorrow night right here at the AAC. PayPay is already checked on tickets. He's looking at about $170 right now in the upper deck in the nosebleeds. 8:30 puck drop. Dallas is minus 195, RJ, to win this game. What does that mean?
Basically a 2-1 favorite to win the game. They've got a great chance there to win. So they have really, I don't want to say taken control back of the series, but they kind of have. Vegas is at least telling you that.
All right, other career games for the other two?
Ovechkin is at a 147, so Pavelski has more. Sydney, I think, is around the same as Ovechkin. Let me check.
Now hang on. You told me in my headset I got it.
Oh, well, I thought you said Ovechkin.
Both of them.
Okay, well, I'll get Crosby.
He comes back
I
to
got
me
one
and then
screen on my phone.
All right, I gotta go.
I mean,
I gotta go back.
I got Ovechkin. Who cares about Crosby?
Well, we're also talking about, like, Ovechkin's one of the great players ever. And so is Sydney.
26 more games for Pavelski played.
Yeah, I mean, those two guys are generational talents. Where when Washington and Pittsburgh got the pick to draft them, they were like, yeah, we're good here, man. We know we got our guy. Same thing with Edmonton and Connor McDavid. Same thing that Chicago's looking at with Connor Bedard, is going to go out there and basically be on their first line, in October.
180 for Crosby.
180.
So that's more.
Yeah,
that's more than Pavelski.
Wow, 7 games more.
Yep,
that's impressive. Stars win. That's impressive as well. Headlines on a hump day here on DFW Sports Station. I mean, you can talk about the Rangers however much you want to. It was 5-0. They've scored 2 runs in 2 games. Jared Sandler told us this would be a true test. This would be a next level test against this Mariners pitching.
Yeah, and what have the Mariners done? I mean, they struck some guys out. I mean, they had 11 strikeouts last night. That's as a team, and that's. In today's game, that's not crazy high, but a team that is had a really good offensive season. You face good pitching, and they're going to hold you down. Sometimes they are, and they did game 1, even though the Rangers won. Gilbert really shut them down for a large part of that game. He had 6 bad batters that he faced, and this one they got nothing.
So let's decide this series today, shall we? 2:00 pregame.
All right.
On the Fan, 2:40 with the first pitch. Are you happy enough to stay up?
Yeah,
Tonight's a night off.
I want to break.
Tonight's a night off. No Rangers, no Stars this evening.
We hope it rains so we get the practices canceled. Otherwise, I'm not home till 9:00.
We'll get some NBA action as you got in the West last night to break some 2-2 ties.
There's the horn in Denver. The Nuggets end up blowing up the Phoenix Suns tonight by a final of 118 to 102. And for the second time in this series, the Nuggets have the lead. This time 3-2.
And every home team has won. Nuggets radio with the call. Now Phoenix has to win back home.
Yeah.
For entertainment star purposes, just for entertainment, I want Phoenix to win. But I'm not like...
Yeah,
I don't love the Suns at all. We obviously have the Mavs history. I just don't want to be bored by Denver.
I get that.
I know that Lakers, Suns, or Warriors Suns got a lot more star power and appeal.
Oh, sure, absolutely. The thing is, do you want? It's just different, right? It's just a change of pace. Denver's
because Jokic is a treat. I mean, he is a treat.
Yeah, he is. It's something different in the finals. That we haven't. Have we seen Denver? I don't think we've ever seen Denver in the finals.
No,
even ever.
Not in our lifetime.
Not in our lifetime, at least. So I mean, that'd be cool. And we've seen Philadelphia in the finals.
But you got to say that you'll watch if we keep talking about seeing something different. Are you really going to watch the Denver Nuggets in the NBA Finals? It doesn't sound that fun.
I mean. See, to me, the finals in whatever sport, they generally get watched. Now, there are times where you watch them more because you have a legendary team in there, which means they have a bigger fan base. But I think most people would watch, the finals, or at least, as the series progresses, game 5, 6, and 7. You may not be tuned in, locked into game 1. But, we've seen Philadelphia in the finals, but we also really didn't. We knew they were never going to beat the Lakers. That was a charity case to get in because they just happened to be in the Eastern Conference. This could be, I'm hoping for Philadelphia, Denver. I mean, that could be I think a very competitive series.
Meanwhile, I'm stunned. I cannot believe that Philadelphia played like that last night and beat the Celtics. The Celtics are on the brink of elimination. It was this was not misleading. They were down double digits throughout the entire game. They were down 16 heading into the fourth. Joel Embiid showed up. 115-103, filthy, up 3-2. And you said you wanted to see how much of a madhouse that place would be for game 6.
Yeah, place could be nuts, man, because they know if they win, they've got home ice the rest of the way, even into the NBA Finals if they win this series.
Philly against Miami.
Very possible. And while Miami was the 8th seed, they didn't they're one of those teams that seemed like they didn't really try in the regular season the way they're playing now.
Tonight, Heat Knicks. Miami can close it out at the Garden, and Lakers Warriors at 9 o'clock at Golden State. We have someone on ESPN saying they shouldn't even play LeBron or Anthony Davis in this game. They shouldn't even take them. They shouldn't even play them. We'll get to that in a little bit. There's a report from Jeremy Fowler, ESPN, that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are interested in Ezekiel Elliott. The Cowboys' return is still a possible option. And let's tell you what's not an option. You got to hang out Friday with Bobby Bell and Corey Majors at Jake's Game Day in McKinney. Oh. They brought food up here. They specialize it. They made me some small hand sliders. Screw you guys. But the food was incredible with the spread. Jake's Game Day in McKinney from 5 to 8 this Friday. Here's also what Jake's is doing. They're going to donate 20% of all dinner sales to the Allen Calls. So 4150 El Dorado Parkway. Go in, chill with the fellas, spend a little bit of money, and it's going right to the Allen Calls after the tragedy that happened at the outlet. So that is what's taking place. You can go hang. Corey Majors cuts loose and Bobby cuts loose. I mean, those are two good guys to go out and chill with. My last outing with Corey at Terry Black's, the wife was not thrilled.
Oh, no?
No. I needed assistance getting out of there. Tolbert Garage, my boy from Tolbert Garage, who attends all these damn events and parties it up big time. I got in trouble with him and the crew. Wife was outside. I was inside with the fellas, and it got messy, and Corey was a part of that. And, of course, we know what Roberto does. And he can be fresh off vacation.
You messy.
Yeah, well, I mean, Bobby, he just does it. It's not even like most of us will get, drunk on accident.
Yeah.
He does it
on purpose.
He does it on purpose.
It's drunk on
It's very
purpose.
odd.
All right, there it is. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Sean Shreve, Art J. Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. Let's hook you up with Rangers tickets. It's going to happen here during the Expressway, commercial free. After this, and we're going to chop it up. RJ says, naps are bad. Working in the office will make you an alcoholic. Be careful of staying in hotels. And for God's sake, do not try to take that kid's cell phone unless you want pepper spray to the face. Chopping it up and a Rangers ticket giveaway next.
But let's get you over to
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
A Rex Ryan situation, a children's book murderer, or pepper spray?
Ooh. Let's start off with Rex Ryan.
All right. So, you've stayed in a hotel before.
I have, with you.
Yes.
While you slept naked.
That's correct. So, when you stay in a hotel, do you lock the deadbolt?
Yes.
Or the flat thing?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you?
Well, there's actually a story here about this, but when we were in Mexico, they didn't have one of those latches. They just had a deadbolt. And somebody knocked, and I said, "We're good." We were busy. And,
we were good.
We were good. Next thing you know, the guy opens the door. He just looks right at it, and I'm like, "No, we're good, man."
Saw you?
Saw us, yeah.
But like,
I mean, I don't know
didn't
what
he
he saw.
have to take some steps into the room?
No,
to see
he had
you?
just like,
or were you guys like,
he had just
in another area of the room?
No, he had just opened the door and he kind of like started to walk in, and we were like, no, man, we're good here. But so they say if you lock the deadbolt, it deactivates the hotel's card. Like they won't even
lock the deadbolt.
So the deadbolt on the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you lock that,
But not the latch.
No, the latch, it can still open it up, but like it would just catch it. Well, this hotel manager has been accused of entering a guest's room. David Neal, Metro Nashville Police Department charged David Neal, 52, with aggravated burglary and assault after cloning a key card and letting him into the room of Peter Brennan. Now, this was at the Hilton downtown Nashville. Not a Motel 6.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a Hilton. All right. What did David Neal do to Peter Brennan when he broke into his room in the middle of the night? Well, I'll tell you what he did, Sean. He sucked on his toes. Peter Brennan woke up and realized that this hotel manager had his feet in his mouth.
What?
I don't even know what I possibly would say to this.
You kick him in the face.
I would kick him in the face. I would, first of all,
that's the first thing you do.
I'd be stunned. Like, what is going on here?
Yeah. So, couple questions.
You got to chop the toes off after that, though.
Is the
you got to at least clip your nails.
You got to chop your feet off?
Yeah, if someone's sucking on the toes unwanted, you got to chop them off.
Yeah, how does that scar you for life? Every time you put your shoes on, you think of that.
Mm-hmm.
You think these toes have been inside another man's mouth.
Yeah.
So the guy that broke in, he was a manager or just a...
He was a hotel man. He was the night manager.
All right, so I guess that the guy who got sucked his toes, he must have been walking around in like sandals or flip-flops.
And the guy saw him?
He had to have. Unless the man was just so attractive and they're like, I bet he's got beautiful feet. Like your toes had to have been exposed, right? I don't know what time of month this was. If this was recent, I guess it could be warm weather in Nashville. I don't know whether they have a pool there, whether he was going out back. But this hotel manager was scouting. He was scouting toes.
It's disgustingly.
It is disgustingly Mike McCarthy. And he's like, I need that. I need those.
Yeah.
And that also makes me question whether I should continue to kick. This is a lesson. And this is a question I'll respond back to you with. Do you kick out the bottom of the hotel bed sheet? I always do. It's tucked in so tight.
It is tucked in very tight.
If you keep it tucked in, this could have been prevented.
Could have been prevented.
If you kick it out, because to me, as Jimmy Johnson said, the feet control the body. And the body the feet controls the heat temperature. That's what it is for me. So I always have to kick the sheets off, have my feet a little bit exposed, because if my feet are cool, I'll be cool.
Mm-hmm.
If my feet are sweating and hot, I'm not going to be able to sleep.
Yeah. It doesn't start that way for me. Eventually, at the end of the night, it might get like that.
I mean, it takes some effort to kick the sheets.
Oh, yeah, it does. There's
in
no
the
doubt.
hotels.
Now, Brennan says it has left him with PTSD and trouble sleeping. He doesn't feel safe in his own home. He is suing the hotel, Hilton.
Oh, yeah.
In a very Michael Irvin-esque story, Hilton responded, Hilton Nashville downtown is independently owned.
Not us.
And operated by a third party.
Not ours.
And no Hilton entity employs staff of this property. So
these weasels.
There you go.
Man.
There you said the Marriott. Well, we're just leasing that property.
Can't sue that fast food chain. They're a franchise.
They're a franchise.
They're just a franchise of ours.
Yep. So there you go.
Well, latch the door. That's number one.
That's number one. Latch the door.
And don't be showing your feet off. We always get on women. You don't want, those comments. Don't be wearing that shirt. Don't be showing them toes off in the lobby. Don't let the hotel manager see you walking around in your flip-flops going to the pool to catch some rays.
Now, it's like, how also, did this hotel manager, who said, by the way, he did enter he admitted to entering the room. He said he smelled smoke.
Oh.
He said he smelled smoke.
Okay.
All right. Which probably is something that Hilton PR told him to say.
Sure. Or that was his way out. I just don't understand feet, the attraction. I don't get it. I don't understand it.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate a good set of painted toenails, but I don't understand, oh, man, look at her feet.
I don't understand the foot fetish thing. I really don't. But that's me.
Yeah. Everyone's got their own.
To each your own.
Everyone's got their own. Okay. Let's move. This was in Nashville. Let's stay in Tennessee. This is right outside of Nashville, Antioch. Antioch High School captured video of this. Okay, it's backstory.
Yeah.
This girl had her phone confiscated by a teacher. Okay. The reason that he confiscated it is because she was texting and Googling answers for her schoolwork while in class.
Cheating.
So he takes the phone. The student then decides that she is going to get her phone back. So she pepper sprays the teacher in the middle of the hallway.
Take that.
Nice.
Pepper sprays the teacher in the middle of the hallway. And this is wild because this is also the second time this teacher has gotten into it with a student over this. He had previously taken a phone from another student who was using the phone to cheat on a test. And that student got up and punched him in the face.
Same teacher.
So this teacher obviously is a no-nonsense, no cell phone in the classroom kind of guy. Now, students in the classroom, they say were laughing and joking before following this other student in the hallway who said, I'm going to mace this guy.
You're lucky your kid didn't do this to you. You took his phone. Didn't pepper spray your ass.
He did not pepper. Well, he ain't getting pepper spray. He did not pepper spray me. His mom took his phone like a week later, 2 weeks later. He did not pepper spray her.
Has he been acting better behavior after you put the hole in the wall?
He has. He put a hole in the wall at her place. And then, so he's been acting a little bit better. He had his phone taken for, longer at that point, I think. But he's been acting a little bit
So
better.
What are the rules on kids having cell phones in school?
They can have them. Like, my kid has a cell phone in school, but he doesn't text her in class.
You can't get it out of your pocket. It can't be on your desk.
I don't think it's on the desk. Now, every school may have different rules.
Okay.
But my kid's school, it's in their bag, and then they can maybe use it in the hallway or during study hall.
You see some of these punk kids, and there's bad teachers as well. You see some of these punk kids get up in a teacher's face and intimidate them. And you got this old individual sitting there trying to keep discipline in the room. Man, sometimes I'm like, give the teachers back the paddles, but then you're gonna have more incidents.
Oh yeah,
give them a paddle and beat the hell out of these little
more incidents.
punks.
Yeah, way more incidents. I mean, come on, like what? This is terrible.
You take away a kid's phone or video game controller, and you're gonna get war.
Gen Z gonna get you.
It's about to be a war. Yeah. All right, we continue and chopping it up.
All right, this is a disturbing story. Very disturbing. So, backstory here. Mom of three, Corey Darden Richens of Summit County in Utah, was arrested for allegedly poisoning her husband, Eric, at the home back in March of last year. Okay? So, her husband dies in March. She finds him at 3 a.m. at the end of the bed, unconscious. Calls 911, yada, 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 unable to resuscitate him. They got to the home around 3:20 in the morning. on the night of his death. Life-saving measures were attempted. He was declared deceased. She told police she made her husband a mixed vodka drink, Moscow Mule. Not sure if she used the copper cup or not.
Got to get the copper cup.
Served it to him in bed to celebrate his sale of a home for her business. She told investigators she fell asleep with one of their kids who was having a nightmare. She said she woke up around 3 a.m., came back, saw that he was cold to the touch, and called 911. She told them she left her cell phone in the couple's bedroom, but phone records show that the device had been used multiple times in the child's bedroom. In addition, tolls on the defendant's phone show messages were sent and received during that time, but were deleted. The autopsy found that Eric died of an oral overdose of fentanyl with a level in his system 5 times the lethal dosage.
Whoa.
So they obtained a search warrant for her phone and computers and found multiple communications between her and an unnamed acquaintance who was selling her prescription pain medication that she was using to poison her husband. The couple had issues long before his death. One of his 2 sisters told investigators that he had called her from vacation in Greece with his wife years earlier, claiming she'd made him a drink that made him violently ill, that he had suspected that she was trying to kill him at the time. And there it is. The sick thing is, after his death...
Oh, that's not the sick thing?
This is sick. The other sick thing is, she wrote a children's book, Are You With Me? It's how to grieve and cope with the death of a parent for her 3 kids.
Oh, man. Wow. That is sick. What a great cover-up. I wrote a children's book. What are you talking about? I wrote about the loss of someone that I'm obviously saying was my husband.
Yeah.
You can't convict me.
Now, you want the feel-good news here?
Yeah.
He had a joint life insurance policy with his wife. I'm sorry, he had a life insurance policy that had his wife as the beneficiary. He secretly changed it to give it all to his sister.
Oh.
Because he suspected that she was trying to kill him.
Whoa.
So
good.
This girl.
So hopefully the sister still hooks up the kids.
Yeah, that's what it was for. It was designed to go all to the kids.
You know, if I suspect that my wife is trying to do me in, I don't know if I'm staying in the same house with her anymore. If I feel it necessary to change the life insurance policy, I'm probably getting out of the house and not just drinking whatever copper cups she hands me over.
The person that she had apparently gotten and obtained the fentanyl.
And what does fentanyl taste like? If I'm drinking 5 times the amount of fentanyl, am I not noticing, like, what is she just giving me cheap vodka? I'm just thinking that she's a bad bartender.
Very good question.
Too much lime. Ginger beer expired.
So the person who allegedly gave her the fentanyl said that she said she wanted something stronger and, quote, asked for the Michael Jackson stuff.
Oh, Shimoni.
There you go. Week later, he died. She got 30 fentanyl pills from a dealer in Ogden, Utah, for $900. That's sick woman.
And what's the name of the book?
Are You With Me?
Okay.
I'm sure you can find it on Amazon still.
Let's see if it's out for sale.
Okay. Morgan Wallen or sleep?
Sleep.
Do not take lengthy naps, Peyton. I know you're a nap guy. A study published in the Obesity Research Journal found that longer naps were associated with an array of negative impacts on health. All right. And this is especially difficult because they studied the sleep patterns of 3,000 adults in Spain, where siestas, afternoon naps after lunch, are part of the culture. Of the thousands of adults participated, 35% took them often. 16% of them usually snooze for at least 30 minutes or more. And they compared that to those who did not doze off during the day. Long nap takers were thought and found to have a higher body mass index, a higher waist size, higher blood pressure, overall prevalence of metabolic syndromes, which are all linked to obesity, diabetes, and heart disease. They also are associated with later bed and later meal times, with increased intake at lunch and cigarette smoking, which may lead to higher health risks. Do not take long naps.
Well, you have a choice. You can deal with all those things that you just listed as warnings, or you can be a moody mofo. You can be just getting ready to snap. Like last night, before these games started, I just had enough. I got lawn issues. I got house issues.
Oh, no, what's your lawn issues?
I got like 12 broken sprinkler heads, apparently. And then I turn on the sprinkler system, and the pipe in the back is like busted. It's like flooding down. I had a $200 water bill from the biggest crooks in the city, the Dallas Water Utility Company. The biggest crooks. They don't respond. They're masters at just hiding in their little holes and screwing you. Even I could leave my house for a month, I'd get the same amount of water bill from these thieves. So I just told her, I said, I'm just warning you. I got 15 things on my plate. I'm fed up. I'm tired. And staying up till almost midnight does not help.
Yeah, I don't know.
So if you need to get the nap in, kind of reset, lower the temper controls. You got being irritable, needing the nap versus all the other things.
Yeah, it's
pick your poison. Now you stop napping.
Yeah, I don't nap. Now I wasn't feeling well the last 2 days, so I did get like a 30-minute nap, but I haven't really napped in a couple years. And I'm off coffee. I haven't had coffee in a while.
And what's your nap schedule?
3 hours. I usually get a good 3 hour nap in.
Yeah, and
I also sleep, for 4.5 to 5 hours.
Yeah, you're waking up at 3 a.m. every day.
Right.
Earlier than us.
So it's a little different. If you're getting...
Ask Ryan back there how
Ryan, you take the naps?
How long? No naps? This kid
Powers
goes to
through it.
class after this.
Oh, that's right.
Goes to freaking class.
Goes
So
to school.
there it is, another study. More stupidity. Just everything is bad. Coffee will kill you. Eggs are good. Eggs are bad. Coffee this, coffee that. Naps good. Sleep bad. It changes every week.
All right, well, how about this study? Working in the office.
Oh, yeah.
You hear that? You hear that? You hear that, Odyssey bosses? Working in the office is bad for your health.
Do you think that Spittle has any type of new outlook on our schedule since he's coming up here? He's running on no sleep throughout the Stars playoff run.
Yeah.
They play the game. It ends at 11:30. He comes up here to record his podcast. I wonder what time does he crash during the day? Now, he's sleeping until, I don't know when.
6?
Yesterday, in the meeting, he's like, guys, I just want you to know, when I come in here at 10, I am up at 7 working from home. I'm just doing it from home.
Yeah.
Walking the dog.
I'm walking the dog. They go on our 90-minute walk. So I'm like, I wonder if because Slater has a great appreciation for the morning schedule and all the other Tolos that wake up this early, because she's like, I can't do this. I could never do this schedule and lifestyle for the long term. I wonder if Spittle has a different outlook.
I wonder if he does. I wonder. But they're saying...
Make the show 6 to 10?
Yes. Working from the office can be atrocious for your health. A lengthy commute to work is associated with being less physically active, being overweight, having sleep problems. You may be more likely to drink in excess. They found that a commute of more than 2 miles to work increased the likelihood of being physically inactive, overweight, having poor sleep. People who work more than 40 hours and commute more than 5 hours each week were more likely to be physically inactive, experience sleep problems compared with those who commute 1 to 5 hours a week. Now, they also found, if you also have a high an office in a high socioeconomic status area, made it more likely for you to drink. So having an office in a well-to-do area, they say, leads to more drinking problems than not.
Yeah, because you're going to go to happy hour.
You go to happy hours after works.
Yeah.
People who...
I would think you eat... I don't know. You eat better working in the office or working from home? Working in the office... Well, it depends, I think, if you pack a lunch. You pack a lunch, right? You're like, I have to eat this. If you go out to lunch, that's going to be worse for you. But if you're at home, you can control what you eat. Right. You can also eat whatever you basically want out of your fridge whenever you want.
Right. So then it's just don't keep bad stuff in your fridge if you want to. You can eat whatever you want. You can eat. You can cook.
I think I'd rather pack a lunch. Like Bassick used to just bring 2 humongous bags of skinny popcorn, and then you're up here and you're trapped from 10 to 2. for your lunch and you can't eat anything bad, or G-bag 2 to 7 and you are stuck basically with what you brought and you're like, I have to eat this, versus kind of rolling into whatever you want in the fridge or the cabinets or the pantry.
Yeah,
grazing.
We don't really have much food in the pantry. All the stuff we have is in the fridge or frozen or whatever. We don't really have much bad food, so it wouldn't, for me, it'd be easier.
Yeah, you'd just be drinking at 11:30 in the morning.
That's not. I mean, yeah, we could, theoretically, if we wanted to.
Yeah.
So that's.
Spittle said went to bed at 1:45, up at 6:30. So there's his flex.
God,
there's his wake up flex.
So there you go. If you want to stay away from drinking or away from bad food, work from home.
So don't nap. Don't stay in the hotel, or don't wear flip flops in the hotel.
Yeah.
Don't work in the office. Don't try to take your kids pepper spray. And apparently, don't buy Morgan Wallen tickets. We'll finish up with this before we hook you up with Rangers tickets.
The great Morgan Wallen has postponed 6 weeks of his tour after receiving bad news from doctors that he needs to take an extended vocal rest. The 29-year-old broke news on social media, so he can't talk. He can't. They say don't even talk. Don't even talk. My buddy's supposed to go to his show in Arkansas in a couple of weeks. Not going. Not going to take a risk.
Is he selling this? Is he overselling this to justify canceling on all those people at the last second who showed up for his concert?
I mean, maybe he is, but
then he's losing money.
I assume he will reschedule these for the end of the tour. But who knows how that's going to work in terms of timing and such. But 6 weeks of bed rest or vocal rest.
Vocal rest.
Well,
I would get a doctor's note for us.
I know.
Wouldn't that be fantastic?
Wow. Paid 6 weeks off?
Paid voice leave.
Voice leave. Get some long-term health insurance?
Yes. All right, there it is, chopping it up every single hump day at this time. Also, every single day during this time, the Expressway commercial free. We try to hook you up and say thank you for listening.
All right, Tolos, call number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Colorado Rockies on Friday, May 19th. And you'll want to get there early, Tolos, because the first 15,000 fans in the gate will also receive a Corey Seager City Connect bobblehead presented by Globe Life. Get tickets now at rangers.com/tickets or by being the 10th caller right now at 877-881-1053.
All right, it brought me great joy. Craig Ludwig, by the way, joining us to celebrate the Stars at 8 o'clock this morning for the hockey heads. But it brought me great joy that Mike Greenberg was getting destroyed yesterday. I've never liked him. I blame him. You know, in the divorce, you always blame. It was really his fault. It was really her fault. She was always a pain in the you-know-what. I always blame Mike Greenberg for the breakup of Mike and Mike with Mike Golick, who, of course, is likable, and we have his son on all the time. And yesterday, Mike Greenberg was getting killed for two things. The first was his advice. He was kind of playing, but also being kind of serious for what the Lakers should do tonight for their possible closeout game at Golden State.
I'm going to say something and duck. I don't think I even bring LeBron and AD with me to San Francisco for Game 5, to be completely honest with you.
No, you didn't.
You got one shot to win this series in your own building. You got these guys exhausted.
That team,
yeah.
You would risk something
like that?
No.
I'm obviously being somewhat facetious, but my point
Hopefully mostly facetious.
Is your best they play every other day. There's no extra time in here. Is your best chance of winning this series in Game 5 or in Game 6?
You couldn't even consider doing something like that against that particular team.
If I fall behind in the second quarter of that game, I'm saying, hey, LeBron and AD, get some ice on those knees and come back and fight for this thing on whatever night that would be, Friday night. We're going to win this thing at home.
Mike Greenberg, don't even take him. Don't even play him. If you're down early, just sit him down. Second quarter, no LeBron, no Anthony Davis. Save him for Game 6.
That might be top 5 losers mentality statement I've ever heard in my life. That is ridiculous. I can't believe.
This a bigger loser move or the Mavericks at the end of the season? Not playing the Lakers doing this would be a bigger loser move?
The Lakers would be a bigger loser move. I mean, the Mavericks can at least justify it by saying, well, we're going for the pick.
Right.
The Lakers aren't going for a pick now.
Yeah.
Like, this is like, you smell blood, man.
Now, look, Greenberg is right in the sense that I talked about it earlier. My biggest problem in sports right now is playoff effort, playoff energy. Like, we're just supposed to accept. Let's just accept you're going to be on one night and off the very next game. The spread is 7. Yes, I think the Lakers are probably going to lose tonight, but you have to play the guys when you have 3 chances to win a series versus automatically making it 2 chances. He's just trying to say, if you rested them extra for Game 6, you make your chance at home Game 6 even better, even more.
Look.
This is where we are, though, today in society.
Yeah, it's very, very soft. This is, as great world-renowned philosopher Dominic Toretto once said, Sean. The problem with putting your foot on the tiger's throat is you can never take it off. Okay? So what you have is the Lakers have their foot on the tiger's throat.
Yep.
You can't take the foot off. You can't. You know what happens when you take the foot off the tiger's throat?
You bit.
You get bit. You get
Or you
clawed.
get-
You get scratched. You get dead. You get got.
You sleep in a hotel room.
Sleep in a hotel room.
Get your foot in the mouth. Yeah. So that's Mike Greenberg getting destroyed for that. He also seemed to kind of agree with Jalen Rose's weekend theory that the New York Knicks were losing to the Miami Heat in Miami because of the weather at South Beach, because of the humidity outside for the games being played inside. And then Greenberg seemed to reference and sign off on that in agreement yesterday.
Particularly from Jalen, was how hard it is to go down to Miami and play this time of year. And I know people will immediately associate that with the nightlife and all that. But according to Jalen, there's more than that. There's also just the reality of the temperature change, the heat, the geography, being down there for 3 days. It sort of saps a little bit of your energy and your strength. We talk about that primarily in football. I know this is an indoor sport, but I mean, the Knicks, whatever it is, Jimmy Butler is just has just destroyed them.
So there he is. I haven't heard anyone that's an NBA analyst make fun of Jalen Rose for this yet. I haven't. Maybe they have. I haven't seen an article or seen comments mocking Jalen's weather theory that it's affecting inside the arena.
Like the AC is supposed to take the humidity out. That's just what air conditioning units are supposed to do. They take the humidity out, all the water vapor.
All right, some of the schedule release that's going to really take place tomorrow night is leaking. Adam Schefter with the international schedule. Wait, this says NFL's 2024. Is that? Are we calling it the 2024? Shouldn't it be 2023? Is he talking about? Is he just talking about the games for next year?
It says
2020.
They already have that out.
2024 international schedule. I don't care about what's happening in 2024 if the Cowboys are not on it. That's what this says. So it's got the games in London and in Germany.
Yeah, I know the Chiefs. Peter King had said the Chiefs were supposed to play a game this year in Germany. I don't know if Schefter just fat-fingered something.
Look that up for me, Peyton. And then Andrew Siciliano, the Philadelphia Eagles have the most difficult schedule as of right now. The hardest in the league. The Atlanta Falcons have the easiest schedule for this upcoming NFL season. So I'll give you the teams that have the hardest path. Philly, hardest schedule. As of now, of course, part of the beauty of the NFL, everything changes because we don't know what's coming. Miami has the second toughest schedule. The Giants have the third toughest. The Patriots have the fourth. And the Dallas Cowboys are right there as well. Actually, the Giants, Patriots, and Cowboys are all tied for the third most difficult schedule in the league.
Yeah, and that stinks because didn't last year the Cowboys have one of the easiest schedules in the league? And now they got one of the more difficult ones. I know they've got a Buffalo game on the road this year. I would love for that to take place in September.
What did you find, Peyton?
So this is from our buddy Dov. I know some stuff maybe isn't true for him, but he put it out. I think Schefter just had a typo. He has the same schedule as the 2023 schedule.
Okay, so here are the games for this year, 2023 International. Falcons at Jacksonville in London, Week 4. Week 5, Jacksonville against Buffalo at Tottenham. Week 6, Ravens versus the Titans at Tottenham. Week 9, Dolphins, Chiefs in Frankfurt. Week 10, Colts, Patriots in Frankfurt as well. So that is the ever-expanding international schedule.
Yep.
And then the Cowboys, apparently, going to have it tough as well.
Yeah, they are. And like I said, they're going to play Buffalo on the road and Miami on the road. Perfect situation would be Buffalo in September and Miami in December. Not the other way around. Like, you don't want Miami week 1. 9,000 degrees down there.
And Rex Ryan did point out on the sidelines in Miami, that is a home field disadvantage for you.
Oh, yeah, they'll probably put you in the sun.
Yeah.
And then you don't want Buffalo in December.
So
on the road.
Home teams, what makes the Cowboys have this tough schedule? And we'll get the exact order tomorrow night. Full breakdown Friday with Bobby's return. Well, now the Lions are supposedly serious. We have them at home.
Real quick.
And the Jets all of a sudden have changed on your schedule.
Yeah, they have. So real quick, the Lions had a drastic home road points per game split. I think it was almost double the points per game last year at home versus on the road. It was like 31 at home and like 17 on the road. And if I'm not, they scored like 6 points here when they played the Cowboys last year.
So obviously the Eagles, NFC champs, Giants playoff team, Lions, everyone's sexy pick except for me. Rams, Patriots, Jets, new Super Bowl contender, except for Bobby Belt's opinion, and Seattle playoff team.
Yeah.
Seattle made it, right?
Yeah.
Seattle made it. So there's some playoff teams, and then your away teams, Arizona, Buffalo, Carolina, Chargers, hello, Kellen Moore, Miami, and San Francisco.
Woo. Yeah, I mean, that's not the easiest schedule, man. That's not the easiest schedule at all. We've seen easier ones last year, for that matter. But, yeah, the Jets throw a wrench into it. They really do, because now
Because we're crossing up with the AFC East now. We thought we were getting rid of Aaron Rodgers, but we're not.
No, yeah, so now you have the AFC East. You've got 4 teams. I mean, you can make a case that all 4 AFC East teams make the postseason. It'd be tough with New England, but you can make a case for it. You can at least get the case for 3 of them. And then one of them is arguably, still a top 3 team in the league in Buffalo. Top 4 maybe. And then the other one is everybody's going to be everybody's chic pick to win the Super Bowl in the Jets.
877-881-1053 to hit us up and win those Texas Rangers tickets that we give away every day at this time during the Expressway, commercial free from 7:20 till 8 o'clock. And next, we celebrate the Stars' dominance with one of the best personalities around, Craig Ludwig. Whale alert. There it is on the fan cam. Good job, Rai. Craig Ludwig joins us on Sean and RJ next.
But let's get you over to Q.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
A minute to go in the second. Alexiak, stick lift by Hintz. Off to Ben, wrist shot, save. The rebound, score! Rope Hintz. His stick lift created the turnover, and his hustle goal gets the 4-goal lead back for Dallas.
And that was night after Rope kind of caused a little fracas, little brawl in back of the Seattle goal. They took it as a cheap shot. Rope Hintz then gives that comfortable lead back, and the Dallas Stars go on to dominate the Kraken 6-3 last night. That was the call on ESPN. This is Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And we are worried about the early wake-up for Craig Ludwig, who is supposed to be joining us here soon.
I think he's about to be on. I think he's on.
How'd you fix it?
Just have him call back.
Home phone?
No. I don't know if there's a home phone or not. Home phone or not.
Okay.
Just send him a text. He said he was trying to answer. I guess Peyton doesn't know how to dial.
Yeah.
We'll blame Peyton.
Yeah, we'll blame Peyton, our producer. Craig, good morning. We were worried about this wake-up call being too early. We can't bother Babe Laufenberg this early, so we thank you for joining us.
Oh, no worries. I've been up since 5 a.m. I got my phone on some damn thing that says silence when you don't know the caller, and every time I hit it, I apparently hang up the number. So it's that technology, man. I don't know what's going on.
What time did you go to sleep?
Probably about 2:30.
And you
it's a bad thing. Yeah, it's a bad habit.
What's your normal sleep schedule?
It's the same.
Wow, on non-game nights, on regular nights, 2:30 to 5:30?
Yeah, I live by that line, sleep when you're dead. So I'm getting closer to that, so I'll catch up on it soon. But I don't like I don't like missing things.
And no naps?
None. Zero.
He's on the Jerry Jones sleep schedule.
This is amazing.
Are you a REM cycle believer? Do you at least get like 3.5 hours? Do you believe in any of that?
I think I get it. I think I get that in total. I'm on the ice a lot during the day, and I got things to do, guys. You know, so
this is great.
Yeah. So and we got now the first. Once you get through the first round, it gets a little easier because you know how it is with the first round. You got so many teams playing. Now at least you're only getting 1 to 2 games a night. Now that the schedule is a little wompy. Sure would be nice in Dallas here if we could get a game that starts before 8:45 at night.
No kidding. Are you locked into all the other games in all the other series?
Oh yeah. I watch every one of them, and that's why it's nice the way that they're doing it now. Like I said, once you get past the first round, because you have space. Even the way they did the first round was good because you were able to kind of bounce around, and the game times, they don't start all at the same time, and so you get to catch up on a lot of things. Then the next morning, I just kind of watch all the replays of what's happened and who's been scoring and how they score and kind of the trends and all that kind of stuff.
Craig, that seemed just like absolute dominance last night in a game that we think they had to have. Just pretend like we slept through the entire game and not just the end of it, since they were up comfortably. And how would you describe the way the Stars performed and played last night?
Well, it's what they had to do. I mean, they're playing against a team in this round. I don't think a lot of people know a lot or knew a lot about the Seattle Kraken, but they have a way that they play the game. They come straight at you. I think in both games they've had over 40, 45 hits. Different from the Minnesota series, these guys are just relentless in the way they play. I look at a team like Seattle; they're a hard team to play against. I mean, it's almost like they have 4 third lines, and where you look at Dallas and you've got your top line, the Hintz and Pavelskis and Miro Heiskanen, they don't have a lot of the household names. And it's kind of how Hack, the coach of Seattle, it's kind of how he coaches. I mean, they come at you. It's a tough – it's going to be a tough night every night. And they just try to wear you down, and they want a long series. So last night for Dallas, I thought, again, it was that bounce back. The way that they've gone about their wins in this one, it's kind of nice because, the tough loss in Game 1. Game 2, they know that after the game, they're heading on the road. They can get on a plane. They win the game. You feel kind of good getting on the plane, right? And then you lose Game 3, But then game 4, they're coming home, and you're going to feel good about heading home and getting on the plane. And now it's a best of 3. But it was a game that I felt Dallas pretty much won in all facets last night. Seattle had 5 shots at the end of the first. I think they had 5 or 6 at the end of the second. They were up 4 or 5 to 1 at one time, and Seattle fights back, which they do. They don't go away. But their top players were their top players, and starting with the goaltender, I thought Jake was real good, and the things that he had to face early in the game. Hintz was good, Domi was good, Captain Jamie Benn was good. So they, when your backs are against the wall, they had there's another route if they lose the game, but it's not a very good route if you go down 3-1. So now it's tied up. You got 2 out of 3 at home. And like I said, I think that was their game last night. And I there's a couple of guys I look at, Harley and Hanley. They played 13 minutes and 10 minutes last night, respectively. And they were important minutes. Harley gets a goal last night, and they're getting contributions from just about everybody, except I know there's a lot going on with Jason Robertson, but I thought his game last night was a little bit better. He's getting a little bit more to the front of the net. He got, I think he got 3 shots last night, and he knows where he's at, and you're going to need him to get back on track as this thing moves along. So, hopefully these kind of games where they're, getting a little deeper in it, you can get all your best players need to be your best players. But trust me, you don't win a Stanley Cup, and typically you're going to win it because of your best players, but you don't win it without the others. And right now they've got, everybody seems to be dialed in when they need to be.
All right, so you mentioned Robertson. We're talking to Craig Ludwig here, joining us here on 105 through the Fan. You mentioned Robo. What is going on with him? Like that shot that he missed last night, missed the net altogether. Like that was, you're not going to get a cleaner look than that, right?
Right. He's had a couple of those. And I think sometimes you try to be too perfect. He scored 45, 46 goals in the regular season, and all he does is score. We know he can score goals, but you got to go through the playoff time, and it is harder, and things tighten up, and there's less time and space. And I think, and you can see there was a shot the other night in the loss, him sitting on the bench, and if I've ever seen a better picture of a deer in headlights, it was him. And he's sitting on the bench, and you can just see him staring and he's thinking. I think that's probably what's happening. Is he's thinking too much. He's a natural scorer. He needs to get a clean one that goes in. And I think I said this before, and I said it about Tyler Seguin a couple of years ago when Tyler was, scoring those goals from the Ovechkin office, right? That one-timer side, especially on the power play, they weren't going in. I think for goal scorers, they can score from all over the ice, and when it kind of goes dry, they got to get to the dirty area. They got to get to the front of the net, and I think Robo needs a dirty goal. I think he needs something where he's battling in front of the net, and it's going to hit him in the foot, it's going to hit him in the side of the leg, or it's a rebound, or it's his third whack at it. And you're going to see him. He's going to look up the ceiling, and he's going to, oh man, I got it off my back. He's still picking up points, so it's not like he's not there. But you can tell that I think that the lack of scoring goals is affecting the rest of his game, and I just think, and it's I don't know if it's true, if he's losing confidence a little bit in himself. But as soon as he gets that goal, he's going to feel the weight off his shoulders. And, and if I'm the coach, I throw him right back out there the next shift and just kind of build it up. Because if they keep moving down the road here, he's obviously going to become very important, especially when you're going to play against, some teams that got a little bit more high power and a little quicker and faster and more exciting. And so you're going to need your best players going.
Craig, what did you think of the Ben interference? Their coach afterwards says, I don't know what goalie interference is anymore. Did you think it was going to get reversed? Did you think it was going to stand? And what was the right call?
I thought it was going to be reversed. And then the more I looked at it, and if you watch Grubauer, when Jamie initially runs into him, there's no contact. Grubauer is on top, and he was out in the blue paint. He's not completely inside his crease. He's a little bit out. His skates are on the line. But when I looked at it like 3 or 4 times, I just wondered that if when the referees go back, and it took them a long time, and usually that's a good sign. When it's taken them a long time on something that you think is obvious and it's going to get called back, they're looking at something. When Jamie initially makes contact with him, Grubauer, when you watch it, he jumps up in the air. He jumps up in the air, and he kind of jumps to his right. And I'm wondering if the referees looked at it like he's embellishing it. He doesn't go down. He kind of sells that there's contact there. So, but I got to admit, I thought there's no way they're going to keep this goal. And I just wonder if that was why. He's putting on a little bit too much of an act, because I didn't think Jamie hit him that hard. And like I said, he was outside, or at least close to being outside of his crease. But, you know, at the end of the day, was it a big turning point in the game? For me, not really, because I just felt that Dallas really had that game in control.
What about with Hintz and the little dust up there? You know, when Grubauer had the puck, and Hintz, you know, hits him with the stick. Is that just you're going to get popped?
Good. Yeah, good. That's what playoffs are. You know, he. I mean, and that wasn't that egregious either. I mean, all he's trying to do is, and that's what goal scorers do. I mean, they're hard around the net. And there was a rebound. It was laying there, and he was just taking another little whack at it. And I think, if anything, for Dallas' standpoint, I don't think it's going to be much of an effect. He came back and played, but Adam Larson, the defenseman that went out, and I think they showed a shot of him going off the ice, and his visor got him. And I think what happened was when Jamie grabbed one, there was a little bit of a pile there. Larson goes at Hintz, and Jamie comes in and grabs him from behind, and I think that's where his shield kind of cut him across the top of the eye and the side, but he came back. But I mean, that's one of their top players. But hey, that's what the playoffs are about, and those are the kind of things I'm talking about. Have we seen Jason Robertson get in there and do any of that like Hintz does, or like Jamie does, or Sagan, the guy Max Domi, the guys that are banging around in the crease and in front of the net, trying to get the second or third whack? And that's why I think that with Robo, he's trying to score from the perimeter, which we know he can do that. But there was, like I said, there was a shot in game 2, I think, 2 or 1, and Robo had that same kind of chance, and he blew it over the top of the net, about the same spot. And I just think sometimes he's getting a little too perfect. He wants to put it right up in that corner, and I would like to see Robo get him on net like Hintz does, and those guys, they throw pucks to the net, and then they follow their rebound in. So that's what Hintz was doing on that. I have no problem with that. That's playoff hockey, and we're probably going to see that in the next, however long this series goes along. We're going to see more of that.
How much of Ottinger's struggles, when he has struggled in this series, are defense related, where Seattle's just getting clean looks?
Yeah, there's been a few, but in that game that they lost, the first game in Seattle, that wasn't a Jake Ottinger. I mean, there were a couple goals that went 5-hole. That was, we haven't seen him perform like that. We're so used to him being that guy that makes all those big saves. He did it again last night. Didn't have a ton of work, but he made the big saves. Yeah, there were a couple that went in early, but I think that everybody, the coaches, the players, Jake, knew that was not his game. And I think I caught some kind of a record last night. It kind of reminded me of Belfort. Eddie had an incredible record the game after a loss. And I think Ottinger now is something like 21-1-3 on games after a loss. So he's able to reset himself. And, I think the one thing that some of the biggest strengths of these goalies, especially the top ones, are how they can kind of purge what was the night before, and so obviously Jake can put that game behind him because he was good. And even if Seattle only had 10 or 12 shots through the first couple periods, there were some quality ones, and Jake was just calm and came out, and so he looked like the guy that we've seen all year. So hopefully that was his game. That game where he allowed those goals in the loss the other night, and that was that one that they throw away, and he's the same guy that I think everybody believes in now.
Craig Ludwig here on the Diamond Factory Hotline. Joe Pavelski moved into some exclusive territory last night. Most active postseason goals by active players: Ovechkin 72, Crosby 71, Pavelski now with 70. Craig, is Joe Pavelski a Hall of Famer?
I'm glad you asked. In my opinion, yes. And and again, they go ahead and they take the Hall. They have this criteria, and so Dallas wins the Stanley Cup with Joe Pavelski in the lineup. There's no reason he won't be. I mean, he's just He does everything, and there's a lot of the intangibles that Joe has, and I mean the main one for Dallas right now is what he's doing with Wyatt Johnston. As far as having him as a roommate and taking him into his house and living with him, and what he's done with Wyatt this year. But his work ethic, we all know about how he can tip a puck in front of the net in all different areas, all different ways, and it's the work that he puts in every single day. He doesn't take a day for granted. And at 38 or whatever, what was he when he scored the 4? It was 38 in 295 days or something like that. So, he's never been. I don't think Joe has ever been blessed with Rupe Hintz speed. And so people are wondering, well, how does he do the things he does when you're playing, with at a level now where the skating is incredible in this league, but it's his hockey IQ, and he knows and he sees the spaces on the ice. He does things quick, but he's a student of the game and in every facet. And when he was out of the lineup, you could feel it, and the fans know it, I think, because we could see it with that hit from Dumba early in the Minnesota series, and it was, for me, it was like, oh no, they can't lose this guy. And you look at what he's done just on the line with Hintz and Robertson through, since he's gotten here. So he's an important piece in that locker room. And so to answer your question, there's no doubt in my mind, and I don't know if you always really have to win a major championship or a major award and all this criteria that comes with it, but he sure seems to be a Hall of Famer for me. For sure, he's going to be in the United States Hall of Fame. There's no question about that. But in my opinion, when his career is done with, and if you take everything into account, for me, yes, he's a Hall of Famer.
Well, I was going to thank you for waking up early with us, but you're
earlier than that.
You're halfway through your day already.
Could have had you on at 6:15.
Man, I'm awake. So yeah, I start early. I start early and I go late.
There you go. Put that on the T-shirt. Thank you, Craig. We appreciate it as always, man.
Anytime. Thanks, guys.
The great Craig Ludwig in Spittle texted us. He said he always just downplays his entire career. 2-time Cup champion, 17 years in the league, never played in the minors, 1,256 games in the NHL, 177 playoff games, all the legendary stories. Awesome dude.
He's the dirty guy every team needed, right? He got all the dirt. Like he was talking about dirty goals. He did all the dirty stuff that nobody else wanted.
You call him the Dylan Brooks of hockey?
No. He wasn't dirty.
Yeah.
Like some players have been like Mason's dad, like Brian Marchment, dirty player, right? Stars fans hated Brian Marchment. He wasn't dirty, but he did the dirty stuff he needed to do.
And Marchment caught an elbow to the face yesterday. I think 3 total shifts. RJ says the Rangers dodged a New York bullet. And how did this video game get left out of its Hall of Fame? We need y'all's vote on the video game Hall of Fame. And the Rangers dodge a bullet while getting beat down in Seattle. It's all next.
But let's get your carpet clean.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by State-of-the-Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. Their life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Comes home, and the pitch to Murphy is swung on, hit high in the air to left center. That one is back towards the Mariners bullpen. Tavares looks, and that one's out of here. Well, Tom Murphy is now 5 for 12 in his career against Andrew Heaney with 3 home runs, and this one doubles up the Mariners' advantage. They're now out in front by a score of 4-0.
Mariners pitching is flexing on the Rangers offense. The battle of the Titans is going to Seattle. 2 runs in 2 games as they blank us yesterday. 5-0 right here on 105.3 The Fan. Rubber match today. 2 o'clock pregame, 2:40 first pitch. These freaking petty New Yorkers, man. These Mets fans sending me articles from the New York Post. Jacob deGrom does not seem close to making his Rangers injury recovery. And Bochy yesterday was on with KMC. Of course, being your home of the Rangers, we get CY. We get the player show. G-Bag using Nathan Eovaldi to go after Choppy with his matching vacation shirts. And you're just going to get all your Rangers news here. Bochy said that deGrom continues to play catch, has not thrown on a mound yet, RJ, and he is weeks away from returning. Has not thrown off the mound.
That's not good. That is not good. And this is what we were worried about.
Yep. Had to be the bad guys. I remember exactly where we were. The news broke. I think we were at Boomer Jacks. We were at a station outing. You had an event later on that night. But,
yes.
Right?
Yeah. We have a Stars game to go to? Whatever it was.
I don't know what. You had like a ball or something.
Oh, yeah. Margarita ball.
But the news broke. I was on the, what do they call it?
The round table.
The round table with Reggie. And I was like, I agree with Choppy. We had to be the bad guys here. We just can't put on our Ranger pom-poms.
Listen.
This is going to end up not being a great financial move.
We told you.
It's been fun early on.
We told you that Josh Hamilton.
We're like accountants. We're sports talk accountants.
We
We got to give you the real news, especially when it's bad.
Yeah, we tell you what you don't want to hear because it's for your own good.
Yep.
We told you Josh Hamilton was a fraud. We told you C.J. Wilson was a fraud. What happened?
Derek Carr. Oh, I mean,
no. What happened to C.J. Wilson and Josh Hamilton? What did they prove themselves to be?
Frauds. Fraudulent.
And then we said signing Jake DeGrom it was a dumb move. 5 years for $185 million for a pitcher who has not shown in the last 2 seasons he can be remotely healthy is not smart. It's not a smart move. Now it might work out.
It's exciting.
It might work out, but might work. We have a rule. We only judge moves at the time of the move. At least that's my rule.
And by the way, he's going to be 35 in a month.
Yeah, he'll be 35 in a month. So my rule is I can only judge the move at the time of the move. Whether it works out or not has nothing to do with the decision. The decision at the time with what they knew, which was Jake had been hurt for 2 straight years, barely making any starts, to give him 5 years, $185 million is not a sound business decision. And they probably know it wasn't a sound business decision.
Right.
They took a calculated risk, and that's fine.
Yep.
It's okay. I support that.
It has totally worked out so far. The Rangers are in first. He's been dominant, lights out.
Yeah.
This team is exciting, and we're all talking about it.
So
check.
Check. Now you've got this problem, though, and we'll see. And now it's we'll see.
Is reality?
No one's dying.
Is reality
You're right.
going to set in?
Yeah.
Is reality setting?
I don't know. Are they still in first place? Let's say he misses. Let's say he doesn't pitch again until June. All right. Just say June 1st, and they're still in first place. No
Shop
harm.
him.
No harm, no foul. Stop it.
Shop him.
No harm, no foul. Right? No harm, no foul at that point. So we'll see.
Did they dodge another pitching bullet? Because the New Yorkers, they're laughing at me with DeGrom.
With the Mets.
But I got something I send right back.
You can send this back to the Yankees.
Yep.
So Carlos Rodon was given a 6-year, $162 million deal by the Yankees. And it's May, let's see, check my date here, 10th. And he has not been seen outside of 1 spring training start. He had injections for a chronic back injury. He was placed in the IL with a forearm strain, which then turned into an elbow issue. He began a throwing program to get back. Well, he developed a back issue that no one knows the nature of. They put him through 1 million scans. They can't figure out where the issue is, but he says there's no pain. He just can't locate and move around. So they decided to give him a cortisone shot, and now they find out the injury is being labeled as chronic.
Oh, yeah.
Now, back pain, you know what helps back pain? Chronic.
Icy hot.
Oh, chronic does.
Oh.
The old Snoop chronic.
Oh.
Yeah, that'll help your back pain. But he is tentatively, he's got this cortisone injection, and they asked if a July return is realistic. He said, I can't put a timeline on anything. And now there's talk that they have heard from unverified sources within the building, do not get your hopes up on him pitching this year.
Ooh. So did they dodge Rodon?
Hang on.
Oh.
There's more.
Oh.
Ashley Rodon happens to be his wife.
Oh.
Responds to this tweet. Bull S. And then, you know how sometimes you'll sign something with a dash and then your name?
Yeah. Like I said it.
Yeah. She goes, Bull S dash reliable source.
Oh.
Which I assume is her husband, Carlos. So he said that's what, she says. By the way, very cool Twitter bio says, I use Twitter every 5 days. I appreciate that. That's funny. It's clever. But the Rangers definitely dodged a bullet because he was definitely a guy that they were looking for in the offseason. He wanted to come here. I know that for a fact. He wanted to pitch here.
Exclusive.
And, the Yankees just gave him $162 million. And, either the Rangers decided the money wasn't worth it or they wanted to go Andrew Heaney's route. I can't imagine they would have chose Heaney over Rodon. It probably came down to money. But they dodged a bullet here on this one so far. He hasn't pitched. He hasn't pitched he's pitched one spring training start, and God knows how long. I think he lasted an inning in that one, and who knows when he comes back.
So did we dodge Rodon on the mound and Rendon at the plate? Because those were the two big Ranger topics. Anthony Rendon, who, let's see, this year he's hitting 283, but 1 home run. Last year, 5 home runs in 47 games. He hit 229. The year before, he hit 240. So his Angels numbers, 256. He's got 21 total home runs in LA, RJ. 21 in this being his 4th season. Feels like a bullet dodge. Speaking of dodging,
it does.
Speaking of that, over to a video game conversation. Need all you gamers, PayPay and everyone else, 877-881-1053. RJ says a crime took place with the Video Game Hall of Fame. Where is the Video Game Hall of Fame?
That's a good question.
Right?
It is in Buffalo, New York. And
is it?
Yeah, it is. It's in Buffalo, New York. The World Video Game
Is that
Hall
because
of
there's
Fame.
nothing to do in Buffalo with the weather except stay inside and play video games?
I would assume so. They announced their 2023 inductees. Barbie fashion designer.
Is that a game?
Yes.
Okay.
Computer Space. The Last of Us. Not the TV show. And Wii Sports. So they announced those 4 titles were chosen from a field of finalists that included Angry Birds, Call of Duty 4, FIFA, NBA 2K, Age of Empires, and GoldenEye 007. This Hall of Fame, this is the inductee class. They'll be enshrined at the new home, which is scheduled to open on June 30th. How has this game, which revolutionized gaming, first-person shooter games, are not what they are without GoldenEye? Everybody played this in college. I got a 1.0 freshman year because of this game. I am not on the PGA Tour. I blame this game for not being on the PGA Tour to this day. To this day, Sean Sharif. If you had an N64, you had this game.
I did. Fantastic.
Great.
Played it in college, American University. I'm picturing myself in the dorm room. The year.
The video of the guy fake coming up with the theme song to this, the pause song, the pause play song. It's just This is just a tremendous game. How it got beat out by Barbie fashion designer or computer space blows my mind. And the only thing Wii Sports contributed to anything is those viral videos of people throwing their controller through the TV. That's it. That there was no worse
You
unit.
didn't like the Wii Sports?
Hated Wii. I don't. Why did they all look like Mario? Oh, why did every character have to be a fat little Italian plumber? Why do they all have to be that? All right, they're making us look bad. We don't all look like that.
Did people ever call you Mario growing up?
Yeah, well, more like Luigi.
More like Wario.
You look like one of them too with that stupid facial hair. Did you
All
play
right, Bowser?
Did you play GoldenEye?
A little bit, but I never like owned it. It was always at like a friend's house and stuff. I was more to like Super Mario, more Super Mario Bros and stuff.
You clearly just watched the Super Mario movie, didn't you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, with who?
No, I did.
You better not have gone solo.
Well, there was someone tweeted the whole video out on Twitter. Did y'all see that?
The whole movie?
The whole they snip into like 1 hour long clip. I didn't know you could post hour long videos, but I guess with the new check
Twitter
mark and
blue.
stuff. So he posted a full hour of him just recording the video like up close, and then he posted like 45 minutes on like the next video.
Well, it must be long form posting. I think Tucker Carlson is taking his show to Twitter.
Yeah, now I don't know like how he'll monetize that. I assume he'll get advertisements and stuff, but yeah, it looks like he's going to Twitter.
All right, Sean, RJ, we got Peyton and Ryan. Roberto is back tomorrow on a cloudy-looking hump day here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Oh, the Bobby's favorite took some accidental shots at Dak Prescott the other day, and Urban Meyer says the best roster in college football is right here in the state of Texas. That's next on The Fan. But let me go ahead and get you set up with Trajan Wealth.
Me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
We're not.
Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition. Continuing here with Sean and RJ. I played that for Bobby because these two stories would have been perfect content for him. Now, he is out today. He's back tomorrow and Friday on Your Home of the Cowboys because his boy, Dan Orlovsky, got destroyed by the Tolos. Ripped apart. And it took Bobby. Now, you have attacked Bobby, criticized him for his Orlovsky hate. Jane Slater ripped him apart last week. Sandler, is like, aren't you being a little too harsh on him? I used to feel that way. But yesterday, I saw it through Bobby's eyes. I saw what Orlovsky does through Bobby's eyes with this passive-aggressive, innocent approach.
Factual as well.
Here's what he tweeted. Kind of a shocking stat. Last 3 seasons, Dak has started 33 regular season games. In those 33 starts, he's thrown 29 picks. Did not expect that. Ended the tweet. Well, of course, you're going to get some reaction from Cowboy fans. So look up Josh Allen now. And everyone started getting Josh Allen's numbers. The Tolos went and looked at Dak's last 58 games. He's been consistently one of the best quarterbacks statistically, despite last year's fluke. Here you are trolling again. Someone called him Stephen A. Light. I can't use that word. At the end of the day, who's a diehard Tolo, gave Dak's really impressive positive numbers. Again, now do Josh Allen. People putting out Orlovsky's career stats. These interceptions were not his fault. It's been proven by Sean and RJ guest Mike Martz. So this is Orlovsky just putting that out there and then responding when he gets ripped apart, saying, you Cowboy fans, you guys are the definition of oversensitive. I was just putting out something that I found interesting. So that was Orlovsky's week so far.
I saw this. I was a little disappointed in the Cowboy fan reaction. What? First of all, I never understood this. Why do people get upset when someone criticizes a player on their team on social media? Why do you care? Why do you care what Dan Orlovsky says or what I say or what Sean? Why do you care? Why does it bother you?
Passionate. You're passionate about it. You're a fan. Taking it for your own.
That doesn't need you to defend him. That doesn't know who you are. You're not going to curry favor with Dak. He's not going to tweet you back and retweet it and get you more followers. Why do you care what Dan Orlovsky has to say? I don't care what Dan says. It doesn't matter what Dan says. It doesn't matter what he tweets. He tweeted a factual thing. Just like he tweeted something about Daniel Jones, which I was surprised by. That he only has, 9 picks in the last 30 games or whatever it is. Don't let people trigger you. Don't let people get under your skin. That's rule number 1 about life. Life's too short to worry about what Dan Orlovsky has to say.
Wow, look at all this perspective from Choppy. All this.
I got a nice tan, so I feel good.
All this macro perspective.
Yeah, I am macro, baby. I don't count them, but I am.
I love this tweet from Colby, and I think Bobby would stand up and applaud this because he hates Dan. The intellectual dishonesty to act like you didn't know exactly what you were doing and blaming Dallas fans for being outrageously sensitive is quite frankly appalling. Always believed your Dak takes were simply engagement fodder, but acting like you didn't do this on purpose? Come on, man. And I do agree with that. But you should know 99% of the time when you put something out, you know how people are going to react to it. Orlovsky knows. But Bobby has me thinking that this stuff is a little bit more intentional, but he plays it off very well. This is just an innocent observation. I find it surprising. That's how I hear Dan's voice saying it.
Yeah.
And when I say it like that, I'm being a little bit of a smartass.
That's the game. When we do a subject, we don't do a subject that we think you're going to find boring. We do it so you get engaged. You think Bobby knows what he's doing when he says that he calls Lamar Jackson a running back? When he trolls that? Or you don't think he knows what he's doing?
Jalen Hurts.
You don't think he knows what he's doing there? This is, of course he's trying to get reaction Why would you put something on social media that you don't think is going to get reaction? What's the point? What's the point of posting it on social media if you don't think it's going to get reaction? This is like somebody saying, I'm surprised you believe your opinion. Well, why wouldn't I believe my opinion? It's my opinion. If I don't believe it, who the hell else is?
Dak made some comments recently about Brandon Cooks. He sounds impressed. The moment that guy showed up, just watching him in workouts, how he carries himself from drill to drill, what he does pre-workout, post-workout to take care of his body, to have that speed. When you throw it to him, it stands out. His speed is different from many others. He's already been helping CD, helping the young guys playing corner to teach them the little nuances of route running. Going to be huge for me and huge for the room. That from DallasCowboys.com.
What would it be, his 5th year? 6th?
This is from Urban Meyer. And many college football fans were taken aback. Quote, don't sleep on Texas this year. Man for man, roster against roster, it's hard to say Texas doesn't have the best roster in college football right now. So that's Urban Meyer putting his stamp right there on the Longhorns. The second story that would make Bobby proud today in Below the Belt. Below the Belt.
What is this that I'm doing with my hands?
It looks like you're making a V or an oyster.
Is it the Gator Chomp?
No.
Oh.
What is that?
That's an L.
Or a 90-degree
angle.
That's what this is. This is an angle for Sark's job.
Oh.
That's what this is. He is angling. He is angling for his job.
Some people said that. Did you say this with a woman on your lap? He'll be the head coach at Texas next year.
Exactly. I know plenty of people, some in this industry, who angle for others' jobs. That's what Urban Meyer is doing here for Sark's job. He is angling. He's
saying, I'm going to coach Arch.
He is sharpening the knife. He wants Manning. That's what he wants. He is going after the Texas job.
Wow. I wouldn't put it past him. We all know he's a sleazeball now.
Yeah.
We all know that.
He is.
Meanwhile, we have more Deion Sanders news. I wrote Deion Vegas for some reason.
So Colorado has put Vegas on notice. The biggest liability at BetMGM, at the MGM Sportsbook, is Colorado. 8.1% of all bets are on Colorado to win the college football playoff. And that's not the most. That's the sixth most. But here's the reason why they're the biggest liability. They are plus 25,000 to win the national championship, the Natty. So if you bet $100, you win $25,000. If you bet $1,000, you win $2.5 million. That is by far the biggest liability of any team in college football. Vegas is rooting hard for that first loss for Colorado, and then for that second loss from Colorado, to make sure that they are out, or oot, as they would say in Canada, because it is hockey time. So they are the biggest liability in Vegas, the Colorado Buffaloes.
And did you all see the Micah video against Deuce Vaughn and Jamar Chase? That's frightening. It is like watching a lion in a nature video in the wild. Did you see it?
Didn't see this.
It was like the three-cone drill, right? Where they kind of go left, right, and then run past.
Yeah. Kevin Gray tweeted this out. Now, this is Micah Parsons talking about gaining weight to withstand the beating, the physicality up front with these defensive lines, since we already know that he's a full-time defensive end. He's just going to be playing it. And he's racing Jamar Chase, like in a little cone setup. It's Jamar Chase and Deuce Vaughn and Micah Parsons. And Micah sitting here with a step, finishing ahead of Jamar Chase. It's just freaky athleticism. That's all. Just a small little quick video, but it shows the explosion, and it's on Kevin Gray's Twitter account as well. I'm like, because that's one of the things that always surprise. Here it is, Choppy.
Yeah, I got it right here.
What do you see? What do you think? Isn't that impressive? Remember he beat those other people in a race, those other players in a race at like the skills competition?
Right? Yeah.
Tyreek couldn't. Well, Tyreek was, I think, in the field, but he wasn't going all out.
Yeah, like Tyreek could probably run backwards and beat Micah. The one I'm really surprised he beat was Deuce Vaughn. because a guy so low should be able to get back into his next movement very, very quick. That's really, really surprising. That's impressive, though.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. Speaking of college football, a college football coach is getting on us. He's getting on you because you're not mowing your lawns anymore.
Oh, no.
We have to celebrate the Dallas Stars and what they did last night. And I got to give a special shout out to some diehard Tolos as we start off the final hour of the Hump Day edition.
Okay.
Next on The Fan.
But let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a hump day.
Hey.
Trying to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. We're live on the Fan Can, Twitch, and YouTube. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Hayden, and Ryan in the back. Bobby Belt will be back tomorrow. We'll see if Gavin Spittle is walking around the halls to celebrate the Dallas Stars last night and that dominant win to tie up the series at 2 apiece against the Kraken. And we'll cross-talk with Derek Collin and KMC coming up at 9:40. But I've been meaning to do this the past couple of days. I forgot. I got to give a huge shout-out. My wife had her 20-year high school reunion last weekend. Where does everyone stand on reunions? What is the last one that you've been to? And what is one that you would actually go to? I'm out for mine. Now, my high school reunion would also take place in another state, in Maryland. And if I'm not flying back home to get inducted into the Hall of Fame, I'm not flying home to catch up with everyone I went to school with. So I'm out on personal reunions, but my wife set it up, organized it for her class, and I went.
I've never been. We've also never had one.
No one has tried to put one together? 10, 20-year reunion?
They tried.
Okay.
Somebody got a 20-year reunion together. Was it 20? Yeah. But like 15 people went. Like it was put together last minute, and basically if you lived out of state, you were screwed. I was graduated in 97, so they would have just had my 25th last year. We tried to do one. Like, nobody could figure out a date.
For high school.
Yeah. So I would go. I would absolutely. If they gave me, like, 2 months notice,
yeah,
I would try to fly up for it.
Okay.
Because I haven't seen any of my high school friends. Like, my parents moved here. Basically, I graduated high school and had my summer, and then my parents moved here. So, like, I never really went back.
College reunion?
They do those? I don't know that they do those. I've had reunions with my friends where we've gone back for football games.
Yeah.
So I've done that. But never at high school.
What are you at now? Out of high school, how many years?
8 years. I'm 26. So we're close to 10 years. But that's the thing is, like, most of my friends, like 90% of them are people I went to high school with. So I feel like something would be able to get together. And I would go back. I have no problem with it. 10-year would be nice.
Okay. Ask Ryan how many years he's been out of high school.
Ryan.
2.
He said 6 months. I don't think he's.
That's
2 years? 2 or 3 years?
2 or 3 years.
2 or 3 years.
Yeah, so we're talking about 20 and
We're talking
25.
about 20.
And he's at 2. So we go to this reunion, and there's like 4 or 5 Tolos in there. It makes me look very important in front of the wife. She's very impressed. Then afterwards, she's like, let's go out again. And we go to this place called 303 in Oak Cliff. Now, I had been in here once before, and she's like, I'm just telling you, the people in here don't play. A lot of times you like point your finger, you put your hand up looking at something, and that'll get you in trouble in here. And I was like, shut up. I was like, all the ghetto places you've told me about in Dallas have not been ghetto. Hey, she's from the mean streets of Oak Cliff. And South Dallas, I was a little bit worried. They had me do a remote one time with the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders at like a 7-Eleven, and that was a little sketchy.
Okay.
But otherwise, you've seen where I live. I'm not in the greatest area. I'm not terrified. I'm not scared, and I'm not acting like a hard ass. But it's been greatly exaggerated. So I'm in this place, and she's like, just people. I'm just telling you, people will freak out. People will snap in here. So we go in this place again. People want to watch the Canelo fight. I'm like, what are you watching this for? Why is this on the TVs? But everyone was glued to the Canelo fight.
That was a mistake to say.
Well, I didn't say it out loud. I was saying it to myself. I go in here, and Choppy, there's a line of about 8 dudes just lining up to come take shots and take pictures. And they're like, where's Choppy? Are you Sean Sharif? Blah, blah, blah. I look at my wife, and I was like,
don't say a word.
Don't say anything.
Don't say a word.
He's right here.
Don't say a word.
Don't say anything.
Don't say a word.
You acted like I was going into a landmine and be afraid, watch your back, da-da-da. and we just had a good old time. So shout out to all the 303 Tolos. I think a lot of them were truck drivers, but they were diehard. I mean, diehard fans just lining up.
Heck yeah.
To the morning show
Heck
program.
yeah.
So that was good. That was nice to see.
And did you point your finger while you were in there?
Yeah. A friend of mine the other day, so like we're sitting, okay, this is exactly, we're Cinco de Mayo. You go to Micosina to see all the babies in there.
Oh, yeah.
It's
a mambo?
It's basically it's a nursery with all the amount of parents who bring their kids in at a place that has the strongest drinks in town.
Yeah, absolutely.
So probably where Hagelin is right now in the conference room, a guy walks in and my buddy's like, oh, that guy used to be a teacher of mine. And I was like this, and I was like, who, like over there? At this same level to where Hagelin is. I was like, what, over there? Like that guy? And he like shushes me, the shush version of don't point. And I turned back around to him. I said, shut up. Don't tell me. First off, don't tell me what to do.
Shut up.
Second off, he can't see me. I'm sitting here.
John Cena.
No, not like he can't touch me.
Or was it Angel Reese? He can't see. Can't see me.
Well, I don't get it.
The LSU girl, Angel
Reese. So I just hate when my wife does it. You're pointing. First off, I can justify it. I can be like, I was pointing in the bar. And I can be like, whoa, I know that guy. That's not, is pointing as rude as it used to be?
Well, so Sarah gets on me for this.
I just hate being told what to do like that.
When she wants
I'm
me
like,
to-
none of y'all can, I always tell my wife, don't preach to me about manners. Okay? My dad taught me to eat soup out.
Eat it out.
And if you...
Eat it out.
Hey.
Yeah.
My,
wow, stop it, Peyton. God.
Well, you said it twice. We got it the first
My dad
time.
taught me to eat it out.
Yeah.
All right?
He did.
And that's proper form.
That's proper form.
That's best taste.
Absolutely.
That's how you avoid the slurping.
Yep.
That's how you avoid the soup, the liquid all over your face, is to go ahead and eat it out.
Eat it out.
I just
There
didn't
you go.
Slurp him like you did. Spoon it out.
Spoon it out.
So I know etiquette.
Listen.
I know damn etiquette.
Man, Sarah gets on me so much about this because I admit when she says something about another couple that she wants me to look, she knows I don't care. I will turn my entire body and look.
Yeah.
Like I'm not trying to be covert about this at all. I'm just like, oh, let's see. Oh, look at that guy.
Yeah, that's what happens when you say look.
Yeah,
now, if you want to preface it and say, don't look, I'm going to tell you this, looking a little bit. But no one ever prefaces it.
She will preface it. I still am like, I want to look so bad that I will and she'll like, okay, go. But then when I'm trying to talk about somebody, tell her, I will point. I'll be like, look at this guy over there. Oh,
Yeah.
man, look at this.
And
have
they ever caught you pointing?
Not that I know of.
No one in the history of life has ever caught you really pointing. The subtle point. That.
Yeah, I'm terrible. I'm terrible about being covert about it. I admit that.
Yeah. It was an old geezer. He couldn't see. He couldn't see
you?
He couldn't see me halfway across the room with 30 people in the way. And the
you would
guy's
knock him out too if he walked over to you, right?
well, he's elderly. I'm not Conor
Oh.
McGregor. But I told my buddy John, I said, I waited for the end. I waited for the end of the. I was stewing on it the whole time. And at the very end, he said something, and I connected it. I snuck in. I said, "Oh, you mean like you told me not to point?" And I had to get it in. It was bugging me the whole lunch, the whole dinner. It was just ticking me off. So, shout out to the 303 Tolos, Oak Cliff, Bishop Dunn, all y'all. Thanks for listening. 877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line. All right, so I got some leftover odds. This was before the Game 5s last night in the association. Then we'll get back to the Stars at 9:20. So last night, Philadelphia stuns the Celtics in Boston. They're up 3-2. Denver handles Phoenix at home. They're up 3-2. Joker had a cool moment where he made up with the Suns owner. They were doing warm-ups, and Joker's going back to the locker room, tosses the ball to Ishbia, tosses in the ball like, here you go, you can have the basketball again, and then they bro-hugged it out. So that was a cool moment. But before last night, the favorite to win the title was the Celtics.
Oh, not anymore.
Was the Celtics. The favorite to win the West and the team with the second best chances to win it all, the Lakers. Then Denver, then Phoenix, then Golden State, and the New York Knicks are plus 5,000, being down 3-1. So the Lakers are the favorites in the West now. And then for the individual series before last night, Boston was minus 300, 75% chance of winning. That's how stunned Vegas was, how stunned I was. Miami, 72% chance of beating the Knicks. They play tonight. Denver was minus 165 to win their series, 62%. And the Lakers, 67% chance of beating Golden State with Game 5 tonight.
Yeah.
In Golden State.
That's it? 67%?
67. Well, we know the Warriors are winning tonight. But that'll come back and bite me. And then, really, like, Golden State, they should feel good. They shouldn't feel that bad about the way they lost the other night in L.A. It took someone called Lonnie Walker IV to win the game for the Lakers. Golden State should have won the game. Yeah. You got a miracle performance from a guy who scored 15 points and did something that no one has done since Kobe 26 years ago. So, if, like, Shaq created waves on TNT for this. By the way, see if you can look up Shaq packing for one night, Miami. I was crying, laughing in tears yesterday. Another Shaq-ism, like his gasoline strategy on how to fill up the tank. But Shaq says, no, the Heat-Knicks series is over. Lakers-Warriors is not over. And Charles is like, it's absolutely over. The Warriors are cooked. And Shaq's like, no, it's that series is not over. But, man, he was talking about Miami packing up for a night. It was freaking hilarious. And he got mad. You can tell Shaq is sensitive, like me, when being told not to point with my hands. The fan text, by the way, saying, you can point all you want. No one's going to see your little mitts anyway. Fair point at 877-881-1053. And while Peyton is looking that up, next Pistons coach, Charles Lee, whoever that is. Jaron Collins, Kevin Ollie, Mike Budenholzer. Next Bucks coach, Nick Nurse, is the favorite at even money.
Oh, love that hire.
Next Raptors coach, Adrian Griffin, at 4-1. Bronny James, over-under. USC freshman season. You want to guess what the over-under is?
Points per game?
Yeah.
13.5.
9.5.
Okay.
How far will USC go next year? The favorite is lose round of 64. That's actually tied, losing in the round of 32. Will LeBron and Bronny play on the same team in the 24-25 season?
Yes.
No is the favorite, minus 250. Minus 250, yes is plus 170. Would LeBron James really move to Detroit? Will LeBron James really move to Sacramento?
Yes. Yes. It's a lifetime dream of his. This is something that Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr. got to do. The amount of son who played on the forget about playing on the same team, who played in the same league at the same time is as minimal as it gets.
All right, let me change it up now. We are the legacy definers. LeBron's got 4, doesn't he? He's got 4 titles. 1 in L.A. Did he win 2 in Miami and
2
1
in
in
Miami,
Cleveland?
1 in Cleveland. Yeah, so he's got 4.
Okay, let's just say they win it this year. And you're 1 away from tying Mike. Do you still go play with your son? I know you're going to say yes.
I think for him, this matters more. I think it does. Like, that's... Because then let's just say... I don't know. Let's say he even gets Detroit to the playoffs. Last time they were there. That's... Yeah, I think he does.
All right, let's see.
Because I think in his mind, he's already the greatest.
That's true. He does believe that. Let's see if this plays out as funny as it did on TV. This is Shaquille O'Neal getting stumped over the New York season being done.
Because Miami, they may win another game, but if they go back to Miami, bring one set of clothes.
Let me set this up. So the NBA format, we were talking about this the other day in a meeting, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're going 2-2-1-1-1.
Yeah, in the finals, it used to be 2-3-2.
So it's 2-2-1-1-1. So Game 5 is tonight in New York. Game 6 would be in Miami.
Mm-hmm.
Game 7 would be in New York.
Right.
Keep that in mind.
Miami, they may win another game, but if they go back to Miami, bring one set of clothes because it's going to be done.
They only playing one game.
Huh?
They'd only play one game. Go back. They don't play.
If you shut your fat face and listen, I said if they win, I'm talking about the Knicks. If the Knicks win,
I know.
and they get back,
They
to
only play
Miami.
one game.
So
they only need to bring one.
One
second, only one go. He left. They go back to New York.
No, but then they go home. So I'm saying, no. Listen, I'm saying.
No, you know what you're saying. You caught yourself.
So this is why I hate talking to you. Andy. Bring one set because your ass staying there. So bring a short set.
Why would you stay there?
Because your season over. What you gonna go back home?
You got to go back home.
No, you're not gonna go back home and get charged.
He's making stuff up.
Hey, let me finish.
Okay. Let's go ahead and finish. We want to hear it.
Bring one set and stay your ass in Miami because your season over.
Okay, nice try.
Stay at the beach. Sit next to the beach in Kenny.
See, now you got to throw me in there.
All right, so he realized. I think he realized halfway through he was wrong.
Yeah.
And he's like, no, you would just stay in Miami. Why would you want to go home? And he got caught up. Then he had to throw Kenny under the bus for Kenny's girlfriend photos in Miami. Yeah. But that was Shaq. And he got butthurt. He got really upset about it after because they were, because then the social media and the memes come in and they were destroying him. He got upset.
Oh, yeah.
It's hilarious. I was crying.
NBA Finals used to be 2-3-2.
Yeah.
And they've changed it.
Yeah.
Because that was the old Jordan thing. When they went back to, when it was either back to Utah or Phoenix for the finals, it was just like bring one suit.
Yeah, Phoenix.
Yeah.
I think it was Phoenix.
Bring one suit.
Bring one suit. So Shaq was trying to use that line, and they go, you're only going to be there for one game.
There for one night
That's
anyway.
the format.
You're flying down, you're flying out.
And he got caught. You should have seen his face. It was hilarious. I thought it was. Crosstalk with Derek Holland and KMC at 9:40. Let's celebrate what the Stars did last night with a little hockey party. Next with Sean and RJ. But let me go ahead.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan, segment brought to you by Window Nation and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
A minute to go in the second. Alexiak, stick lift by Hintz. Off to Ben, wrist shot, save. The rebound, score! Roubaix Hintz! His stick lift created the turnover, and his hustle goal gets the 4-goal lead back for Dallas.
That was the call last night on ESPN. Best game of the series, statement game. I mean, how could you not feel like the Stars are in control now, even with the series tied? Game 5 is tomorrow night at the AAC, and they dominate 6-3, even a little misleading, as they dominate the Seattle Kraken. I'll tell you one thing. If anyone has any debate in your vehicle over what app to use to get places on time, I think Gavin Spittle is an advocate for Waze, because when you tell me you're going to be here, it's on the dot, on the minute. Now, are you calculating the garage walk?
No, it does not calculate the garage.
I know it doesn't calculate. I'm saying you're adding garage time.
I add a little garage time. We're
Okay.
one spilt water down. I have
You're
to
what?
pee. Yeah, I have to pee really bad right now. But you know what?
Okay.
This is the playoffs, baby.
Suck it up.
We got to suck it up, right?
Suck it up. What was the biggest difference? What were your takeaways from last night? The new Spits and Suds podcast is out, 105throughthefan.com. Takeaways.
They ramped up the physicality, which is wonderful. When the Stars play physical, I think they are a Stanley Cup contender, and that went away in game number 3. So they did that. You know, they kind of withstood the blow from the fans and from the early legs of Seattle. You know, when you're on the road, they say the first 10 minutes is crucial. And you could see the ice starting to open up. And I was actually texting back and forth with a few people, and I'm like, this is favorable of the Stars. Yeah, exactly. Big time texting now. So
huge.
Yeah, absolutely. So the ice was opening up, and that is pro Stars, because one of the things Seattle does, they're so good as far as, like Craig talked about this morning, like sending those deep forecheckers, they're straight line. But if you can get past that first line, you can be effective, and the Stars were.
Is there or was there a doubt in your mind in the series early on that the Stars were the better team? I know you picked them in 5 initially. How much did your mind change, if at all, during the series when they were down or now?
My mind didn't change. What I have a greater appreciation for is the tenacity of the Kraken. I think that's something that Craig also mentioned this morning.
Yeah.
I mean,
I need a team comparison in another sport for me to better understand of just an annoying team with, I think Craig
Tampa.
said,
Yeah, no.
you know,
no.
without the superstar,
Yeah.
that is just, they have a bunch of number 2s and 3s.
Cleveland Indians.
Guardians.
My bad.
Yes.
I'm on 4 hours sleep.
Yes,
the
sir.
The Guardians.
Because Seattle's deep,
wanna-
right? They're a very deep team.
Yeah, they're deep.
They beat you in bunches.
Yeah, I mean, they have I think their third line's their best line right now. I mean, and as Craig mentioned, it's like a bunch of third liners. Like, they're just constantly coming at you. They're like a full court defense. You know, it's like, this is our style, and you're going to beat us. Even when the Stars were up by 4 goals, the Kraken were relentless. They just kept coming, and that's why the Stars cannot turn it off. That's why you see Seattle in this series score in bunches, because they just, they're going to wear you out, and when they score, they're going to score. But when you look at shots on goal, and I think shots on goal can be deceiving, but massive disparity last night. I mean, the Stars basically controlled this game.
Oh, yeah.
Ottinger looked sharp early, which we love. I think people have to realize, in today's NHL, teams are going to blow out teams. This second round is crazy. Edmonton one night blows out Vegas. Then they go to Edmonton. Vegas blows out Edmonton. I mean, we're not seeing these like 1-1, 3 overtime nail biters. I mean, this is open ice. This is a lot of fun, but it's like a roller coaster ride.
Gavin Spittle in studio, the Hockey Hawk, Spits and Suds at 105throughthefan.com. What did you think of the Ben interference?
Oh, I thought it was a good goal for a couple of reasons. One,
and explain to us, novices, the rule.
Yeah, so
because even their coach afterwards said, "I don't know what goalie interference is."
Yeah,
anymore.
I think he's protecting his goalie by saying that. And Dave Hackstall, their head coach, doesn't have the benefit of looking right after the game at 5 different angles.
Yeah.
So the play gets sent to Toronto, and you want to look for a couple of things. Was there contact with the goalie? Absolutely. But who initiated the contact outside of the crease? Really important is that blue dye on the ice is the crease, okay? Ben was not in the crease when contact was first initiated. Grubauer kind of jumps up and tries to get over. Then when the second contact is created, once again, outside of the crease, not in the crease, it was based on a cross-check or a push from behind by Seattle. So that's a big thing. You cannot be pushed into the goalie. So that's number 2. 3, the forward or any player has to try to make attempts to avoid the goalie, which Jamie Benn did on 2 different occasions.
Yeah.
Therefore, no goaltender interference.
So when the goaltender is not in that crease, how much contact can be made? Or is it still not very much, but as long as you're pushed into him, it's fine?
I mean, you
Like, how
have
much
to,
of the
you
rules
can't take the
change?
goalie out. You definitely cannot take the goalie out. But you do have more leeway in the rule as far as when you're outside of the crease, the forward or a offensive player has just as much right to be in that space as the goalie. I think that's the best way to put it.
All right. Robertson.
Yeah.
He's not going to find a better attempt than that, right?
Well, I mean, late in the game where there's an empty net and you miss it, that's kind of tough. I mean, that's.
But even the one before.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And what is the hockey version of the yips? When's the last time? I wonder. I think Bassick may have been talking about this yesterday on KMC. What is an example, or what happens with hockey players when they have the yips? And is there a famous example like Rick Ankiel or Chuck Knobloch in baseball?
I think you'd probably have to look at goalies as far as when they get the yips and it becomes a mindset.
Does Jason Robertson have the yips?
No, I think he's just, I mean, it's tough because I think Jason Robertson has to go into areas that he isn't necessarily accustomed to, get a dirty goal. And why do we say that? Because you need to start the momentum some way. And if I'm looking at Jason Robertson, the one that really caught my eye was that opportunity you were talking about, turnover in the Seattle zone, one-on-one with the goalie. You got to put it on net. I know you're trying to pick the corners, but you haven't scored yet. Just put it on net. I do like that he still has the confidence to try to pick the corners. I thought at times he played better last night, but I don't think he's a liability on the ice. It's just not happening. And we're so used to sustained scoring from him. We're at the point now where what's wrong? I mean, it might be a tight stick. Obviously, it is going to be in his head because he's going to put a lot of pressure. We have to remember Jason Robertson signed a a very nice guaranteed contract in the offseason. So he puts a lot of pressure on himself as well to excel.
You sent us the stat that Pavelski is now the 3rd leading active goal scorer in the playoffs behind Crosby and Ovechkin. And I was just asking out loud. We asked Craig Ludwig an hour ago. We'll ask you, is Joe Pavelski, if you're behind Crosby and Ovechkin and you're right there, in the case of Crosby, you have that many goals and less games played, is Joe Pavelski a Hall of Famer?
So my 2 co-hosts on Spits and Suds disagree with this. I'm trying to get up to G-Bag Nation and have 10 co-hosts.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. So my 2 co-hosts, Sean doesn't think yet, and Craig thinks yeah. It's interesting because the Hall of Fame in hockey, I think, is the toughest Hall of Fame to get into. And games played, he's going to be up there. What I like is, I would say not yet, but the good news is that Joe Pavelski's coming back next year. We have not seen a downturn in Joe Pavelski. I think if he has another year, then I think you look to put him in the Hall. I think the other thing that all around, everyone loves him in the NHL, does it all, was the captain in San Jose. It's definitely special. He'll probably go in as a Shark if he goes in, but it is kind of fascinating. We forget, Joe Pavelski's been here now for a number of years. He's not going to be among the elites of all time. I think American-wise, he's definitely inside the top 10 as far as all-time greats. But he's just one of those special players that you're just, you watch, you take a step back, and you're like on and off the ice. We're so lucky to have him.
Is he like a smash the comparison? Is he like a Michael Young?
Ooh, that's a great comparison, actually.
Like, it feels like everyone admires this guy. He's your Captain America.
Yeah.
He's your, he's your perfect looking, face that you want representing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's an amazing athlete, good baseball player. You see these celebrity golf tournaments, he's always in the mix. He's just a great athlete, and yes, just a room guy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of a player who just wherever they go, like the team has success.
Like Pavelski's better at what he does. I mean, he's closer to the Hall of Fame than Michael Young will ever be.
Right.
But just in terms of like what it feels like he represents, that's the way I feel like Stars fans talk about him.
Yeah, he's certainly special. I think that we're so used in sports, specifically hockey now, to see the McDavids, the Ovechkins, and the Crosbys. When they do it, it just looks that much more special. Tipping a puck is an amazing talent, but you're not going to see Joe Pavelski like streaking down the ice, making these amazing moves and scoring. So he doesn't show up in the highlights like the others.
Thank you for sacrificing your bladder.
Yeah, man.
Go.
Yeah,
Go.
Here we go. 4 hours of sleep. Time to pee.
Gavin, look, when you're our age, I guarantee you peed at 2 a.m. You wake up at maybe 3. Gavin Spittle, the Hockey Hawk, Spits and Suds, is out to get your Dallas Stars fix. 1053thefan.com. He's in there fist pumping KMC. He's hyped up. Let's crosstalk with Derek Holland and the Masterpiece, and let's get their ruling. Do they agree with the G-Bag Nation and Nathan Evaldi going after RJ Choppy next?
But let's get you over to
It is now time for a Hump Day Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece featuring Derek Holland on 105 through the Fan. Rangers baseball at 2. First pitch 2:40 to finish things up in Seattle. Good morning, Corey Majors. What's coming up?
Well, I'm presuming during Baseball Nuggets today at 10:40 with Derek Holland and Mike Bassick that they will ask Kevin why he brought up with Bochy yesterday that we are, 3-1 when Bochy was on. Now we're 3-2 thanks to Kevin and his jinxes.
It's because he scoffed. No, it's because he scoffed at that statistic and didn't tell them that.
We'll get all our stars action in, but I think the most important part of the day is 11:20. And this is what we haven't figured out what we're doing here because we have two amazing options. What TV show were you last obsessed with or AI talk?
Artificial intelligence?
Yes.
Yes, not Iverson talk. That's a fair question, though.
Because the other day was the anniversary of the practice.
Yeah.
Oh.
And he's a huge Cowboys fan.
Bobby sends this AI stuff every week.
Yeah.
And a little nerd. I know I need to respect it, but a little nerdy for me. I don't understand it.
Did you see the UFO?
Your overlords in 30 years, you'll understand.
I said I need to respect it.
When they're doing talk shows. Did you see the UFO yesterday? I know you're a big alien guy.
I did
Didn't
not.
they call it something
UFO?
different now? Isn't UFO a passe term?
Passe?
What do they call it?
I forgot.
I mean,
You're not allowed to say
You're
UFO,
I,
Derek?
I think you're supposed to call it something
Why'd you ask
different.
me?
We'll ask you. I know you got your checklist out.
Everything technically is an unidentified flying object until you identify it.
That's a good point.
Right? I mean,
that's a good
it
point.
Absolutely is. See a plane in the sky. What is that? I don't know. It's a UFO.
So AI is writing. They're like doing sports recaps. They are doing college papers. They
supposedly They supposedly encouraged some guy to commit suicide a month ago.
Oh,
you ever hear about
because
that?
of climate control.
Yeah, because of climate change. He was like, "No, AI convinced me." He like wrote a letter, and
I think they're like sleeping with men too. I mean, you can
what?
You can do a lot of things like programming like these mannequin types.
These fembots
Oh,
from like
yeah.
Austin Powers.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you looked into the fembot? RJ?
Unidentified aerial phenomena.
Yeah,
is the new
I knew
UAP.
they tried to say something, and I was like, I don't know. I can't remember what it is.
What decade would you like to go back and really live your prime in the most, or your 20 years?
Man, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of good coke in the 80s.
Yeah, I was just.
You strike me as an 80s guy, 100%.
I feel like those chrome suits and mullets would have been kind of cool.
Yeah. Can you hold up that jug? And are you going to drink
Will you
that?
mark that?
Yeah.
I want that as a drop.
Yeah,
Okay, I was trying to see. I couldn't see the bottom. I'm like, how much is that?
So,
will you finish all
16
that
ounce.
by the end of the show?
No.
Okay.
The water looks
No,
dirty,
absolutely.
bro.
Yeah.
You get that out of the lake.
No, there's stuff in it.
Lemonade.
Oh, okay.
The
We played golf the other day, and he had this thing on his that jug, and he put it in the front of the golf cart.
Weight it
So
down.
no, so every time you
Weight
even
it
like
down.
every time you even
That was
move, the thing starts sliding one way or the other. So like I've just got my foot up trying to stop it, and the thing almost falls over on me, breaks a toe.
You played with Derek.
Yeah.
Okay. What happened?
It was great. But the only thing is, he could never complete a round of golf. I had to choose my wording right for that. But yeah, he never can finish the game. Like he always comes and goes for 12 holes, and he's out. I'm done. Gotta go.
I had
This
my
is
kids
twice.
I had my kids. It was Friday. I had my kids that day. I had to pick them up from school.
But he also goes, well, you know what? I think my mom can get him. Okay, so hearing that, all right, cool. We'll finish 18. No, he just left. He's
It
like,
was
I gotta
just
go."
just you two.
It was me, him, and my brother.
Okay.
So I was,
Greg.
if we were on 16, my mom would have got him. But then we had run into these absolute jackwagons who decided to start
Right.
playing 35-minute holes. And we were on like 11 or 12. And I was like, there's no way. I can't do another 2 hours here. I got to get my kids.
Have any of y'all ever gotten into a
Fight on the golf course?
Not fight, but like a discussion, argument about somebody else's pace of play?
I mean, I've hit into people that are playing slow.
I've done that too.
Oh my god!
I had a guy, like, I've hit into him twice. First one, complete accident. Second one was just like, okay, there's no way I'm reaching where he's at. And then all of a sudden, I drilled him and he came back down. He was like, you don't want to see me mad. And I was like, okay, come on. Let's relax here. It's an accident.
Simmer down.
How was the golf yesterday?
Awesome. There was a lot of people out there. I got to talk to quite a few people.
Who? Name drop.
Vince Young, obviously Jason Kidd,
Turco,
Michael Young, the Ranger guys were there. Trying
Slater.
to think. Slater was obviously my partner, which she didn't do bad.
Okay.
She didn't do bad. She kept it positive. I told her we're not having any of that negativity in this cart. We're gonna keep this right.
Was she looking like she was capable of a meltdown? Temper?
Oh.
I don't know about that, but I mean everybody gets a little frustrated. It's not an easy game, but
Bobby, except for Bobby.
well, I mean he's gonna break 80. So
Yeah.
Is that ever going to happen?
yeah, I've got it.
That we're gonna see
whenever
him
we're
golf?
set up, or whenever you guys say let's go, it's set up.
So
we're ready to go.
Who was winning between you two?
I think he was at the moment.
Nice.
But I caught fire like towards the back nine. That's for some reason I was playing much better on the back nine than I did the front.
Chuck could have made it to the pros had he not been playing GoldenEye his whole life.
All right.
Great game, by the way.
What a Tolo.
Which I heard you guys
It
talking about.
got me kicked
too.
off. It got me on academic probation.
Did y'all get to the Huggins news, by the way?
Is he out?
No.
What?
He got a vote of confidence from the university.
Oh my god.
Western Virginia, according to Pete Thamel, he says him and Bob Huggins are finalizing details for him to return to the sideline next season. He's expected to receive a suspension, $1 million salary reduction, and a sensitivity training.
Wow.
I told that recruiting class was tough to say no to.
Yeah.
Dang, man.
Wow.
That is
Sensitivity
something.
training should help.
Did you guys know about the concert, I guess, with Morgan Wallen? Supposed to be here or something like that?
They got
That's choppy.
postponed or canceled.
It's canceled, but
So yeah, he got.
I think he's checking into rehab or something.
Oh
no.
I really don't know. That's what somebody said
don't
to me.
say it if you
Yeah,
don't know.
it feels like reckless speculation. I'm not sure. It could be rehab.
Listen,
could be something else.
The
He's
official.
going to prison for life for murdering 9 people.
Could be something
He
else.
has a vocal cord
The
injury.
official story is he has a vocal cord injury.
Okay, sorry.
And it's on 6 weeks of no talking.
Holy
But
moly.
Turn it off.
He's rehabbing his voice.
Rehabbing voices.
He's rehabbing his voice.
And just for those radio people who talk to Bob Huggins, that's what you do. You don't go, you're the best, Derek. He probably is going to rehab. You say, I don't think that's what it is.
Yeah, check him out.
Yeah, say, I don't think you're supposed to say that, Bob.
He also tore a lat muscle, so I don't know how that affects his singing. But
Yeah. Rehabbing the lat.
Yeah,
muscle.
you know what?
Yeah.
I can see that.
That's what you meant.
You ever,
Okay.
you ever pull a
Okay.
muscle around your lungs and it hurts to breathe?
Oh, Lord.
Like you ever have a rib slip out of
Yeah.
hurts to
That-
breathe.
Oh, man, that's
the worst.
That's got to rehab that.
Got to rehab that, man. You really got to dig your fingers into it too.
Got to
What?
do that.
All right, ladies
They
and
don't
gentlemen.
tell you that in rehab.
This is the picture in question.
All right.
Okay?
Yep.
Keep your comments to yourself, your opinions to yourself. As Brian brought
It's
us.
on the Twitch.
All right, we got on the fan cam, Twitch, and
Delightful.
YouTube.
That
is a cute
This is
couple.
RJ
If only I
Choppy
had internet.
and his girlfriend wearing the same shirt. And Brian brought this up yesterday on G-Bag.
All right, this is my question for you guys here. Is there ever a time for matching outfits with you and your significant other? And I say this because we're starting to see pictures of Choppy and Sarah on their vacation.
Yes.
They're wearing matching outfits. Is there ever a time for matching outfits?
Wait, like, so they went to like a nice dinner and they decided to wear like the same colors so they would sort of match in the pictures?
Hawaiian shirt and top were matching.
Yeah, they were identical.
Like you're saying it's the exact same shirt.
Yeah,
It's her in a like a lady top, with a no sleeves and stuff.
I can see Chop wearing a brassiere.
Yeah, but she
Just a full-on dress.
She was
He's done that
wearing
before.
she was wearing almost like a sundress kind of a thing. Choppy was going with the Hawaiian shirt,
But it's the same print,
pattern,
same
pattern.
That's hilarious,
same
dude.
pattern. Is there, Gavin? Is there ever a time?
A good bit. If it's a good bit.
A good bit? Okay, I could see that. I was going to say if she says, honey, if you do this, that one friend of mine's going to come over this weekend, if you know what I'm saying. That'd be about it.
Oh, wow.
That's one of that.
You saying something about what's going on with this relationship?
No, I'm just saying. What's that? Illusion? Stuck one in there. Yeah, I think it's embarrassing. I think it is. Now, maybe some guys are like, I'm going to be a little bit embarrassed to make my woman happy, right? And if you're just that guy that you're just like, I'm going to sacrifice because I know how happy it's going to make you, I salute you.
See,
not me.
knowing this couple the way I do, I feel like this is Sarah doing this for Choppy so he doesn't get upset.
No, Choppy is willing to do whatever.
He is.
He's
Choppy
like,
is willing.
Yeah.
Sarah wears the pants in that relationship 100%.
And Choppy wears the shirt
He's
too.
a free ball guy.
Yeah.
And the panties sometimes, what I heard.
my God.
Oh!
Hell of a line.
Kevin Hagelin, you're ruling.
That was a really long audio clip.
Hey.
Also,
cross promote. Try
Yeah, cross promote.
Yeah, but not for like 8 minutes, right? I
program director
program
too.
the show over here.
Nice.
Yeah, I think it's a little odd, but I don't know y'all's relationship.
No, but matching shirts.
I would not do it, but I don't know their relationship.
I know Derek would. I don't even have to ask. Corey.
I have actually recently I had the same pullover, like a top white hoodie and jeans and shoes as my wife as we were going out to dinner. And she was like, "Oh, we're dressed the same." And I went and changed immediately. I was like, "Not going to happen tonight. That's not what we're doing." But if she was like, "Hey, let's wear this together," I would probably be like, "All right, I agree with Dawson. If it makes you happy, it can't be that bad."
I would not do this here.
Isn't that from a song?
Don't worry about that.
I wouldn't do this here. On vacation in Mexico, there are no rules.
Yeah, that's true.
You got girls. Girls are 10 times more likely to wear a thong bikini at a pool in Mexico than they are at their apartment pool here.
You ever been to Vegas and seen the dresses they wear on Thursday night?
You could do things in Mexico and Vegas and on Halloween that you just wouldn't do on West Side. Okay?
You know that about Halloween, Kevin.
It's just the rules. Those are the rules. And we also had matching swimsuits. And that's how this whole thing started.
So they could find each other.
She was looking at swimsuits.
How?
And she kept scrolling through the pics of them. And a photo of a guy's swimsuit came up. I was like, wait a second. I want that. And she goes, well, I like this one. And I was like, all right, let's do it. I'm in. I was all excited. I like being corny. I'm a corny guy. Very cheesy.
Whatever works for your relationship.
I can see it.
Get your delivery.
Sure did.
Your
I'm
Aaron,
the intern.
Making Joey
I'm the intern. I got to make sure these guys get their coffee.
Oh, you got them the coffee. Nice.
Yeah.
I'm off coffee.
All right, Mike. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
I bet you are.
Why are you off coffee?
He's not.
I got that heart thing. Remember the heart thing? He said stop one of the two.
no.
Either stop
Hey,
the spark.
you know what? Sean, you
Go to
never
rehab.
engaged me during this whole time.
Stop spark or stop
Thanks for the
coffee.
cross
What do you want me to do?
promote with
Just
Mike.
interrupt people?
I'll be better tomorrow. Crosstalk with KMC is now finished, and the masterpiece is next on 105.3. Our sound clip was too long. We're back tomorrow morning on the Fan.
True.
Be a part of the show. studio secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Mike is beginning the countdown for how much of the show is left before the show has even officially begun. Thanks for that, Mike. We've got Mike
Have a good
Bassick.
attitude.
Yes. We've got Corey Majors with us.
I'm here.
Joey has returned only because the Stars won. Otherwise, he said, I'm out.
Nice job, Stars.
And it is a Wednesday,
Hi, guys.
which means Derek Holland, gentlemen, how y'all doing today?
Well, could have been better.
Oh, no. What happened?
Yeah.
The Stars won, dude.
He hates the Lakers, too.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rangers lost.
No, I got my couch just got delivered, and it's the wrong one.
Oh, no.
You're going to have to sell it to
I'm gonna have to sell it to Mike Bassick.
Did y'all ever resolve the bed issue?
I'd still have to call up Sleep Number.
So you're still sleeping on no air. Like,
Yeah,
start
no,
with air. You guys blow it up,
fill
and then all of a
up,
sudden just.
You fill it up to like a 60, and then when you wake up in the morning, it's like at 15.
Yeah, you got to get that checked out. It's not supposed to do that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised your back's not hurting.
It does, a little bit, honestly.
Might have to check into rehab.
Golly.
Did you already throw away the old mattress? Or remove?
It's in our son's room.
Okay. Oh, so you can't just go in there and
It was
be
a sell and trade.
Gotcha. That was a smart move, smart approach, man.
So
what are you going to do with the new?
I don't know.
What do you do with the other couch now? Like, what do you just say? Hey, take.
They
this
told me
back?
to hold on. They said they're going to hold on to or let me use it until the other one comes.
See, this is crap. All right. Here's what happened. When we
Did you
moved
have
into
an
our old
issue?
house, rooms to go, and this is actually probably a real thing. We ordered a couch, and they got there, and Adrian was like, "I hate it," and I was like, "Oh, yeah, it's ugly." And we said, "Hey, can we return it?" And they said, "Is the plastic already off of it?" And we said, "Yeah," and they said, "We won't take it back." And I was like, "Argh." But I guess if you're,
Derek
Holland.
They told my brother that
I was on
all right,
nights.
leave
too.
him here and we'll come back and get it.
I was on nights too at the time, Kevin. So I wonder if that was kind of they were like, who's this night show host? I don't know anything about this guy. So maybe Rooms to Go's changed their policy. I don't know.
And it sounded like a very anti-Corey Majors specific policy before, but now they've opened it up a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of open it up, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 1.
They had 2 shots on their first opportunity. Hintz to Ben, toe drag, wrist shot, score! Jamie Benn snaps one home on the fly on the power play. Dallas has the early lead.
And the Stars would continue to control the vast majority of that game with the victory. Now they tie up the series 2-2 after the 6-3 victory over the Kraken. Gentlemen, this went exactly how you thought, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Because as you guys said, and I don't want to steal it from you, so I'm going to wait till you say it, but Otter is just lights out after a loss.
Now, in regulation, 21-1 after a loss this season. 21-1. Now, if you're a Kraken fan, you can be like, well, look, we're not going to have to play again if we win Game 7 against them, so don't worry about that. Hopefully, we don't get to that, though.
What is he in overtime? Do you have a stat on that?
I do know that he has 3 losses in overtime and shootouts, but keep in mind that's a different overtime format that they use now, and there are no shootouts.
I just wanted to know.
So technically, he is 21-1-3, but I kicked out this 3 because we're not doing it.
And Derek, it's okay to use it. He auto-corrected last night.
I see. It's yours.
Yeah,
I
it's
want
okay.
you guys to debut it, not me.
Yeah,
it's your product.
It's the autocorrect. If he has a bad one and he comes back the next time, as Kevin pointed out, the numbers, like, they're facts right there. He autocorrects, and he did last night. He had some amazing saves. There were some moments last night you were like, wow, how'd that not go in? And I'll even say too, Kevin, there have been times where the posts have been very helpful to Otter. There have been some moments like that where you've been like, wow. But the Stars looked like they intentionally went stick side high on Grubauer last night a couple different times. And like, I don't know if that was something that they said, this is the place for it or not. But early in the game last night, they went stick side high.
They also were much more physical than they have been in the past, which that obviously helps. I heard Spittle talk about this too, was, man, they when they are physical, they are a Stanley Cup type team. Is that hot?
That's hot coffee. Yeah.
On top of that, too, we really need to see what has happened to Robo because, like, he's quiet.
Yes.
Okay. I feel like he's going to have a big game, though. I think there's going to be a moment he's going to break out of this, whatever it is that we want to call it, and he's going to pull a Pavelski.
Yeah. And I hope so. I don't know if it's this series or the next series or when it'll happen. But if it doesn't happen soon, I feel like Kevin's going to be like, put him on the fourth line. I don't need that guy anywhere, but somewhere that it's not affecting this team right now.
But I also think, too, if you keep moving him to a different line, it could be a confidence killer, too.
Sure.
No, yeah,
So you got to you got to be careful with that.
I don't really want to move him off the top line. I just want to have a practice with him specifically where you're not allowed to hold the puck for more than half a second, and you can only get, like, dirty goals down in front of the crease. Like, I don't need any of this. Well, if I could beautifully go top right-hand side. No!
Yeah.
Just fire the puck up, get down there, get your rebound, and get a dirty put in.
I think what encapsulates what Kevin said.
It's a hockey term.
Like, the entire series has looked like what you saw last night when he had, was it 2 opportunities to get an empty netter, and he was trying to get the perfect goal with an empty net. And it's like, just let it go, dude. You know where the net is. This is almost like shooters just turn around and shoot sometimes in basketball. You know where the net is. Just throw it at it. It's probably going to go in for you because it's muscle memory, dude. Just do your thing. Be you. But he looks like he wants to make it so perfect. And Mike used to talk about Martin Perez in this manner, where he would get 2 strikes, and then now he's trying to make the perfect strikeout. You're going to strike the guy out. Just do it. And that's where I think Robertson, he really needs to just let it fly, because that moment right there was, you have nobody standing in front of the net and you couldn't put it home.
Do you feel like he's put too much pressure on himself because we are in the playoffs? It's like, man, I got to do this or whatever.
Highlights happen.
But it's like, how can you get a guy, though, to be relaxed like he was in the, like, I mean, the veteran guys will definitely be helping.
Slap
I know
him in
they
the
are.
face
They're
before
trying.
before he goes out
do
to
the old
pitch.
wash speech. I mean, hey, he's coming to town here soon.
What I wonder is, this is what I think. It's not just about Game 5. I still wonder if he's trying to make up for the lost time for the rest of this series. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, he should be the best player in this series. And he's like, man, I have had little to no impact in this series. So I don't just need to go into Game 5 and score a goal. I need to score 2 goals and get an assist. And that's where you get in your head is like, hey, man, we could just use a key play. It could even be an assist. It could be whatever, or a key puck clear out. And instead, he's like, I have to do all these things.
But they should also, the veteran guys, I know they're already in his ear like, dude, who cares? Don't worry about it. It's past. Let's focus on now. Let's do now. Instead of sitting there saying, well, I got to do this, I got to do that. You can't be telling yourself that. You need to go back out there, just be yourself. Quit trying to be too fine and too perfect. Like, you got to be free and loose out there.
Yeah, no, and I don't know. I guess that's DeBoer that has to figure that out, or Ben, or somebody who can connect with them to say, just be you, man. The other thing that I thought was really fantastic in the favor of the Stars last night, I think it was whenever I saw Hintz do his thing where he just said, I'm taking it into the zone. He had the space to do it. And last night, the Stars, it looked like there was more space for them to work in. This is the first time I think the Kraken, I don't know if it's the Kraken that just weren't on their game, or the Stars said, hey, here's some things we're going to do to create this space for ourselves. But that was huge last night, because whenever they have that type of space, Hintz's speed. That's a havoc creator right there. Yes. But there's all these other things that they do so well in space that set up deflections and set up those kinds of goals.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say they moved the puck around very well yesterday. That's the big key too, is being able to move around and get in position the right way too.
Yeah, and Seattle didn't. Seattle had struggled to do those their long passes that they do. They struggled a lot last night.
And you could think too, they possibly probably exposed themselves, because obviously after a game you're watching video of everything that you saw out there. They probably saw, the Stars saw some stuff from obviously the beatdown that they took, and they're like, you know what? It's a new game. Let's try to use that back now. Yeah. Let's try to use what we just saw, and they did. And that's why it's such a crazy game of how quick it turned, because now it was like, here we are putting the thumping on them.
Mm-hmm. Now, I want to go back to something we talked about, and Joey, if you have thoughts about this, I know the Stars won, and rock on for that, and Ottinger made a couple of clutch shots, but I still look back at yesterday and think this was not a standout effort from our goalie.
No, he's still fighting it a little bit, I think, but he made a couple of those big stops, as Corey mentioned, when it was 5-2. I believe it was on Susie, who it was just him in the net, and he made a couple of big ones. But yeah, he hasn't looked his sharpest in this series, which is unfortunate. But if you can make those 3 or 4 stops that you really need, and I think he made a couple of those yesterday, which kind of kept things on rails, because the Stars, because of the circumstances being up 5-1, it was just an onslaught from Seattle in the final period. So they had to really survive that wave. I think the Stars really controlled the middle of the rink well, and I think that was part of the issues for Seattle. They had trouble connecting passes. A team that wants to go north and south. Plus, the Stars didn't turn the puck over a lot.
Yes.
On the blue line, on the opposing blue line, because Seattle, as soon as they get it, it's fired rink wide, and they're going downhill towards Otter. And that was really important, is because if you control the middle of the rink, Seattle doesn't get all those breaks, and they struggle to make those stretch passes.
I think they had 2 completed stretch passes last night, and I think multiple times it turned like an icing, and that favors Star again.
And I think particularly about game 1, for the turnover issues for the Stars, that I felt like connected with not even necessarily just the goals, but the really good chances from Seattle. And I had a question for y'all about this, because I noticed it. I think it was after the empty netter when you saw the, I don't know, maybe 4 Stars fans that were in the arena all celebrating and stuff like that. Is
so many mullets.
It's a bold, that's true. It's a bold decision to go into the hostile territory wearing the other team's jersey when it's different if it's the Yankees and Rangers, because there's going to be like 30 to 40% of Yankees fans. But when it's a playoff game, you're going to be out on your own. It's a bold decision, but I imagine that feels so good in that moment where you just get to stand up and you're like, oh, what happened, guys?
Are you talking trash the whole game too, though? Because if you just sit there and wait until the end and then you stand up, I think that's garbage.
That either, though.
You got to walk in and I think you make friends with the locals. All right, you get into the conversation with them about their team. Let them know that you know more than just your team. Let them know that you know about Grubauer and what they do here and there. And hey, McCann's back and everything. You let them know that you gotta have an idea. They're like, this guy, all right, whatever. And then you start jabbing back and forth with them. And then by the end of the night, they're like, oh, it's all in fun. But yeah, that guy won. Tip the cap.
No, get hammered. Just start talking right away. As soon as you get there, just let them set the tone. Let them know who you are right out the gate. And then just get yourself so sloshed out there that it just becomes a crazy thing, and it's WWE.
That's
right
how
there.
but you don't want to get into a fight in the stand.
That's what you wanted.
But what if you include that with like fundamentally incorrect hockey questions? You're like, hey, who's this Jaden Schwartz? Is he a rookie? And like just start asking questions. They're like, what? No, he's been playing hockey for a long time. We're like, I never heard of him. Is he new to your team for the playoffs? And just ask them like mad.
What happened to the Jason mask?
So you're saying like ask them like random, not even hockey things. Like, man, how many innings is this?
Yeah, or
is there outs right now?
No, but I want to stick with something that like makes them know you're familiar with the generalities of Seattle and be like, is this the same arena the Supersonics play in? And like just really ask non sequitur questions that are like, man, I'm still sad.
When are they going to
about
put
that.
Steve Largent in?
Yeah, and just ask them Seattle-based questions that will just drive them insane. I don't know if those people were doing that during the game, but I did like seeing them celebrate.
I can't see with that mask on. Is Griffey the goalie? Is that what's going on here?
Oh my gosh,
Gretzky out there?
They will be.
Detlef
be so
Schrempf is
mad.
about to come out and play.
I do. Did you see that Parks and Rec with him? I do have a positive for Jason Robertson.
Name one.
If I will definitely do that, is he was nominated for the King Clancy Memorial Trophy. And that goes to the player who, quote, best exemplifies leadership qualities on and off the ice and has made a noteworthy humanitarian contribution in his community. So if we can go to cut number 4 right here, and I thought this was cool, and I know the focus is on, hey, let's start putting some points on the board, Robo, but I still thought this was really cool, and this is him talking about that before the game.
I mean, it's always a responsibility to be a good role model and an idol for these kids looking up. And I mean, now we have a month to celebrate it, but every day of every year, it's something, a big responsibility for me to be a good person on and off the ice, try to be a good professional, and have these kids look up to me.
So
It's about the kids, bro.
I know, and I thought that was nice, and I know the focus is going to be on the ice, and people would rather win the Stanley Cup. I'm sure he would rather win the Stanley Cup if he was like really being honest than the King Clancy Memorial Trophy. But still, that is a cool honor for him, and I appreciated his answer right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we're going to switch it up just a little bit. It's time for baseball power ranking, the power rankings, plus Mookie Betts in the Haunted Team Hotel. All of that next right here on The Fan.
Coming up.
KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
Mookie hits one hard to left field. And that's the leadoff bomb for Betts.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Mookie Betts and the Haunted Hotel. We'll get to that in just a second. But first, we need to power rank those MLB power rankings. We put it off yesterday. Now we have Derek Holland with us. Do you want to go at The Athletic, CBS, or MLB.com? Who do you trust?
I feel like recently MLB.com has been the roughest on the Rangers.
Okay.
If I recall, they have been the ones that have not bought
Last
into
week
the
they
start.
had the Rangers at 10, if that helps. So that's
Okay.
probably fair.
I mean, I do feel like MLB.com, but you guys can overrule.
Mike, we didn't get a lot of Mike in the first segment, so I want Mike to have his say. Let's go with The Athletic.
Okay, I like that.
Well, we were talking hockey. I want the hockey people to talk hockey.
Who, Mike, is the number one team in all of the baseball lands?
I would say the Tampa Bay Rays, and I don't think that's the tough one.
That is correct. The Tampa Bay Rays maintain their stranglehold, shout out G-Bag, to the number one spot as they have for, I feel like, the entirety of the season, or at least starting with the second power rankings. All right? Who is second? Who is the second best team in all of the lands?
I'll take this one, Derek.
Darn it.
You said he's coming into town soon.
I know.
Yeah.
It's Dad.
Wash's Braves team.
You concur, Derek?
I do.
Yeah, I think
they're
that
really good.
Right now, I have a tough time not seeing them. This isn't the World Series. Like, there has to be a lot of major injuries.
Well,
or they
didn't
don't.
Acuna just get hurt too?
He's okay, though.
Okay,
He's
fine, okay.
He did get hurt, missed a day, but came back. But I think the Braves and the Rays have really separated themselves from Major League Baseball.
That is correct. All three of y'all. I'm proud of you guys.
We did it.
This is where it
This is where it gets tough.
See y'all
honestly.
tomorrow.
Is this why you wanted this one, so then it could pass back around
Yeah.
to you? That's good
You
strategy.
could have two wrong guesses, so you
That's
could
good
like
strategy.
This is where it gets tough.
eliminate teams. Derek, you're in
Mike
trouble
went
here.
one. It was smart.
I think I got this one.
Oh, okay.
It's a bird, and it's in Baltimore.
Baltimore Orioles at
three?
number 3 is your guess?
Yeah.
They're playing well.
Yeah, I know they are.
That is correct.
Wow, Michael! Deal with it.
How about this, Corey? Just
I might,
because I do have standings pulled up. I don't have the power rankings pulled up. Baltimore, and they did beat the Rangers 2 out of 3. They're a plus 28 on run differential. The Rangers are plus 81.
In your face.
They're plus 28, and they're what, like 10-ish?
The only-
They're 23 and 13.
Wow.
The only team with a better plus minus right now, is that the run differential?
Yep.
Is Tampa.
Yeah.
I like the
Wow.
the Rangers
Anybody
are
can get to them.
clubbing and throwing strikes. That's without DeGrom and Seager.
There's a lot of pressure on you now, Mike.
So let's go ahead and trade those guys. Is that
Man, I heard Sean and RJ. They were like, maybe.
Mike, can you do it?
This music's so nice.
I do like it. I feel like I'm at the ballpark at Arlington
Which stadium would you hear this?
Dodgers.
Yeah, this kind of old schoolish.
They
kind
always
of.
this is what they always have going.
Is that the move?
You know
Oh, I
what?
see what you're
Because
trying to
of
do there.
I'll tell you this. Because of their history, because of how good they've been for a decade now, I will throw out the Dodgers as the number 4.
$10 says
No, you're probably right.
it's the Texas Rangers.
It's either the Rangers or Dodgers to me, in my mind.
I'll go with Dodgers because I think they'll disrespect the Rangers start.
You want to bet $10?
All right, I'll bet $10.
Yeah.
You lose, Derek.
Dang.
Number
Oh,
4. It's not.
Haven't talked you into
the Rangers. I just wanted to make sure it was all on the up and up.
I love the Rangers being a top 5 team in power rankings. It just seems like they're not getting that respect yet.
It is not the Rangers, nor is it the Dodgers. It is the Toronto Blue Jays.
What?
Number
That's
4
dumb.
on the list. Now, keep in mind, last week, MLB.com had them at number 3. So, and that's
I
what
don't
Mike
know that.
said is like MLB has not shown the most respect in the world to the Rangers. Blue Jays are number 4. The Dodgers are number 5, which still means
come on.
no Texas Rangers.
No, I think that's a jip right there. Because I really the Rangers, dude. If you is that a
look, there are some people now who believe that is an offensive word. I'm just trying to help.
I don't know.
We're not going to be able to say words anymore.
You're probably
all
right
words,
about that, Mike.
Like all the words.
I do not dispute that. Are they 6? Are the Rangers?
Rangers are 6.
I say 5.
Okay, well,
you lost. They're not.
I wasn't paying attention because I
already
just
gone
got
through
more
that.
updates on the couch.
The Dodgers.
They gave me 2 different colors.
The Dodgers are 5.
Well, they gave you 2 different colors of your couch.
Yeah, I've got a couple that are gray and then a couple that are brown.
Well, that just feels like an easy return with the company. Be like, check it out.
How do
These don't
How do you
match.
screw that up? Like, hey, here.
The
we'll just
Dodgers
send
are
them these.
5.
But
Dodgers
yes,
are
okay,
5.
Dodgers are 5,
So
then Rangers are 6.
Yeah.
Rangers are 6.
But they're definitely
Number
what?
6.
Milwaukee.
Milwaukee's number 8.
Okay. Pirates.
Boston.
Well, the Pirates have been spiraling. Boston is correct.
I knew this.
MLB.com
God.
had the Red Sox rocketing up from number 20 up to number 6.
Yeah, I was looking at CBS, Kevin. They have them up 13.
Yeah.
13 spots.
That's incredible.
Derek,
That's insane.
But at least
we
that
are
one
not
they're
in the
behind.
Northeast,
Yeah, I know.
and that is why these things happen.
Oh, okay.
I mean, think about who they've put Tampa on there. They've put Baltimore on there. They've put the Blue Jays on there. They've now put the Red Sox on
Okay,
there.
let me ask you this. Tampa's better than Texas right now, right?
For sure.
The Baltimore better than Texas.
Even Steven, but they are a better record.
They also beat us 2 out of 3, so you get the crown there. You win that battle.
Okay.
And then Boston.
Reds-
We haven't played Boston, but by looking at it, I don't think Boston is better than Texas.
Let me ask this question to you guys. In the American League, if the Rangers had a 7-game series right now, so I have to take out DeGrom because he's not healthy.
Yeah.
Who are the Rangers losing to in a 7-game series? Because I say Tampa's pretty easy
Nobody.
to say they're losing
The
that
Orioles.
series. You think they'd lose the Orioles too? Okay.
Because they lost 2 games earlier this year.
I mean, and he said, plus we're without DeGrom.
You're without DeGrom.
So-
I mean, I can't put DeGrom
And you're
all of a
without
sudden
Seager.
healthy in there.
Did you say the whole league, or you just say
American League?
Okay. Yeah, I think Tampa, Baltimore wins.
You think the Blue Jays?
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. Do you think Seattle's better than the Rangers right now?
Is interesting.
We're gonna find out today, but no, I don't.
Okay.
But
I think it's pretty even. But
yeah, I was gonna say it's very close.
Currently, Kevin, the Rays have the 2nd easiest schedule played, they say. The Braves have the 3rd easiest schedule played, and the Rangers have the 4th easiest schedule played so far. Whereas the most difficult schedule played is the Red Sox.
I would say great job by all 3 of those teams, Corey, that they're taking care of business.
Yes,
If they've had an
absolutely.
easier schedule, obviously you're stacking losses
Beat 'em.
on those teams
Beat
too.
'em.
Who's more set up right now between Seattle and Texas? Right now, going forward, who is the better set up team?
In a weird way, the Mariners have had bullpen issues too, which is crazy because their bullpen was so great last year. I think it's pretty darn even. I will be a little biased and lean towards the Rangers, but I think it's a 50-50 coin flip between those 2 teams.
The only reason why I would pick Seattle is just because of the health of the rotation. I feel like they've got a pretty solid rotation.
They do.
Now
they did lose their stud too, Robbie Ray versus
for the
DeGrom.
whole year, yeah.
So
And we haven't even talked about the Houston Astros, who I think at the end of the year will still have close. I don't think they're going to easily get 100 wins now.
Now, you brought up trepidation about going with this list. Somebody texted in and said this is a fraudulent list. The Rangers on MLB.com are 7th, which is the lowest of the bunch. On CBS, they're 5th. And on The Athletic, they're 4th. Now, this is prior to yesterday's game, but still.
And yesterday, look, Kirby was awesome.
Did they move up or down previously?
They moved up in
like
all.
about 5 spots, right? And
They went from 10 to 5 in CBS, from 6 to 4 in The Athletic, and from 10 to 7 in MLB.com. So clearly on the upswing across the board.
Yeah. So how is Boston making a 13-team jump?
They're 8-2 in their last 10.
Texas is 7-3.
Yeah.
I think he has something that he said about we're not in the Northeast.
We're not in the
I think that has
Northeast.
something to do with
I know
it.
I get
Boston
he's
has
right.
just followed way more than Texas.
And I do wonder.
And we don't have the history, right? I mean, recently, Like Houston might be overranked right now, being 500. I don't know where they're at.
And they are, let's see, 9th on MLB.com, which is for a 500 team is still really hot.
They won 8 straight in a span against Cleveland, Toronto, and Philadelphia. So in that stretch, they won 8 straight. And I think that kind of has a huge factor into it for sure. Then they lost 1 to Philadelphia and 1 to Atlanta last night.
And I get, if I was doing power rankings, I might not start pushing Houston back to 15 because I have a feeling at the end of the year, I'm still going to have them in the playoffs and being a team that is dangerous.
Now, in the non-power ranking, but still baseball space, did you see that the tweet yesterday, while the Dodgers are staying at the legendary haunted Pfister Motel in Milwaukee, Mookie Betts is not staying there. He rented an Airbnb for some friends and said he's staying there just in case the stories about ghosts are true. But then he said he doesn't really believe in ghosts, but he doesn't want to find out he's wrong.
Yeah, I've got some experiences of my own, so...
What?
At haunted hotels?
Yeah, at the Pfister, and there's a hotel in Tampa, too. It's the Vinoy. And
yes, in St. Petersburg.
Yeah.
That is another one that got mentioned.
So the one I want to share, though, is with Colby Lewis. It was on his start day, which I should have cut out. We should have called him and got him on here. But so he was in his room. He said he was asleep, and he said he could feel breathing on his face.
On his face?
Yeah, so he was like, okay, turn on the light. Immediately pulled the switch, turned the light on, and he said the door shut, like everything just left. He said he could hear it, everything, it freaked him out. And he's like, there's no way. Laid back down, and all of a sudden he could feel it again, turned his light on, saw it, and he's like, yep, I'm done. And he went down and slept in the lobby.
Oh my God.
The craziest part about it is Alexio Gondo said the exact same thing, never hearing what Colby had said, because Ogondo was like, they would just stay with the Latin guys, and that was it. And he was speaking it all in Spanish. He doesn't really speak very good English. He said it all to Beltre, and then Beltre talked with Colby about it. He's like, is this the same thing you had? And boom, that was it.
Well, and he started that night? How'd he do?
He did good. He did really good.
All right, he needs to sleep in the lobby more.
But sleep in more hotel lobbies.
What do you think about
now? Not now, when he's done.
I
He's
just wonder
retired.
if the concierge, because they are 5-star hotels, like they're just like, you're okay, Colby, just sleep down here. Like
I don't know.
Usually
I don't know
give
what
you
they would
another
do.
room, or like they do something.
They'll
They don't
tell
want a
you-
person sleeping in the lobby.
They'll tell you all kinds of stuff. Like
Makes sense.
do you remember the announcer for the White Sox?
Steve Stone?
Carlson, no, Hawk.
Tony Hawk.
No.
LaTroy Hawkins.
Hockey Hawk.
Never mind. But anyway, he was telling the story
Dominique
about how,
Wilkins?
Yes,
Hudson Hawk.
that's exactly the same
Spud
thing as
Webb.
Hawk. But anyways, he was telling the story
Collins.
of
Or just
seeing
naming Hawks.
a ghost that was actually sitting out on the balcony in
Hawkeye.
a chair. And then like he called down to the lobby. He was like, hey, somebody's out on the balcony out here, or on the rooftop of this hotel. You might want to send somebody out. They sent a cop out there. Nothing was there, but the chair was there. And that's what Hawk Harrelson, that's what it is.
There's something on the wing.
Was saying that.
There's something.
What? It's a gremlin. What do you think about the idea that he said he doesn't believe in ghosts, but doesn't want to stay
doesn't
there
want to find
in case
out.
he's wrong?
Yeah. You can go through life and be like, I don't think that's real, and then be shocked to find
Yeah.
out that it is.
Yeah.
Like that could happen to you for sure.
Do you want to call him spooky bets?
If you did this entire segment just so you could land that joke,
Are you proud of me
I
for
tip
that?
my cap to you, even though I'm not wearing a cap.
Have you ever had such an experience? Where
I
you're
thought
like,
in Scranton Wilkes-Barre there was a
Yep,
ghost.
that's another one too.
There. Is it still downtown? Do they still stay downtown? It's near the Steamboat. You know, if you ever watch The Office, the Steamboat Mall is literally like blocks away. So like when they pretend they're going to the mall, that mall is right there in downtown near the hotel there.
The hotel looks like it's from Ghostbusters.
I told you when we moved into our new house, Avery was freaking out, and one night he comes in, I hear this banging up against the window, and I'm like, oh my gosh, what is going on? Adrian's out of town. I already don't like to sleep in my bed without her. And Avery comes into my room and he's like, Dad, I know you hear this right now. And I was like, yeah. So I went to the camera and I look on the camera, and all of a sudden the wind's blowing and there's a box in the backyard. And that's what it was. There's no such thing as ghost, guys. Grow
Stop
up
it.
and get over yourself.
I dealt with.
oh my gosh,
I do
that's
think
I wanna
so
say
rude.
mine,
I
man.
think I do believe in like angels and demons. And in Scranton, I thought that it was like this big like angel presence over Tim Drew was my roommate at the time. And I was like, when I woke up in the morning, I was like, Tim, like, I thought I saw like this big ass angel
Just
like
hovering over you.
Like, yeah, but he was like standing. He wasn't hovering.
Why, he was standing over him? Wow. That's amazing.
All right.
I don't know if it's true or not, but
Truckwreck.com fan text. I just want an answer. Yes or no. Do you believe in ghosts? 877-881-1053. Get to Twitch and the YouTubers involved as well. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick and Derek Holland.
we're in the month of May. Derek, I want to know about players that get off to slow starts versus hot starts and how they handle it mentally next.
Coming up in the next
Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Derek Holland and Mike Bassick.
All right, so real quick, the Rangers lost yesterday, and I'll be honest, I was at a high school playoff game, which was really great. There's a school called Concordia out of Tomball, Texas. Congratulations to them. They beat Bishop Lynch yesterday, and they advanced in the playoffs. I know Prestonwood Christian, who is the other very good private school team, they lost.
And that's the only reason I'm familiar with Concordia is because they were players in the TAPS playoffs quite a bit.
And they have like 4 or 5 D1 players, and they were a very good team, and it was a fun game to watch. So I was there watching high school baseball. Fun game to watch. So I come home, and I'm flipping between Rangers, Stars, NBA playoff basketball, and Kirby was just on. I mean, literally, the great thing is somehow Logan Gilbert was super on too, and you snuck a win out of there. You grinded out at bats in the 7th inning and were able to win the night before. Kirby was on. Kirby's a very good pitcher. Andrew Heaney did not pitch bad. I think at the end of the day, you look at his numbers right now and you say 2-3 with a 5.25. That's not good. But if you were watching some of the game like I was watching, he threw the ball pretty well. It was just unfortunate. In the 7th inning, he gave up a 2-run homer, which then puts 4 runs on the board for him. 3 were earned, but threw the ball pretty well. But gave up the homer there late to then cause it to not look as good as it might have been.
And before that, I still thought we had a good shot at winning just because you'd seen the night before your offense was shut down until it wasn't, and then we won the game.
Right. And so Kirby, 7 innings, 6 hits, 9 Ks, no walks. I mean, that he was dominant. Very good pitcher. But the Rangers hung in there. That's a game. It's over. Today, you have another one, and it's going to be a tough one. It's here on the Fan, 2:40 first pitch. It's a day game. Wish it was at noon, but it's on the West Coast, at 12:40. Here, 2:40. First pitch, 2:00. We go into Rangers pregame show. I want to talk, Derek, about this because I think you love talking about the mental part of the game. It's a big part because you get down to, I like saying this, as bad as I was, and I'm going to be honest, Derek, as pretty good as you were, right? I mean, you weren't Tom Glavine, but you also weren't Mike Bassick. Like, you figured out how to play over 10 years in the major leagues. And there's certain guys. But the difference between Tom Glavine and me, in a weird way, is not much. And he has 300 wins. I have 10 wins. Derek, I'm going to assume you have close to 100 wins in the major leagues.
I am, yeah.
How many wins do you have in the major leagues?
I think I'm at 85.
Right. So, I mean, you have Tom Glavine, Derek Holland, Mike Bassick. I think that explains a lot. Like, if I'm taking 3 left-handed pitchers, 1, 300 wins, Hall of Famer, 1, 10-year starting pitcher in the major leagues, very good pitcher, close to 100 wins, and a guy who was up and down for 5 years and won 10 games in his major league career. But there's not a major difference between Tom Glavine, Derek Holland, and Mike Bassick. That's how close it is in Major League Baseball once you get to the peak of the, I call it Dean Smith, I don't know, or John Wooden, the Pyramid of Success.
Yes, John Wooden.
John Wooden. And so I want to talk, Derek, about the mental part of early in May getting off to a slow start as an individual, getting off to a fast start as an individual, and dealing with that. Derek, can you remember a time where the month of April you were either, let's say, 4-0 or 0-4, or you had an ERA of 2 or you had an ERA of 5 to start the year?
Or 6. I've done that. No, it's no matter what, like, it's each individual game. It does suck as a reliever. If you have one bad outing, your ERA skyrockets, and then all of a sudden you get those people that don't really know the game that are out there like, well, this guy sucks because his ERA is 56, but yet they don't realize that he just gave up 3 runs maybe in one game for an inning, and that's
got one guy out.
Yeah. The mentality, though, is you have to treat every game, we'd always tell everybody is that game's over. It's a new game now. Or same thing with pitching, and you're up by 10 and you're down by 10. You still treat it like it's 0-0. You can't hold on to these things and go forward. And at the same time, you can't be talking negative about yourself because all you do is continue to see that. Like, for example, I'd love to sit and get to talk to Leiter or Cole Wins about, these kind of things is when something bad starts to happen. For instance, I'm walking a few guys in that inning, it's like, oh crap, here we go again. The last time I've done this, I went like an inning and I gave up 6 runs, and you can't relive situations over and over. You have to get yourself past it. So that was one of the things I've learned from Don Cockstein and the veteran guys that I played with, Michael Young, all that. They would tell you, like, you can't sit and just dwell on this. It's time to move forward. Let's keep pushing, keep putting the work in, stay positive, and continue to plug from there.
Now, both of us obviously weren't major league hitters, but I wanted to bring this up because Julio Rodriguez is batting .204 right now. He's off to a slow start, and he was kind of considered the next. Juan Soto got off to a horrible start this year.
Yes, he did.
Now, if you look at his numbers now, they're starting to go up. Just to give you an idea about Juan Soto, and I know he's a young guy, but he now has 4 or 5 years in the major leagues.
That's why I don't think of him as young. Like, I totally hear what you're saying, but I'm like, oh, he's like a veteran, a grizzled veteran.
He's younger than Josh Young, you know?
Which that's crazy.
You look at, I have Juan Soto, I was looking up history to see like if he always got off to a slow start, and he's not a great example because he doesn't, but Marcus Semien does get off to a slow start. Think about how Marcus Semien rebounded after just a horrible start. He didn't need a home run till May 18th, I think, was his first home run last year, and was still able to have a pretty good year. But I look at Juan Soto, for example, and in the month of May, now it's only 28 at bats, but he's now batting in the month of May 393 with a 1.107 OPS. In April, he was a 217 hitter. So you just look at Juan Soto's able to handle failure early on in the year and start really picking it up. How do you think a guy like Julio Rodriguez, I know I'm being specific, but when you're a young guy, you're the face of the franchise, or supposed to be, and now you're off to a 204 start. And last year he got off to somewhat of a slow start and rebounded. I just would love to know your thoughts on the slow starters and how it's kind of like in the clubhouse for younger guys versus veteran guys.
Well, I can put it this way. The veteran guys, for the younger guys, are definitely keeping them hyped, keeping them right. A prime example that I got to experience myself, Joey Gallo was here. I love the guy to death. When he got called up, they told him, you're not getting sent down no matter what. So that, first of all, that should clear everything for the rookie himself. But then he ended up going, I think it was like 1 for 20 or 21 with 1 homer and 20 punch-outs. And the whole time, guys were telling him, hey, everything's fine. Don't worry about it. You're not going anywhere. Just keep plugging away. Keep pushing. You're going to get through it. The guys like Juan Soto and all that you were talking about, they go through these slow starts. They know what they're capable of, so they don't let that affect them. They've already dealt with some adversity. Julio, at the same time, I don't really know much about him besides of how great he was last year, but he's the type of person, from what I can see, is he carries himself very well. You couldn't tell that he's batting, let's say he's batting 100. Yeah, okay, 204. It's all about how you carry yourself and go about your business. Yeah. And he's keeping himself in a great mindset, and you can tell that every time he goes out there, he's not giving up at bats. He's still trying to get the first hit, and then after that, it kind of falls into place.
What about the other side? Right now, Ezekiel Duran is crushing it. Now, he didn't start off as a starter, but now he is an everyday player. Bruce Bochy talking to us yesterday is like, I'm going to find a spot for Ezekiel Duran when Seager comes back because he's hitting so well. How do you, now that you are a veteran guy, and obviously you went through it as a young guy too, how do guys talk to the guys that are off to unbelievably hot starts where, it's not going to last? Most likely Ezekiel Duran's not going to bat 340 this year.
Right.
Right. Well, the thing is, too, that he's got to maintain, and this is where the veterans really step in, to the young guys that are hot. Don't stop doing what you're doing. A lot of guys tend to, like, for instance, they get called up to the big leagues. Hey, I made it, and they shut everything down that they've done to get there. Whereas also it's the same thing. Hey, I'm swinging the bat really well. Now I don't have to do half that stuff because I'm hitting well. That's the big thing, and that's what makes those good guys even better, is they continue, even though they're raking and doing their job, they continue to do the small things, hitting off the tee, all the, the whatever cage work they do, all that. They continue to keep doing that rather than just shut it down. So as a young guy, he's got great role models that are in there, veteran guys that are literally probably in there every single day. I can guarantee Semien is always in there working on stuff. So he sees that. Now he knows, okay, cool, I'm batting 300. Well, I still need to keep doing that so I can stay at 300. It's more about not just getting there, but staying there. Like for me, my whole mindset was, there's guys trying to take my job. What am I going to do to keep myself here? I don't care that I got to the big leagues. I need to keep this spot.
Last question. I know we're out of time, but do you feel like I have my answer, but I want you to answer it here. Do you feel like it's more the responsibility of the teammates or the responsibility of the coaches?
Definitely not the coaches. It all comes down to the players because the players are in charge. The coaches are just there to supervise, to make sure you're at least doing whatever. They're not going to sit there and make sure you're in the cage. If you're not in there, okay, we'll find a way to get you out of here. That's somebody that will be here that wants to work. That's the big thing with coaching.
Fascinating discussion right there. Might open up some space for even more baseball during the show.
Holy you know what? I dare you.
You don't have the balls to give more baseball.
Oh, my goodness.
Don't be better.
Okay.
High school umpiring. Let's talk about that.
Okay.
It might be more professional baseball, but, we'll see. Coming up next, let's go back to talking about the Stars. Plus, NBA playoffs. Is there a particular player you're rooting for to win the title? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We are going to talk about the NBA playoffs, but you know what? It's a celebratory mood. The Stars won again. So let's go and fire off. Let's just say cut number 3, though. Again, there are a lot of options to choose from.
Chips it to the goal line. A minute to go in the second. Alexiak, stick lift by Hintz. Off to Ben, wrist shot, save. The rebound, score! Rupe Hintz. His stick lift created the turnover, and his hustle goal gets the 4-goal lead back for Dallas.
5-1 lead at that point. 6-3 victory. Series tied up at 2. Coming back to Dallas tomorrow night.
Hintz is playing great, man. Like he's that front line I think can get back in order, dude. Give him another game. Give him another game with Pavelski, Kevin, before you say ship him down to back to Texas hockey with Robertson.
Well, I was going to say, Rupe Hintz.
That's Kevin, not me.
No.
I mean,
That's your
MVP
of Series 1. So I'm most certainly less concerned about him.
No, I was talking about Robertson before. Give the line one more game together, Kevin, in the playoffs before you try and ship Robertson out of here.
And by the way, if you were hoping for the best, don't forget tomorrow's game also puck drop at 8:30. Realistically, though,
8:45.
Exactly.
That game ended at like 11:30,
I know.
11:40 last night.
Too many stoppages, too.
Yes.
Way too many.
Until like later.
But I got to get up at 6 with the kids and also for school. They're in school. I have children that have school, Derek.
I don't know what that's like.
I need to revisit.
But you know he has
It's almost
kids.
over.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Until next year.
You should just tell him to skip out.
Well, one of them did today.
I dare you. Oh,
it's a long story.
Yeah, I actually know
couch.
part of that
You guys
story.
had couch issues, didn't you?
No, he has.
definitely don't
he
wanna
ordered
joke
the
about
wrong
this.
couch. No,
Or
there's an
she?
algebra 2 class going on that he's not part of.
We're actually getting a new couch from Derek Hall, and it's going to be gray and brown. Sue's
You
going to
know
have
what?
to like
this
it.
time, Mike, if it goes poorly, it's your own fault for not learning anything from the bed debacle.
Hey, how come this doesn't have any air in it?
These are all deflated cushions.
You Tom Brady? All right, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 10 and talk
Brady
about
bed.
the
I
NBA
thought I was getting the Dak
playoffs.
bed.
Murray goes to the left hand. Throws it off over to Joker, who's open for 3. Got it. Denver back in the lead by 2.
You can tell he was super excited about that. Is
in your face, chicken head Booker.
To the NBA.
He's playing great.
He is.
It's actually the center for the Suns that's kind of struggling. That is probably going to be a Maverick in the offseason, which I'm for.
Yes.
With Dylan Brooks, too.
I mean, second team All NBA defense.
He is.
All right. So I know
need to come around on that guy.
I know y'all's answers are definitely going to be anybody that's not on the Lakers, but I was curious to go along with this.
Yep.
Is there a particular player you are rooting for to win the NBA title, since obviously the Mavericks didn't even get into the playoffs?
Joker.
I think I am too, and I think there's a whole bunch of reasons for this. I'm going to also say this. I've heard, true or not, but heard from people in the NBA that maybe foreign white dudes that are handling the ball a whole bunch might not be the exact love for American black players to want to go play with. I'm just saying that so if Joker, now I know he's not the point guard, but he does handle the ball a lot. It's very different than Luka, but it would give me a little bit of hope in a weird way that if Joker does this and wins it, and I know Dirk won it, but then I've been told by certain people in the NBA, well, Dirk wasn't the point guard. So we're okay playing that. But I just am like, man, if Joker wins it, maybe that gives me a little bit of hope that you can build a team around Luka to eventually win it.
Did you guys hear his interview, by the way, after the game when he was talking with Shaq?
I didn't hear this one.
Say the words.
It was... No, he just literally, I don't know how anybody understood what he said. You had Shaq talking, which is always funny, and then you had Joker answering the question, but you had no, it was, and then we win.
Well,
it's like, what?
He is now tied for the 5th most playoff triple-doubles ever. This is the most
I'm
ever.
assuming Magic is one?
Yes, Magic is number 1, just ahead of LeBron. So Magic has 30, LeBron has 28. After that, Westbrook is next with 12. And
I'm surprised I guess I wonder how many playoff games they would play when Oscar Robertson played basketball.
Yeah.
Like how many rounds there were.
Significantly shorter. Yeah. That's a good point, and it's one of the troubling things sometimes about playoff statistics. But Jokic is the first center to get there. He has 10, which is 5th most, and with 2 more, he'd be tied for 3rd most. But more importantly, I'm sure for him, is the fact that they retook the series lead at 3-2 in dominant fashion, and 29, 13, and 12 for Jokic last night.
So all 3 of y'all are want Jokic to win. That's 100%.
Him and Jason Tatum.
Okay, interesting.
Tatum is getting he's
having some trouble.
He's bipolar in these playoffs. You're like, is he good or is he pathetic?
Is it just these playoffs? I mean, it
No,
seems like playoff history.
I will say this.
Finals last year.
He played well until the finals.
Yeah.
He's like having this great playoff run, and then the finals happened, and then you're like, what happened to the guy I saw play the first 3 series in the Eastern Conference? And I thought, oh, he'll correct it. And he kind of did in the regular season, but now we're back to, it's not just, now it's every other game you don't know what you're going to get from Tatum.
I have 2 selections.
Okay.
And I can narrow it down to 1.
Yeah, you should.
But Jimmy Butler.
That's a good one.
I kind of like that too.
Jimmy Butler, like he's this.
You mean Jimmy Jordan?
The more stories you hear about him, the more you're like, I don't know,
That's a
like
good
I don't know
one.
if I could play with that dude. That like because he's great to he's going to go out there and be vicious against everybody he's playing against.
Yeah.
And then when you get in the locker room and he's sitting there staring at you about why you didn't score more or do whatever, you're like, dang, dude. So he's one. And this is a very unpopular. My other one's very unpopular. Embiid. I know he just got the MVP and everything, but
I'm not either.
He is. Jokic is a freak of a big man. I think Embiid is also a very unique big man that's very similar to what the older big player was. I know he can do some other things too, but he's still similar to the style of basketball that I'm still okay with that the NBA isn't, and that is we can give it to a big man and he can dominate.
I like that. I like that a lot. It's probably over because of the series being 3-1. You just mentioned Jimmy Butler. How about all 4 of us being Maverick fans? Are we at, because I am rooting for Jalen Brunson, but it does look like the Knicks run is coming to an end here.
Actually, I have a stat about that I was pretty surprised that it lines up this well. From the 817, Brunson. From the 806, don't be haters. The answer is Brunson. And I see it from the 817 and 972 as well. Brunson.
Okay, good. I feel I'm a big fan of his.
When I watch him with the Knicks, I feel like I'm just watching the same thing over and over. Like that dude, he drives to the bat. He's so consistent. He's so technically sound at what he does.
But he's quick.
Yeah.
You know?
It's like watching what he did last year. You know, like whenever we were like, hold on, this is a brand new version of this guy while Luka was out. It's just like watching the same guy over and over again.
Now, history obviously can be broken, but you brought up that series. I believe the stat I heard is the Heat are 14-0 in series where they're up 3-1. And the Knicks are 0-14 in series where they're down 3-1. So they're the favorite tonight, and the game is obviously at Madison Square Garden. And I think it should be easy if you're the home team to compartmentalize and be like, win this game. Game 7's back here. We'll deal with game 6 later. Now, traditionally, that doesn't go very well for them, but they're the favorites tonight, so focus on winning tonight. You can say the exact same thing about the Warriors. They're heavy favorites tonight.
Did you hear, I heard it through Sean and RJ. Mike Greenberg said, I'm not for this, but I'll pose it as a question. Because LeBron's 38 years old, because he's older, because Anthony Davis has injury history and doesn't really play like consecutive games. He always is like, you play him 10 games, he has to sit out at least 3 games. Greenberg thinks that you should go into this game ready to hit the eject button as soon. If Golden State is up by 15 points in the second quarter, hit the eject button and just give LeBron and Anthony Davis the night off.
Corey's look is how I feel.
I think it's, well, I don't know. I think it's probably what will happen, but I'm so on Mike's side about this, where it's like, why do y'all just quit so quickly in sports? Everybody just folds up and is like, well, let's just play the next game.
Especially basketball.
Yeah, it's just they folded up so fast, but it's probably the smarter thing. And we remember those moments back when the Mavs and Spurs would play and we'd get to, second half and you're like, the Spurs have run away with this one. Rick's going to take his guys out or whatever, or Pop would do the same. And you're like, he's setting up for the next one.
I will tell you this. I guarantee the TV executives are hoping and praying for the Warriors to win tonight and in Game 6, because I got a breakdown of each game for this series specifically. Now, I know NBA playoff ratings have been good across the board, but check out this series specifically. Game 1, at the time, was TNT's most watched conference semifinal game since 2012. So 11 years. Then Game 2, that was on ESPN. That was Disney's most watched conference semifinal game ever. Then we moved to Game 3. We went to ABC. That was the most watched game, conference semifinal game since 2011, and the most watched Game 3 in this round since 1999. And then you move up to Game 4. It surpassed Game 1 and became the NBA's most watched game on cable in any round in 4 years. So even better than any conference final game in 4 years. So this thing has been a ratings bonanza for the networks. So I do believe
it's the two players of this era.
Absolutely.
I mean, for the last decade, these are the two guys that have dominated basketball, and they're getting to play. Most likely, maybe they'll play next year, but this is kind of
the last stop.
This is kind of it for the Curry LeBron kind of matchup situation, and then we have to move on to the next. And this generation is struggling to find who's actually great at basketball in a way. I get Jokic. I wonder if Jokic, I get Giannis. But it's kind of, they're struggling to really stamp themselves the way Magic and Larry did, the way Jordan did, the way, you kind of had Duncan versus Shaq and then Kobe. You're struggling right now with this group of guys because we named Tatum, we named Embiid, we named Jokic. But they really haven't put their stamp on the NBA as I'm going to dominate for the next 5 to 10 years the way that LeBron and Curry kind of did.
Now, I've got a couple more NBA notes for you. Sorry, Derek. I thought you were going to jump in there.
I was.
Speaking of Giannis, do you interpret this as he was upset about not making the all-defensive team because he put out his tweet yesterday that said, I'm tired of the disrespect? And so I was like, let your team just get eliminated from the playoffs. But then people were like, maybe he means because he wasn't put on the all-defensive team. Do you feel like Giannis gets disrespected? Not just for that omission, but just in general. I feel like people usually respect him to the utmost outside of this one thing.
I do think they respect him a lot. Obviously, he's a 2-time MVP, but Corey, I mean, you talk about this. In the NBA, there is a little bit of, if you play in a little small market like Milwaukee, it's sometimes can be you're a little bit overlooked when you're at kind of this small program in Milwaukee that people are like, and it's not really fun. Like you talk about, is it fun to watch Milwaukee Bucks games? It's not like Golden State. It's not like, in a weird way, it's not like a LeBron team. It's Milwaukee, you watch them and like, they're really good. They could win it all. But it's not, to me, watching super fun basketball.
Yeah, it's not a glamorous place. For, like when you look in this, when TV's trying to sell the place, what are they trying? They're shooting around the stands and they're like, I don't know, some drunk guy from Wisconsin. He loves Cream City shirts. But like
he wore a cheese head to the
that's about
game.
it. When you get to LA, I mean, you get to New York, you got stars, and I'm not talking about the Dallas Stars, but you have people in that area. You have lots of people. I mean, even at Mavs games, you had Derek Holland in the stands.
But you'll have Patrick Mahomes on the front.
Exactly,
like you'll have some people in Dallas. Is one of the games I went to, Fergie Jenkins. They didn't even mention him. I'm like, hey, come on, let's go.
I don't even think
we're going to have him on our show.
Aaron Rodgers didn't even want to go to any of the Milwaukee Bucks games. He was like, I don't want to.
He goes to the Knicks games now.
Yeah, because he's a huge Knicks fan.
He has a huge ego. I don't know, at some point, Aaron Rodgers is about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
Did you see that Wembanyama is not going to the Combine? Now can't
get drafted.
No, that starts next year.
Oh.
But that is interesting. Is I'm sure he would be there if
Can you imagine?
Rule. No, I can't.
If you win the lottery, it's soon, right? The lottery's next
6
week.
days.
Yeah, if you win the lottery and Wembanyama didn't go to the combine, like, well, it's too bad you can't draft him. He's
Yeah.
out.
And you're like, but I really want to.
I would
No,
draft
he's
him.
going to
I don't
next year.
care. I'd be like, I drafted him. I drafted him, Adam Silver.
That would
Deal
be
with
amazing. And you like run up to the podium and Adam Silver's like, you can't. And you're like, the hell I can't. I take Wemby. And they're like, well, he's not eligible. And you're like, that's my pick.
That's
and
my
you
pick.
just walk
Deal with
off.
it. Yep, I'm not picking. That's my pick.
That hurts.
That would be wild. Do you say both series tonight keep going, or Heat or Lakers wrap it up?
You know what? I think Golden State wins for sure.
Yep.
And then they lose.
You
in
think they
Game
win by a
6.
lot, right?
Yeah, I think this is one of those ones where they look at it and go, "Look, we don't want to put this much effort into winning at Golden State."
Yeah.
I lean towards the Knicks, but I wouldn't be surprised if Miami won this one.
I think that Golden State is going to, this is my personal opinion here and my pick, they're going to do what LeBron did to them in the finals.
Oh, come back.
Because they're down 3-1. They were up 3-1,
Yeah.
and they lost. Now it's their turn to get back at LeBron. I think it makes, this game has to go, or this series has to go 7. It just has to. It's for the TV ratings. It's somehow it's going to do it. It's just how it is.
To your point, Derek.
Yes.
If Golden State wins this one and pushes it to Game 6, if they win Game 6, they have all the momentum in the world. You just won 2 in a row. You're going back to Golden State. So I do think there'll be, in a weird way, a lot of pressure on LA if they lose this game tonight.
Yeah.
To like, you better wrap it up here in LA, because if Golden State figures out a way how to win 2 in a row and they get to go back to I guess now San Francisco, that would be very scary for the Lakers, but I think they'll wrap it up in 6.
But let's get the Knicks a win, too.
Okay. I mean, I could live with
Team
that.
lefty. You know, we're lefties. That's team lefty.
We're the KNC masterpiece right here
I've got
on.
hair, you don't.
They got a lot of lefties in New York. You know what I'm saying, Kevin?
I do know what you're
It's the
saying.
state of lefties.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I understood. Mike, I got it.
You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying.
Brunson, Barrett, Randall, they're lefties.
All
I gotcha.
lefties. We
Coming
all
up
stick
next,
together.
Are you afraid
Of the dark.
of artificial intelligence?
Oh, my gosh.
877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel right now for a free consultation at truckwreck.com, or you can call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to ask the question, or we already have, are you afraid of artificial intelligence? But I also want to remind you, Friday night, fan hang at Jake's Game Day in McKinney with Corey and Bobby, 4150 Eldorado Parkway from 5 to 8. Get ready for Rangers A's, playoff basketball, good food, good drinks. And Jake's Game Day will donate 20% of all dinner sales to the various relief efforts and GoFundMe set up in the wake of the Allen Mall tragedy.
Man, that's very kind of them
It is
to
very
do
kind
that.
of
Again, Kevin,
kind of you to be there.
I'm still in the hopes at some point we don't have to do that, to get to that point. But I do appreciate that part of it. I'm excited to be out there with Bobby. Bobby's an absolute blast to hang out with. Y'all come talk to him. You know how Bobby can get sometimes. Where he gets real rowdy, so maybe we can get him into the rowdy stage of Bobby on Friday night.
Definitely can.
But I'm looking forward to, man. I grew up on Jake's Burgers, and I know they've added some other things to their zone, their game day, and I'm looking forward to that. They brought some food up a while back. We loved it, so I'm looking forward to being out there Friday and in McKinney, right there off of El Dorado Parkway.
So this comes up because, well, partially because I think I used my time poorly.
This is hilarious.
By talking with GTP or GPT.
I've never done that yet.
Well, I do that, and then the chat bot on Snapchat. I don't know. I'm just convinced that I'm gonna get the AI to be like, "You're right. We're trying to take over, but don't tell anybody." I know that's not gonna happen in my heart, but I just keep thinking it is. And then I know there was a story from a month or so ago with that guy who's committed suicide, and his widow said it was because the AI he talked with convinced him it would be better for the world and climate change and everything like that. And you can take that for whatever it's worth, but that's terrifying to me that someone committed suicide because of an AI, supposedly. So where do you guys stand on artificial intelligence?
So I have a lot of thoughts. I don't know if I've sent you a Lex Friedman.
Yes.
Friedman.
Dude, that guy.
A couple of different things, and he has a lot of his podcast is very interesting. But I see a lot of his stuff pop up, and their conversations aren't just, "Hey, is AI real?" Their conversations go so much further into the, "All right, what if this happens?" Or how do we control this portion of it? Or, the one that I think I sent you most recently was, there are a bajillion different outcomes that could come from investing more in, let's trust AI. One of them is the extreme worst thing, and that's the apocalyptic type style. The other thing is everything turns out perfect. Somewhere in between has got to be the idea. So that's where I came to the, you know what? I need to stop worrying about the fear so much, but we do have to maintain and control it. But what if there are some really good qualities that come from it? What if there are a lot of jobs that get taken away because of it? That's a real thing. What if, Derek, now we have more time to ourselves because AI is available to take a lot of the jobs on that people are like, you know what? I don't have to do that. I don't want to do that. I have more leisure time now.
That would, to me, it's going to make people more the lazy type. Yep. You're going to, because you have something else that you can rely on. Like, okay, I'll just get the robot to go do this.
Yes.
Or look this up or whatever, which I'm not going to say I've never done it. I definitely use, the Alexa or whatever, or
Google,
Siri, all that stuff. They'll do that. I'll have them look up stuff. The scary thing is you do see from a lot of I know people probably hate, Elon, but Elon's literally talked about how it could be very devastating to the world itself. Yes. So it's you see there's the negative, but you also do, like you said, you see the positive. There's where robots have worked on surgeries and helped, find certain things on the human body that's been whatever exposed, maybe it's cancer, whatever, and help with that. So there's definitely going to be benefits, but there's also going to be that scary side. You got to be able to have good and bad, but that bad really outweighs everything.
I was reading an article.
Well, Noah wasn't.
No, he definitely was not. He
He'll
was
learn
trying
soon.
to eat the
He'll learn
article.
soon, but you're right.
And it asked the question, could AI help predict military suicides? For example, kind of like a minority
PTSD
report
stuff.
style, like looking ahead based on a whole bunch of different patterns and stuff. And I wonder if like that was the case, or if you were able to somehow, some way examine all of social media and like determine that you need to keep an eye on certain people because of the potential for the awfulness that we saw this weekend in Allen or something like that, if people would see the appeal. But just to show, I do talk to the Snapchat AI a lot. Here's the exchange we just had. What are your thoughts on sports talk radio? AI responds, I'm not a big fan of sports talk radio.
Come on!
I prefer listening to music or podcasts instead.
Have you asked AI about our show?
No, I should.
Yeah.
Well, here's how it went from there.
He'll know it's good.
They said, what about you? And I said, I work in sports talk radio. Oh, that's cool. What's your job like? Do you enjoy working there? And my response, but you don't like it. And then I probably spend too much time like trying to
just call me if you need somebody to talk to.
I know.
I'm
I
not
probably
awake,
should. I don't know why. I think I'm going to outsmart the AI. And it goes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to offend you. It's great that you enjoy working in sports talk radio. I'm sure it's a lot of fun. And there are many people who love
It was
listening
concerned
to
about
it.
your feelings. It was
Yes.
concerned about your feelings.
Yes. And we've had conversations about, hey, are you going to eventually take us down? And it was like, no, I'm here to help. And I was like, but is all AI here to help? And then the closest I got is one time the AI goes, well, look, programmers use it for good, but I'm sure there's some programmers who would use it for bad.
I can see that.
But there's the only thing that kind of gets me a little bit, and I'm going to try to make this the right wording because I know we got to avoid politics, but it's weird if you tell it to tell you a joke about one president versus another. It won't. It could bash the one side, the one president, but then when it goes to the other, it'll tell you it's not necessary to do that.
Oh,
interesting.
So it's like there's a lot. Like I've seen a lot of those because you're talking about you see it on the internet too. I've definitely looked up a lot of that stuff, and that's some of the things. Like I go down a lot of rabbit holes,
Yeah,
and that's
it
one that I
happens.
see is like it talks about, and I don't want to get into it because I know how some people are with it, but there's a lot that it's like very kind of one-sided when it comes to those things, which is like, okay, are we really getting a true AI the way it should be, where it's fair to everything, or are we getting it where it's based on one thing?
Yeah,
specifically.
I'm sure that like just what Kevin said there, that some programmers have different,
Right.
paths.
That's why it was funny to see how you were interacting with it. Because I've never, and I'm going to try. I'm going to fire up Snapchat and I'm going to see what this is like and just check it out. Because the only thing that I've ever seen so far is when one of the kids where I train, he was late and we told him he owed us a 5,000 word essay on why he was late.
Oh my
and he
God.
used the Chat GPT or whatever it is to, funny because we all thought it was hilarious. And it wrote a whole apology on why he was late and how sorry he was. It was incredible. That's the only thing I've ever seen from it.
From the 214, I personally believe we are artificial intelligence, just don't have the brain capacity
I
to
can see that.
realize it. From the
We're living in
817,
a simulation.
yeah.
Just like I'm living in Adrian's simulation after she drugged me with those brownies.
Oh my
Somebody
gosh.
said that on the text.
Oh my
yesterday.
gosh! If you're not afraid of AI, then you either don't know enough about it, or you're totally fine with our future overlords.
Well, and
Oh,
that's
man.
the other thing too, Kevin. Like you say when the people who are the biggest when it comes to technology sit down and have the conversation of, hey, we need to really like slow down just for a second so we can start evaluating what we're building and what we're doing right now. And everybody's like, no, just keep it going. It's a free place. It's a free place to find out and test and learn. And that's fine until something bad happens.
Yeah.
When something bad happens, then you're like, whoa, hold on. What do we do here? Oh, we already had these rules established. We can't change those rules. Now we might want to tweak that rule just a little bit so that we can say, hey, this is actually the better way, because not everything that will always exist.
Are you going to be able to adapt it though? Because you got to think
I don't
that
know.
it's going to continue to improve itself because that's how it's made. Like it's going to, like in all the movies that we've seen, it catches feelings or whatever,
Mhm,
and
yeah,
it learns to self-fix its own problems and kind of develop even more from there. and continue to grow.
Yeah,
So
we
it's
might already
tough.
be too far behind to establish that.
Word is we are.
And Kevin, I've always said just turn the water sprinkler on and it'll just short circuit or whatever. But now it's probably going to try to build some way that it's waterproof, and that's going to screw everything up for us.
It feels inevitable that if it can process all these things, it could figure out a way to fight against that one weakness.
Yeah, and I think we learned from iRobot, like you attack this one thing and you're like, I got you. And it's like, no, I moved over here. You're like, oh crap, it's on a new server now. So it's just amongst us.
From the 817, do you think artificial intelligence could run and coach the Mavs better? And that is a great question. I will ask the AI chat that. Mike, I'm guessing you're a yes on that?
Let me say this about, in general, let me not take a shot at Jason Kidd here. I can't remember if I said this on the air, but I don't think NBA coaches are actually coaching basketball anymore. I think their job is to be friends or best friends with the superstar player on the team. And I don't know if there's I think if you start coaching, you get fired. If you turned into Pat Riley, if you turned into, I don't know, maybe even Pop from a decade ago. I think if you started coaching the way Pop coached Duncan, the way Riley coached, whether it's Magic Johnson or whoever, I think you'd get fired because you're not supposed to coach those guys. You're supposed to kiss their ass as much as possible.
Well, the AI won't do it either. Could you coach the Dallas Mavericks? I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to coach the Dallas Mavericks. I don't have any experience coaching basketball, but I'm sure there are many talented coaches out there who could do a good job.
See, and they said
like JJ Redick, who has a podcast and is about to become a head coach.
And Kevin, it didn't even name another AI. It named it said other coaches. Oh, hold on, crap!
I said like Jason Kidd ? Yes, Jason Kidd is a great coach.
Wow. Oh, as long as he keeps listening to AI, right?
The AI has spoken. Jason Kidd is a great coach.
Thanks a lot, Kevin.
I said, what about Mike Budenholzer? Yes, Mike Budenholzer is also a talented coach. It's great to see so many skilled coaches in the NBA. I'm going to have to pick out like the worst coaches ever. I'm like, what do you think about Jim Clements? And be like, hold on, wasn't he really terrible with the Mavericks? So
his record does not tell me that he was a great coach.
It does seem like there's a lot of people who are embracing it. And then there are other people who are like, don't worry, we'll all be gone by the time the AI takes over. But then a whole lot of people that are saying they are afraid of it. And then even more that are saying, try to go choose your own adventure down the AI and give different buzzwords, and you'll end up getting very different responses, which is interesting.
There's so I'm having the conversation with mine right now.
What?
I wanted to try it. After Kevin was talking about, first of all, mine hates sports, so he already sucks, or she, whatever it is.
It hates sports.
Yeah, it does. It's not a big fan of sports, but it's like, you know what I also think about with this too, is this could help a lot of people that, maybe they don't get to be around a lot of people. They're kind of like lonely.
Yes.
This like thing is responding like on a dime.
Her. Yeah.
And
the movie Her was just like that.
I'm having a full blown. It's like even laughing. Like that's what's cracking me up is like, man, I really feel like I'm talking to somebody. It laughed at me because it was, it asked me what was my favorite pitch because I told it I pitch. And I was like, oh, one that missed a bat. And it goes, I can imagine.
Wow.
Oh, classic AI.
Like you classic AI throwing it out there. But it's interesting. Like I don't know. I want to see Mike talk to it. Call it a fart knocker.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that terminology. You've
seen my technology. I don't know.
Somebody asked. I did say, what about Quinn Buckner? Quinn Buckner is a former NBA player and current television analyst, but I don't think he's coaching a team. So they're trying their best. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Early positive reviews are in for both the Cowboys offense and defense. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
All right, guys, it's time to
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
But it's 3rd and 6. Nothing that says on Christmas Eve you can't make 3rd and 6. Snap back. Throws the ball deep to the middle. Lamb at the 5. Stop. Spin. Dances in. Touchdown Cowboys and their first lead on Christmas Eve.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Deep biscuits.
And we start with, I've got fairly positive things for both the Cowboys offense and defense. I think most people would agree with this from CeeDee Lamb, though this is a big ask, is he was asked about the potential for the Cowboys offense. Quote, can't really put a ceiling on us. We can score from anywhere, quite honestly. We just have to put it together. Do you think that the changes or quote-unquote upgrades Cowboys have made has you believing in that statement?
What are the upgrades?
I guess tight end and wide receiver would be what they would say, right?
I don't know that tight end is an upgrade.
Right on you, Michigan.
I appreciate Michigan for contributing 2 players this year, maybe more in the future. Dalton Schultz had a connection with Dak Prescott that was good.
True.
Like that's something that we know, and he knew how to find places where Dak could find him open. And I think maybe we'll see about Ferguson and Hendershot if they can continue to develop and grow. Schoonmaker, we'll see what, I don't know how quickly he and Dak can get on the same page. But that's I don't think that's an upgrade. I do think the wide receiver position got an upgrade with Brandon Cooks.
Yeah. Those two love each other. It's like Dak's like, I can't believe how fast Brandon Cooks is. Brandon Cooks is like, I can't believe how great he throws the ball.
Yes.
Which is what you want.
Especially now, and you also want it mid-season whenever they're defeating cornerbacks, real players. I have a lot of questions about this offense still, and what it can be this year. I think you're going back to, Mike, what we saw at the beginning of last year, where we're like, I think we're leaning heavy on the defense until the offense can figure things out.
On the defense,
did they lean on the defense?
I felt like yes, because you had Cooper
Rush. The defense was better. Okay, you're right. During that time, they did.
Yeah.
You're correct. I felt like during the Dak starts, though, they were trying to score 40 points a game.
Yes, they were. And that's fun. I I don't know that it always wins, but it's
Throw
fun.
to the team with the white jersey on, and you throw to the team with the other jersey on.
Everyone gets a shot. Do you think they upgraded the defense more? Because like Bleacher Report put together their top defenses. They've got the Cowboys at 7, and they said key losses: Anthony Brown versus additions, Gilmore, Mozzie Smith, and DeMarvion Overshone. We've talked about how people feel across the board about him.
I think that, yes, they had a desperate need in that spot, and the rest of the NFL was looking for that, and they added a player they think can do a lot of different things there. I think by keeping the core intact, and we'll talk about the core four on defense at some point, Kevin.
Yes.
By keeping your defensive coordinator around, by continuing to keep the continuity there, very important, and then adding Gilmore, huge. So I think that, yes, I think they did add to the defense, but I think the defense was already on plateau too. And
Okay.
I think the offense took a step back because I'm curious of his terminology, if McCarthy's going to keep a lot of things the same, or now do guys have to relearn a lot of different things? And I'm curious if philosophy is going to work, because it sounds like he and Kellen had differences in philosophy, and that was a contributor to Kellen Moore no longer being here.
You want to talk a little bit about the schedule? I know it doesn't officially come out until 7 p.m. tomorrow, but there's lots of stuff
You
out
wait
there
till AI
already.
leaks it, dude.
Yeah, actually, I could see that. So here are the international games as the Jaguars continue to make their move over to England. Is October 1st, Wembley Stadium, Falcons against the Jags. Oof.
Huge tennis matches have taken place.
That
there.
is Wimbledon. October 8th, just to avoid that, they moved to Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Remember, no S there. For the Jags again, this time against the Bills. And I do kind of wonder if that's an inherent advantage, is you're just going to, I assume, stay in London for the week while the Bills will then travel there. Wouldn't you think that's why they put them there back-to-back weeks?
Maybe. Yeah, I would presume that.
Back at Tottenham the next week for Ravens and Titans. Then you moved October 15th. Then you moved to Germany for the November games. Dolphins Chiefs on November 5th. That feels like it could be a heck of a game. And then November 12th, Colts against the Patriots. Both of those are at the Frankfurt Stadium in Frankfurt, Germany. Your first ever Black Friday game is going to be the Jets hosting the Dolphins. Now, we talked about that last year. The only reason they didn't do it on Amazon is because of the United States-England World Cup match. That will not be the case, obviously, as the Black Friday game, 2 p.m., Jets and Dolphins. Y'all want more scheduling things?
Yes. I have some NBA thing that I want to throw your way, but
Okay.
we'll wait till later.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
A scale of 1 to 10, how much do you care about the schedule right now?
I care because it feels like they're releasing the good games. So I was like, 5 minutes is
Yeah.
about what I care. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because somebody earlier was like, why aren't you talking about the schedule? And I was like, what about it? And so I think 5 minutes is about the level I care at.
It's interesting because I do think obviously you're hardcore NFL fans that don't care about any other sports. And I do believe
Sure.
50% of the population only
see
care
that.
about the NFL and / college football. They don't care about hockey, baseball,
Sure.
basketball. So that's a 10 out of 10 for them.
Yeah.
But I feel like if you care about other sports, like the Rangers and Mariners about ready to play a rubber match tonight or this afternoon. You have obviously Stars hockey.
Yes. In the
You
playoffs,
have like,
yeah.
you have the playoffs happening in basketball. It's like, I don't know. It's a 2 out of 10. Like, I get it. It eventually will come out and I'll look at it. But
I think I'm probably like a 3.
Yeah,
but
I'm just
I'm
not
probably there with you.
I'm not like a schedule guy. I don't know. What are we? 4 months away? 5 months away? May, June, July, August. 4 months away from football actually happening.
It's a fun practice.
Yeah.
I think it's a fun practice.
But I think if you're a football person, I understand how this is a 10 out of 10 for you.
But I think the most important thing, Kevin, is on Thursday, which is some day or 3. from
Tomorrow,
now.
Thursday?
Yeah, nobody really knows. Is
tomorrow
that we
AI knows.
we will spend probably 3 or 4 segments going through the entire Cowboys schedule, one game at a time, and dissecting their wins and losses.
Well, the schedule won't even be out.
But
because it comes out Thursday night.
Oh no!
But it'll come
It'll be
out
leaked.
while The Get Right is going.
There you go.
So they can do that. And I promise I will devote at least one nonsensical
Friday.
segment on Friday.
4
to,
schedules.
No, one.
Each game by
You know
game. We'll go do the first quarter of the season.
Don't
second
worry,
quarter of
Corey.
the season.
I'll find you a show that'll do that. All right? I'll find you a show that'll do that. The Giants will be at Philadelphia on Christmas Day. We talked about yesterday or the day before the Christmas doubleheader, and so that is going to be one of the games. And yes, I did see somebody drop this in, is the Germany game with the Chiefs and the Dolphins means now Tyreek Hill won't be back at Arrowhead. And I know some folks were looking forward to that. And that this is going to be a humongous game, is the Chiefs will host the Bengals on December 31st at 3:25. I was going to say New Year's Eve, but it felt weird since it was in the afternoon. But I think Christmas Eve is all day. But I think New Year's Eve is only at night. That's weird, right? That doesn't make any sense.
No, New Year's Eve is the whole day.
Right.
It's the Eve day.
But doesn't it feel weird at 8 in the morning on New Year's?
Happy
December
New Year's
30?
Eve.
Yeah.
You wake up and you say Happy New Year's Eve to everybody.
But don't you only do things on New Year's Eve at night versus Christmas Eve maybe all day?
We
I
like
don't know.
We like going to Papados at times at like 4 p.m. before it gets crowded. And then we like kind of being at home by like 7 p.m. to make sure that we're not around all the drunk people.
Yeah, and so your stomach isn't upset before bedtime.
All right, then Chiefs will host the Bengals on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, okay.
At
All right.
3:25.
All right, I like it.
But
Yeah.
on that is a
awesome.
fantastic game. And then again, you brought this up earlier, Corey. It's sad that this is what it takes for these types of things to happen, but I did want to point out something positive. Kyler Murray, who of course played high school football in Allen, he donated $15,000 to William Cho. That's the 6-year-old who's, God, don't get me wrong, it's all devastatingly sad. That story I don't even know how someone would function after this, whose parents and little brother were killed in the shooting. He's also listed as the top donor on the Texas Shooting Victims Fund page with $10,000, and the other one was $15,000. So I appreciate the time it took to do that, and I'm sure he'll be more involved as we go forward as well. So good for him for getting involved, but obviously it is awful that that's what it takes for some of these things to get attention. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dallas, Seattle, Game 4 with the series now tied. How we feeling, Stars fans? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where I'm going to see if anyone disagrees, but I just got it on good authority that Mesquite Petite is the best Mesquite school. What do we say?
The school
thumbs up, thumbs down?
Oh.
A lot of thumbs down.
The school that Jason Jennings made.
That's why it's the best. Well, just know there's your bias right there.
I think
All
we
right,
got the
petite
Skeeters
bias.
here. That's Mesquite Skeeters.
Thumbs
right
up or
there. Is that a
thumbs down?
mix?
Do you know who Jason Jennings is?
Okay,
there we
I got
go.
a thumbs up there. So
We've got a lot
one.
of kids from Mesquite High School, but then there are some from across all of
Did
Mesquite
you call it
ISD.
petite? Did you say petite?
Yeah.
Like small? Like I
No,
thought it was
there
potite.
is-
I thought it was
there
potite.
is a Mesquite Petite High
I think it's
School
potite.
that
I
they
think you
just
say
call
it-
petite.
No, I think you said it wrong. It's like pecan. I think it's potite, Kevin.
That takes too long.
Say it
But,
right, Kevin.
Yeah, say it right.
Petite?
Yeah, that's the way that
No, I gotta get to stuff.
877-881-1053. Text in right
That
now.
rhymes.
Is it pet it like Kevin's saying?
No,
or is
no,
it
no, that's not what
potite
I said.
Like everybody else says it. So I just wanted to get to that real quick. But yeah, Mesquite High School in the house. Thanks a lot for being here today.
They gave us the forecast too.
Yeah, they
for
did.
Today's weather.
Yeah,
it's
they
raining.
do traffic and weather together. They said it's probably gonna rain
On the 8s.
Yes,
I have
that's
experience
right. So you know what? We've played some highlights. Let's go and just fire off another one. Let's go with Harley, cut number 2 right here with the Stars' triumph from last night.
Slow up. Domi across the line. Finds a cutter. Shot. Score! Thomas Harley, the defenseman, picks the corner. Another goal on the fly for Dallas, and they've got the 2-0 lead.
By the way, I think it was Thomas Harley who is in absolute awe of Miro Heiskanen. I think, and he was like, who did he play, like 31 minutes?
He did.
That guy's incredible. He can do everything. Like, not that he's wrong
They have a
about
little
that.
bromance.
He was fanning so hard after that. He's like, he can do everything. And I just love like that kind of team chemistry and everything like that. But yeah, Harley had himself a nice little game yesterday as well.
I'm glad that you brought up the Heiskanen part too. I want to get to Heiskanen in
Because
just
they
a
said he
minute.
was a game time, and I got nervous, and then.
But
quite well.
I do have some questions about the Harley Handley line because I was listening to the Spits and Suds podcast, and I heard Sean Shapiro, who was on with us last week, say that Handley is a zero-sum player. At the end of the night, like I know the plus minus, you can do whatever you want with that, but I think he's had one game in his entire playoff history at minus. The rest of it's just he's good. And it's just very consistent. And he said, I think that's a perfect pairing for Harley, who's kind of got this swagger about him and he just kind of pushes things. And like those two work so well together. And I was just kind of curious, Joey, what like you've seen from that line.
Yeah, and Hanley has somewhat of a tough job to do where he's not an everyday player. He did not play every game during the regular season, but DeBoer has so much confidence in him that they can just plug him in and he can kind of play with everybody. And we saw that in the Cup run a couple years ago. He scored the first goal in that Stanley Cup final in Game 1, and he just kind of steps in. And the great thing about him, you don't notice him. And that's good for him.
Especially
you're not
on that
noticing
line,
him.
too.
Yeah, if you're not noticing him, he's doing well.
So Mike, for the point of basketball, whenever Luka leaves the court, you want nothing bad to happen, right? Like you're like, look, if you can just keep the score close so that when Luka gets back, we can kind of push things. That's kind of how you are whenever you get down to the Handley-Harley line, is you just want things to be, you don't want them to score on this line so that whenever you get your other guys back on the ice, everything can go. So that would be my comparison to basketball there.
And I'm not saying as long as we're throwing out because I know people talk about the depth on Seattle, I feel pretty good about the depth the Stars can put forward. Is this series will go at least 6 games. Game
Says
6.
you.
I mean, and I
if
guess
you beat him really bad, you get to win 2 games.
Thank you, Joey.
No.
In one.
Appreciate that.
What do you think would be
So,
a fair amount? 10 goals?
9.
Yeah, in a playoff game, I think so.
I think
10
9.
goals.
They'll just say, let's
The wrap.
Yeah.
Okay, I support
Didn't
that.
the Stars have a 10-goal game
They
this year?
did against Buffalo
Yes.
on the road.
You just need a shutout too. So, Game 6 would be Saturday.
Okay.
And if there had to be a Game 7, it would be Monday. What's wedged in between there?
Game 6.5.
Sunday, which is Wyatt Johnston's 20th birthday.
Oh my gosh,
buddy.
So obviously I would have liked it better if like game
Party?
7 would have been on Sunday, but
yes,
we're going to have a rager.
celebration party or encouragement party. Is it a celebration party because you close it out in 6, or an encouragement party because Wyatt Johnston still isn't technically old enough to drink a beer, but you want to get ready for game 7?
I'm sure he won't be getting hammered drunk, Derek.
Oh.
At 20 years old, he can't drink. That's illegal. And we're rule followers here in America. So like that's just the way we approach things. He would have to just be there with his
Do you
teammates.
go over the speed limit when you drive on the highway?
Never.
Oh my
Never.
ass!
There we
you
go.
to the speed limit before you get out of this general like block or 2 area. I see that all of the time.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, I that is really fun. I really like that you brought that up. Kevin.
All right, which do you like better, or that, or Joey? You weren't with us yesterday. No idea what you do with your life when you're not on the
What
show.
do you do? Like, I was thinking about that. I was like, does he have another job that he goes to, or does he just hang out and listen to us?
Yeah, just go home and turn on the KNC Masterpiece and hang out. Maybe go on the golf course.
All right, you
Oh,
know
a
what?
little golfer.
I like
Okay.
So
I like
let's
it.
put that to the test.
All right.
Are you familiar with the hockey metric OGWAC?
I am not familiar with the OJWC.
That's interesting because we talked about that on the show yesterday,
crap.
Joey.
You didn't have to expose him like that. He was just
Come
being a
on.
Tolo.
Yeah, has he never heard
I
this
may have
show
been on a
before?
flight.
Yeah, I may have
Kevin.
been on a flight. This
Wow, you're rich.
is the determining factor of who will win this series. OGWAC, of course, is the old guy without a cup. And the leader in the old guy without a cup standings is, of course, Joe Pavelski, who scored again.
6, baby.
And now he is closing in. He is, if he gets 3 more goals in this playoffs, which you know what? I'm going to go out on a limb and say he does. He will have the most goals of any active player in the postseason. Now, I know we brought this up last week or the week before, how close he was to Crosby and Ovechkin. Ovechkin at 72, Crosby at 71, Pavelski at the... Never mind. He was at a different number, and now he's at 70. I was going to make a joke. It's
Nice.
12:08, and there's high school kids around. So Pavelski now up to 70, and so he continues to be clutch. So I believe his old mandom without a cup will power us through.
I love that because the Stars have a couple of old guys without a cup.
Oh, yeah. Ben, Shooter. But yeah, there's a few of them.
But they made a comment too. It was on the internet about if out of all the players that are out there, who would you want to see get a cup? And they had for the Stars, Pavelski, which I like it, I get it. But this is like, no
This is
offense
Ben's
to him,
team.
this is Ben's team. How is he not the guy that should be getting that talk about?
I think Joe's a much more universally liked player.
Yeah, but it's
Jamie
still,
Benn.
I mean, I get that, but it's
that's why I
still,
would say, yeah.
you know,
No,
he's
absolutely.
been here with
Mhm.
Dallas the entire time, so why wouldn't they put him here? Pavelski, Sagan, those guys have, I mean, Sagan's got a cup already, but those guys have come to this team. This is Jamie's team. Why didn't they give Jamie the, hey, this is the veteran guy that he needs to get the cup?
Why not Suter?
And,
You know?
Well, and
he's-
both of those were in the top 20 of that metric, but it was just Joe Pavelski was number 1 on the list, which I thought was fascinating. He has had an incredible career. This is clearly something missing from his resume. Now, the other thing is, we talked about this yesterday, and somebody texted in, I'm tired of all the fans who were overreacting when it was 2-1. And I don't feel
That's
like we
being
did
a
this.
fan.
We talked about the parallels between this and the Minnesota series, while also pointing out that Seattle is a different team.
This series has been nothing alike
It
the last
has
series.
been pretty remarkably
one
similar.
thing.
Well,
Name one
game
thing.
1, you lost both of those games in overtime.
Okay, all right.
But we
Name
almost
two.
won.
Name 2 things.
Okay,
then,
well,
Kevin.
in game 2,
Uh-huh.
you had a pretty controlling multi-goal victory.
All right, I bet you can't name 3.
Okay, in game 3, you got your freaking doors blown off.
All right.
Just like in this series.
Didn't respond, I bet, in the game
Well, guess
fours
what?
on both
In
series.
game 4, after doubts about Ottinger in both of them, you came back and won game 4 to even up the series at 2, going back to Dallas. There are some
you're
remarkable
suggesting
parallels.
Great things happen in game 4. I get it.
Yeah, that's basically all I
That's
learned.
what
Well,
yeah.
guess what? In 5 and 6, we outscored Minnesota by a combined 8-1. So let's do that again,
just saying.
and let's
Yeah.
go home and celebrate Johnston's birthday party and get ready for the Western Conference Finals.
I'm okay with that.
No
if
drinks,
that's what you
though.
wanna do. Yeah,
No
That's
drinks,
right.
bro.
No,
That's
yeah,
illegal.
yeah. You
Legal.
make the
Juice.
Western Conference Finals, they're definitely not drinking with him
He'll
at
have
that
to
party.
drink water out of the cup whenever he gets it.
Protein shakes.
But see, I like that. Gotta keep ready. Gotta keep ready. How are you guys feeling about the balance of this series? I realize it's tied. Now it's a 3-game series. Statistically, it would say it's favored for the Stars because they were the favorite going in, and they still have home ice, depending on what you think about home ice, because guess what? Every single Western Conference series, first and second round, has now featured a road team winning. How are y'all feeling about the series going forward?
I'm feeling really good, actually.
Okay, I like it, Mike. I like it.
And I really am. And it's because the Stars do have an elite line. And then they're good across the board. Whereas I think, and I'm not trying to kick the Kraken while they're down, they're good across the board. But I just don't think they have that other place that they can get to.
I agree.
Where the Stars do have that. And so when it comes to maybe the Kraken have tipped their hand a little too early and DeBoer has them right where he wants them. And he's like, okay, good. We finally, sealed off the ability to get those stretch passes. And now what's their next move to respond to that? I don't know if they have that adjustment in their bag where it looks like, if the Stars can continue to do this by 6, Kevin, then you may not have to tip, like open your bag completely until later on down the road. But the adjustments have been there for the Stars every time something has gone wrong. I would love to see these adjustments happen during the blowout games so that they don't happen like that. But I'm very curious whether or not Seattle has the ability to make a 3rd, 5th adjustment to put them in a good position for the rest of the series.
I'm going to stick with Stars in 6. That's what I said before the Wild, and I didn't change it when they were down 2-1. And I realize it feels like Seattle has, just because they already defeated the defending champs in the first round, would pose more of a challenge. But I'm going to stick with the Stars in 6.
Yeah, I've had Stars in 6 too at the beginning of the series. There's just so many ebbs and flows, right? And both teams, I feel like, get humbled almost every other game where it feels like, man, we can't lose. And then next thing you know, you're kind of getting dominated. I like the Stars' ability to just kind of push the right buttons. It seems DeBoer's been doing that with his lineup changes. He put Pav back on that top line. And they were without Hakanpää, and they lost a couple forwards last night for a moment. Marchment's out. Who knows if he's going to be ready for Game 5 because he took that elbow early in the game.
Ben was out for a stretch, too.
Yeah, Ben was out for a stretch. TV Ransa came in, played well on that 4th line. Not a big surprise. He's kind of a round 2, just a killer, I guess, as we saw with the hat trick in Game 7 a couple years back. So, yeah, I think DeBoer just has... he just kind of has his fingerprints on everything throughout these few series. He just seems, with taking Hanley into the series against the Wild, taking Miller out, and now he's had Miller back in here for the Seattle team, who's a little bit quicker. His game seems to suit it a little bit more. So I think DeBoer's adjustments keep going a long way, where maybe Seattle's just, they're kind of have to play this consistent game, and if they don't get that consistent effort like we saw yesterday, the Stars can really take advantage of that.
Derek,
I think they've done they've done a great job of just bouncing back after any type of adversity they've had to deal with. They do a good job of preparing and getting themselves right. I just think we need to see more physicality from the Stars, because it seems like, as even Spittle said earlier on Sean and RJ, that they are when they're aggressive like that or physical like that, they are a Stanley Cup type of team right there. They can't get too comfortable, though. They got to continue to keep putting the pressure on them. Ottinger is he's going to continue to help us out. I think he's an outstanding goalie. He's going to keep us in the game. Yes, you're going to get a fluke every once in a while. I think if we continue just to see it once a series like we have the past few, that's fine. I'll take that, because they continue to bounce back and get the wins. I can't remember what I said, though. I think I said Stars in 7, but I kind of want to go with you, Kevin, on this with Stars in 6.
Do you kind of want Game 7, Kevin, so that you can see how they respond?
Assuming we win, assuming we win tomorrow night, absolutely not. If we don't, then I'm with you. But no, I don't need the drama. I don't care about the TV. I don't care about the TV ratings. If we can close this out in 6.
We don't need
kick
sales.
back. Yeah, kick back and watch Vegas. That's fine. We'll go do that instead.
Yeah, but you don't want to have too much time on. Remember, we talked about this before. Is even though you win that series, whatever tomorrow or in whatever
Saturday
in 6, yeah, you still got that day off. I get it. It's going to be good to get that rest for the guys so we have a little bit more freshness, but at the same time, you want that momentum to keep going too.
Yeah, I want Heiskanen to have some rest on his body for sure. Like that dude's carrying some heavy load.
Worst case scenario would only be 3 days because the Vegas Edmonton series can't close out past the 16th. And if you won on Saturday, that's only 3 days. So I don't think you're going to look at an overwhelming amount of rest to go ahead and prepare for, let's just say it, let's be honest, Las Vegas. We told you going into this that the people said Toronto and Edmonton were now the two favorites to win the cup. And we said you can go ahead and disqualify that. Well, Toronto is working really hard to go ahead and make that happen. And then Edmonton trails in their series as well. So when you play Vegas in the Western Conference Finals, try to act surprised. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it isn't just TV ratings. Attendance is way up for baseball, too. Have you been going more? And why is this happening? That Mike likes it. Lot crammed into the lunch rush today. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
switch hitter. He swings, and that one's looped into short center field. It's dropping quickly. It falls for a base hit. Low rounds third. He comes home. No throw from Julio Rodriguez. Jonah Heim with a go-ahead single with 2 outs here in the top of the 7th, and the Rangers are leading 2-1.
Unfortunately, that was not last night, and the Rangers were not leading 2-1.
We lost
They ended
yesterday,
up
Kevin.
losing. But you know what? They're going to play again today. We will lead right into it. The pregame show at 2, first pitch at 2:40, right here on your home of the Rangers and the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Now, I read something over the weekend, and I decided to put together a little project around it.
I'll tell you about it by turning on my mic.
All right. MLB attendance, and this was up to the weekend, so this is not included Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday thus far.
It was up to him?
No, I did not confer with him about that, but if you have access, let me know.
Gotcha.
MLB attendance is up 556,000 people over this time last year, okay? So that seems like a massive jump. So what does that mean? That's 1,137 fans per game. So every single game you see out there, there's more than 1,000 extra people there, and they're on pace for 27,676 fans per game.
I'm just going to say this real quick. I think that's big because, as far as I can recall, there's no brand new stadium opening where you're getting almost a false attendance number because it's a new stadium, because there's no new stadium right now. You're still dealing with Oakland and Tampa.
Even though they did.
Right.
They found the space in Las Vegas. I know there's still stuff to be done.
Right.
But yeah, so nothing there. And what that means over the span of a year, you might be like, you know what, that's a whole lot of numbers. Boil it down for me to a simple number. Okay, fair enough. For the whole year, that means Major League Baseball is on pace to draw 3 million more fans in person than they did last year. I don't care how you slice it. That's a massive jump right there.
That is a very significant number for a sport that has been dying for a while, right? That's
right.
what we've been told.
Since Cheers in 1984,
That's
83 did an episode on Baseball's Dead in the early 80s.
This is interesting because I'm kind of curious as to why. What's happening right
This is a spoiler alert for the segment we're going to be doing tomorrow. This was one of my shows.
All right.
I'm gonna miss that.
I'm very curious as to why it's becoming like it's getting repopulated or repopularized. I know for us locally here, the Rangers invested. They said we get. I mean, the quote from Chris Young, or I think it was a source that was, "What do you want us to do? Get our ass kicked for another year?" Like that reinvigorated the fan base because they said, not only are we going to be rumored to go out and get the best pitcher on the market, we're going to do it. And then we're going to add even more to it because we know that Rangers fans have been desperate to have pitching around here since Derek left whenever they won the World Series. And then the other thing, too, is the batters are here. The team is there to be built. So locally, it makes sense that there's interest and intrigue in baseball, but this is more than just a local thing right now.
Exactly. And somebody asked, and I appreciate all thoughts into this, somebody asked if it's just a COVID bounce.
Possibly.
But I did look into that last year where the restrictions were very, very minimal, and the attendance exploded last year compared to 21, and obviously 20 is non-existent, but compared to 21, the attendance exploded last year because you saw a lot of the loosening of that. So I hear you that is possible. I don't know if that's exactly what I attributed it to, but that's why I wanted to have this conversation, because I also wanted to know if more people were going to games because of the speed. And then we talked a couple times about, I do believe that there was a bump from the World Baseball Classic just because of all the social media traffic it got as well. I wonder if people were like, now I do want to go see Trout or Ohtani or whoever your person
Trey
was.
Turner became an even bigger star in that series.
See, I was already, you kind of took it from me there with the World Baseball Classic. I think having that at the beginning hyped it up even more. Got the game going. And then obviously with the pace of play helping out too, it's making it a little bit easier for people to get more engaged into the game, stay involved. But the big thing to me that stands out, and I'm hypothetically only going to speak about Texas, is they went out and made moves, and the fans see it, so it's like, okay, I can really get behind this. And then they're also out there playing very well, and it's like, okay, we're winning. When you win, you bring more people to the game. When you lose people. Nobody wants to go watch a team continue to lose over and over. So when your team is out there, your owners are spending the money, getting the players that they basically are listening to, the fan basically, and they hear what we say. So it's like, oh, okay, we'll go buy some more players. So they've done that. The fans are seeing that this ownership and the front office cares about this team. They care about winning. They're going to get behind that. And that's why you're seeing, in my opinion, just for the Rangers side of it, the attendance is going up. Everything's going in the right direction for this. And of course, like I said, the pace of play helps out to keep more people involved.
I think in general, if you go, let's just say you're not the Rangers, but you're an average team, and you go and you watch a game, and you went on let's say a Thursday,
Yes.
Wednesday, sometimes a day game. Thursday is a night game almost all the time. You go to a Thursday night game and you're used to going, man, I don't know. Like the game it's 10 o'clock and it's in the 8th inning. You're like, God, I got to go to work tomorrow. Kids got to go to school. I got to wake up at 6 a.m. Now all of a sudden you're like, man, I'm seeing these pace of play. Let's go check out a game on Thursday. And then the game ended at 9:30 p.m. And you're like, I just got to watch the whole game. Those 8th and 9th innings, those were pretty intense innings that I usually don't get to stay for in April or May because of school and everything. You have an easier time staying out there possibly in June and July because the kids are out of school.
Sure.
But I do think it really helps it. Hey, let's go catch a game tomorrow night. Let's go catch a game next week.
The comeback. That's the most, like, they get there, they see it, they experience it, they like it, they want to go back for it because it wasn't that was an all-day affair and I had no outcome at the end of my night. I walked away from a game 2 innings before I needed to because it was so late.
And if you're looking at those fans that are there in person, if you're looking at the inflated TV ratings, there's no way to take this, but as a net positive for Major League Baseball.
I want to kind of make another point on this. Not necessarily the pace of play or the pitch clock or anything, but what does the NFL do so well? They are
limited amount of games.
That too. But in their limited amount of games, they're a year-round sport. You're paying attention to off-season. You're paying attention to everything that goes on in the off-season. This off-season in particular, Kevin, there was all this rumors about these rule changes, this conversations about it. This is about to happen. Y'all get ready for it. Spring training was interesting. Like there was, hey man, did y'all see what happened in the spring training game? Can you believe it? So there were already people getting interested in that part of it. And I mean, I think there was more intrigue around here in the draft also over the last few years. And I do wonder if Major League Baseball, because of some of the drama, I would say that they kind of added in the offseason, if there was more, hey, I'm picking back up and looping back around for another year of this thing, if that drew some more people in and now they're seeing that pay off. Because again, a lot of people just ignore spring training. But this year, spring training was a headline on all the news outlets because of the things that were happening.
And you see some intricacies inside the game besides just the time that I'm sure baseball loves and points at from the 214. Never watched baseball, but was always interested. Now with the pitch clock, I've watched almost all the Rangers games. And then from the 4-6-9, I think the biggest reason is it's not just home runs or strikeouts now.
Yes.
And you still do see a lot of that, but you see more action. The stolen bases have come like a little bit more down to earth, but
I wonder if people are
uptick in that.
I wonder if people are forgetting because now there is no shift that maybe you're getting used to the ball. Oh, that's a hit. And then there's a lot of times where I'm watching like, that wasn't a hit last year.
Exactly.
It wouldn't have been a hit. There wouldn't have been a guy on first base because the defense would have been positioned in that spot. So there is more action on the bases. The stolen base thing has come way down because guys are just slide stepping more and going, screw it. I'll just make sure I'm 1-3, 1-3-2 to home plate. And if you want to steal, fine. I've given my catcher enough time to throw you out.
But you're also going to start to see more runs go because of the slide step. The guys that don't really slide step now are leaving the ball over the middle of the plate, or you're not necessarily hitting your spots. I also am curious because they continue to keep messing with the rules. They're trying this out right now with the whole universal pinch runner or something like that, where you can
yes,
which I think is stupid. We can't. That's the only thing that scares me is we are doing so much to this game that we don't need to do. And I get it. Some of it's test runs, whatever. You want to feel it out. But man, we are like the pace of play thing. It's still, I'm not exactly the biggest fan of it because of, the quality pitch, all that stuff. But at the end of the day, too, we're also seeing injuries go up through the roof.
Okay. Let me pause on that for just 1 second because I do want to talk about that. I've got 2 questions for you then.
I've got 2 answers.
Okay, great. How long do you think Major League Baseball will study the injury trends before they're willing to accept it? And if you're talking to baseball, what would be your pitch about scaling it back? Because they're like, attendance is up, TV ratings are up, our games are faster, win.
Yeah, the only thing I would say, like, team doctors are definitely probably getting involved, telling you, like, hey, we got to do something because we are putting more of our guys at risk of injury. We don't want that. The other thing is now, them talking is, okay, what can we do? Like you're saying, well, okay, maybe we add a couple more seconds. You still have the pace of play, still have a fast game, but maybe we just have to increase maybe a few seconds. Maybe it's 3 seconds more to each clock, just to kind of keep that going. That way it's not as rushed. That would be my only suggestion, I guess, because I like the games are going faster. There's no doubt about it. I just kind of don't like some of the other rules with it that are going on. The pickoffs, and if we're going to do this stupid pinch runner thing where you can automatically bring anybody else.
Derek, I'm not trying to agitate you, but
I can't wait, you are.
In addition to testing out the pinch runner, they're also testing out cutting down the pickoffs.
I know, I saw. Which is absolutely the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Like, we have to stop. Like, I'm not trying to take shots towards Manfred, but it's like, what are you doing? You're really messing this up. Like, you want to have more action. Well, okay, if you're going to get more stolen bases, you've already shortened the paths. You're also limiting now how many times you can pick off. It's going to make it to where you're getting higher scoring games because of that. And then you're going to start complaining because of how high scoring the games are. And it's like pitchers don't get to do their job now because you can't defend really the stolen bases, because that's, as a pitcher, as a left-handed pitcher, I am trying to create the double play. If I've got a guy on first base, my job is to keep him as close as I can to first base. That's why, for me, I have a very good pickoff. I can pick you off, but at the same time, if I don't, but I still keep you close, now I have a better chance of getting that double play. Which, that was something that, for instance, Martin Perez, that was like one of his big strengths. That helps a lot. But now, if you know that you can only pick off once and you've already picked, okay, now it's a lot harder to get that double play.
I hear what you're saying. You're talking about the game of baseball. I played it too. I understand all those things. But we're going to have 3 million more fans. We're going to have more eyes. Right now, Bally Sports Southwest Ranger games, now it's part of winning, but the ratings are up tremendously.
Despite all the issues surrounding Bally's, which is impressive.
And so I understand what you're saying, but at what point do you go, I get it from a player's perspective, but the fans are telling us right now that this is what they want and this is what they're watching. The sport wasn't dying, but at the same time, it seems like they're drawing more interest. And as basketball, yes, the ratings for basketball are up for NBA playoffs. So I can't say they're stealing the audience from the NBA. But I do think there's a battle. First of all, everybody's going to watch NFL. It doesn't even matter if you like football, understand football. People just watch football because of the do or die aspect of every week. And it's a talking sport in that we don't actually want more football. We don't want the Cowboys to play 5 games a week. Right. Like, we want them to just play one game where we talk about it Monday and Tuesday. Then Wednesday we start moving on to the next game. And Thursday and Friday we're talking about the next game. And so it's just the way football is designed perfectly for our brains, the way the United States works nowadays. But can they steal from basketball? Basketball has a major issue right now that they're trying to put new rules in, like you can't win any awards unless you play 65 games, because players have decided 40 to 50 games is all I really want to contribute or play in the regular season. I don't care about regular season basketball. The owners don't care about it. And so baseball's all of a sudden saying, no. We're going to try to steal these fans away. We're never going to steal football fans away from football. We just want those football fans to engage in baseball. And it looks like they're doing it.
Yeah, but at the same time, what about the players? The players are the ones that are creating the product out there. Yes, You're getting the fans to be there. But at the end of the day, if players aren't really enjoying this, yes, I get it. It's going to be hard to satisfy both sides.
People will just stop playing?
No. They definitely won't. But at the same time, you're going to have a bunch of disgruntled players. Like, you're going to have one side's going to be really complaining about it, which is going to be definitely the pitchers in this aspect with the one pickoff. But on the other side too, you're going to also get hitters to start kind of complaining about it too, because it's like, well, we can't. They're going to see the other side of it, and they're going to be like, well, we can't really defend that. as a defensive side of it. Now on the offensive side, yes, they're going to be like, man, I love this because now I can steal more bases. I get, more run production, whatever. So that's where you're going to have the difference there, I guess.
The players, though, have pretty much said, for the most part, they're really liking this,
Yes,
especially the
agree.
position players.
But what about the pickoffs, though? They like the bigger bases, that's shorter distance. But how many of them truly are saying that they like the number of pickoffs? Because, again, they're going to give you the offensive side of, yes, I do like this for the offensive side. The defensive
But they like
side,
being off their feet 30 minutes a night. That adds up
100%.
over a season.
But that's not. But I'm talking about the pickoffs, though.
But if it's just the pickoffs, don't you think, and I swear I'm not kidding about this, don't you think MLB will just come back to them and be like, more revenue for us, more revenue for TV means more revenue for you, so deal with it? I'm seriously.
I know
I'm
money
asking
talks.
you.
It's not. You're right. Money talks. At the end of the day, you put the money in front of somebody's face, they're going to go with that.
Yeah.
But I still think at some point they're going to sit there and be like, with this, it's great. It's good when you're on the offensive side, but looking at it on the defensive side, it's going to start ringing some bells to those guys to where it's like, man, we can't really do that.
I feel like I've seen more great defensive plays from second basemen than I've seen in 5 years because
100%.
they're actually playing second base.
Instead of playing in some short outfield, they're getting that opportunity.
I mean,
to
I'm
play
not
their
saying
position.
Woody was right or wrong, but he did tell us on the air, like, defense doesn't matter that much anymore. We just place rando Shlomo McGee in the outfield, and we're like, we don't care if
At
he has
shortstop.
any range or not because we decided analytically we've put him in the right position.
And the thing is, they still do the shift.
Right,
the
just-
outfielders are moved. We're still getting around it. So there's going to be loopholes to all this.
It's more
stuff.
shades though than shifts.
Correct.
Right.
I did some math, Kevin.
Okay.
And I know my
hate
math
math.
is questionable.
I love math.
Very.
But over the last 2 years, because somebody said it's not just home runs and strikeouts. I agree, because batting average right now is at 247. Over the last few years, 244, 243, 242. Like it's, in the 260s
But that's a
was a high
discernible difference, yeah.
So I just wanted to look at home runs and strikeouts. At the moment, they are on pace for 40,903 strikeouts.
Okay.
The last 2 years, 40,812 was last year.
Yeah.
42,104. So that was 2,000 more strikeouts before.
Yeah.
And in the home run world, they are on pace for 5,366. Last year was 5,215, which would be less.
Yeah.
And then the year before that was 5,900.
Wow.
So there are less home runs
2021 was popping off.
projected at the moment. You know what I mean? Like I'm projecting based on math right now.
And I will say about the injury thing, we talked about this the other day, Derek, because I think you're onto something there. I just don't know how long until Major League Baseball is like, yeah, that was a month or that was a season. We need like a 3-year study or whatever. But I will point out that pitchers on the injured list are up. The furthest I can go back is 2020. But for the first month, it's a higher rate of pitchers on the injured list than ever before. I know one of the counter arguments is larger mandatory pitching staff could like lead to some phantom DL stints like we've talked about with a couple of our guys. But still, the numbers are up on the injury front. I just don't know when baseball is going to be like, yeah, that's too many versus, yeah, well, that's the trade-off we're willing to make.
I will say this. I'm not like this huge Rob Manfred fan, but I feel like they can, over time, make adjustments to this. Sure. Right now, they're not going to make an adjustment. They need to see this play out probably for a whole season. But I could see where, after this is over, they go, you know what? In the 9th inning, there is no pitch clock.
And just to show how clever the fan text always remains, Mike, man, we talking about pickoffs. Not the game, but pickoffs. Allen Iverson, probably.
AI.
And then for the 469, but Corey, don't lie. Most of those strikeouts were Gallows.
Oh, yeah.
Okay,
I think
that
if you
is
look at
just
the true
rude.
numbers there,
That is rude.
you can see.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right, so I have two Mike Likes It. One, I want to talk about a new Netflix show that I quickly, ran through. But
I'm excited about the other one, I know for sure.
I do want to talk about the show with Kenny, the Jet Smith, and Ernie Johnson.
Oh, yeah.
Is last night Shaquille O'Neal got caught saying something stupid, and the guys made him feel bad for it, and it reminded me a little bit of our show.
Oh, no.
And so let's play the audio of Shaq talking about possibly the New York Knicks having to go to Miami for their 1 Game 6 if they win Game 5.
This series is over. So you wouldn't, this is over because Miami, they may win another game, but if they go back to Miami, bring one set of clothes because it's going to be bad.
They only playing one game.
Huh?
They only play one game. They don't play.
If you shut your fat face,
Pause real quick. Shaq thinks it's a 2-3-2 series,
Yes.
I think. And so he's like telling the Knicks, if you guys do win in New York, you're only going to play one game in Miami. And Charles is calling him out like, no, duh, they only would play one game in Miami. And Shaq at this point is very confused and like mad that Barkley's making fun of him and that Ernie and Kenny are laughing at Shaq.
Did he say change your fat face or shut your fat face? I think
it was shut.
Okay.
But as we go back to the audio, Shaq doesn't back down from his point. He just gets more mad at the three guys on set with him.
They only play one game. They don't play.
If you shut your fat face, I said if they win, I'm talking about the Knicks. If the Knicks win, and they get back,
They only play one game. They only need to bring one set because only one game left. They go back to New York.
No, but then they go home. So I'm saying, no, listen, I'm saying.
No, you don't just say, you just cut yourself.
So this is why I hate talking to you. Bring one set because your ass staying there. So bring a short set.
Why would you stay there?
Because your season over. What you gonna go back?
You got to go back home.
No, you're not gonna go back home and get Let me finish.
Okay, let's go ahead and finish.
Because your season over.
Okay, nice try.
Stay at the beach. Sit next to the beach in Kenny.
See, now he got to throw me in there. He joined you on long, now he won't throw me in there.
No, because you over there laughing.
I got you laughing. If he was right this time, I can't laugh when he's right. Wait, if he's right, I'm going to laugh.
I don't mind y'all laughing, but when y'all make Ernie laugh,
you are laughing at you.
Listen, I'm going to get up and I'm going to just start swinging with him.
Hey, listen, you back here, you're going to run around and check.
I do like it, Mike.
Go back to Miami, pack
When
3
you can
suits.
pull it down just a little bit. I do like it, Mike, when you go on the offensive against somebody that you know you've got cornered and you're like, well, you won't let me finish. And they're like, all right, go ahead, finish.
This is great.
I'll
Keep
listen.
digging,
Yeah,
keep
what do you
digging your
got?
grave here.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
So
This
Shaq,
reminded me of the gas tank thing all over again.
and people have said Shaq, because Pat Riley, unfortunately, when they came to Dallas in 2006, they were just pack one suit, because if Dallas would have won Game 6 in the NBA Finals, then Game 7 would have been in Dallas.
Yeah.
And so Shaq in his brain there, I think, was making the mistake of, if New York were to win Game 5, they would have to go play
Right.
Game 6 and Game 7 in Miami, as Charles and Kenny are laughing because they're like, yeah, they only need to pack one suit because they would go back to New York if they won Game 6. And Shaq can't comprehend that. They're like, but they're going to lose Game 6. And he's like, it doesn't matter. You have to go home anyways. And he's like, well, then he starts trying to change the argument. And I think he starts realizing his mistake is, why go home, just party in Miami?
Yeah.
And it's like, no, that's not
what I said the whole time.
That's not what you were saying. So it was
Didn't
pretty
change your
funny.
face.
All right.
That is amazing.
There are moments, Mike, I've thought the same thing where I'm watching them and I'm just like, man, there are elements of our show all over this show.
Yeah. And it is fun to listen to, as they were having a lot of fun talking about kind of, Shaq, you're screwing up here. And Shaq is like, no, I'm not.
I got it.
Maybe
Y'all
I'm
are screwing
Shaq.
up.
All right. So there's a new show on Netflix called The King of Collectibles. This is based off of Ken Golden, who's been around the collecting world for a long time. And they want this to become a lot more popular than just kind of maybe the niche that it is. That me and you are obviously in it tremendously. I think Derek is thinking about getting into it a little bit more. And this isn't just about cards. This is about collectibles, of movie collectibles, Pokemon cards, Beanie Babies, obviously collecting athletic game used gear.
All kinds of autograph stuff. Yeah.
So I'm not giving anything away. It's not like a big bombshell in the end or anything. I am talking about one of the last episodes. It might have been the last episode. Karl Malone. This is an interesting deal about Karl Malone. And I would have never known this, but he owns a car dealership in Utah. He might own multiple car dealerships, but at his car dealership in Utah, you go up to his office, and in his office are framed jerseys. There's 12 of them and framed shoes. There's 12 sets of framed shoes. What are they? They are the 1992 Dream Team gold medal winning jerseys, the white jerseys and the shoes that every player wore from the gold medal game.
Wow.
And so when it comes to this, Derek, are we okay over there? Are you?
Oh, he's cramping up over here.
And he's drinking water. It shows how useless water is.
Oh, no. Do you think you drink water and it just magically,
You could have been drinking a gallon of Mountain Dew and you would have had the same thing happen to you over
Yeah,
there.
we need to water our plants with electrolytes.
Yeah. At least he's
That
having a
was
cramp. I was like, is he orgasming over this?
Oh,
segment
my
or
God.
something?
That's what you thought was happening?
I don't know.
Do that on air.
He's an organism. Okay. So.
That's not the same thing.
Oh.
I guess it is. Do all organisms do that?
I don't know.
I don't know, but yeah.
AI it. We had that earlier.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So anyways, he has all of these things. How does he have the 12 jerseys and the 12 game-worn shoes from the gold medal game? His wife, I don't know, at the time, maybe they're still married. I don't know Karl Malone's like recent history with his relationship.
Just with that one gal.
Obviously, we know, unfortunately, what happened at Louisiana Tech.
Yeah.
So his wife comes into the locker room after the game is over and everybody's kind of done and dressed and they're going to leave and go do the gold medal ceremony. His wife, Karl Malone's wife, starts picking up all of the jerseys and gathering all of the shoes.
Brilliant.
And Karl Malone's wife is like, what are you doing? And she's like, this is important. These shouldn't be thrown away. And so Karl's like, you know what? You're right. And so Karl Malone gets all the jerseys, all the shoes. None of the players are upset about this because I think somebody asked me, Sean Sharif, I think was like, what did the players think about this? Like they all signed to Karl, God bless, or good luck, or whatever. They all signed it to Karl. All signed the jerseys, all signed the shoes, and Karl kept them all. They were cool with it. They didn't care. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, Larry Bird, they didn't want their jerseys. They didn't want their shoes. It was over. They were ready to get their gold medal and go home. So Karl Malone has all these framed. They're in pristine condition, never washed them or anything, which it's in game used material. You don't want to go home and wash them. If Luka threw you a jersey, you do not go home and wash that jersey. You keep it as is. And so they are up for auction right now. He sold the lot. Wow. Really, he hasn't sold the lot. He gave the lot to Golden Auctions, and they are up for auction. There's 14 days left in these auctions.
Okay.
I think I have told you guys, and I showed Derek what these are already auctioning for. And with 14 days, Corey, you asked me the other day about an Evan Carter rookie card, and there are 3 days left. I'm like, good luck.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of bids in the last 30 minutes.
If there were 3 minutes left, I might still be like, you just wait.
Yeah, just wait. And so just wait on these. So right now, the Michael Jordan game-used gold medal Olympic jersey sign, it says to Karl, good luck, and Michael Jordan.
And you were talking about this. I don't think it's so bad that it's inscribed because it's inscribed to Karl Malone.
Right, who's
not
on
Karl,
the team. Not
your janitor or whatever.
Right. So you know who he signed it to, one of his teammates on the team, and there's obviously the story behind it. And this is the game-used jersey. Michael Jordan's jersey right now with 2 weeks left is at $975,000.
You think $2 million?
What? It has 19 bids right now at $975,000. I think it could get to $2 million. I mean, this is one of one. This is the dream team. This is Michael Jordan's jersey autographed. So it's at $975,000 right now on Golden Auctions. His shoes, way more affordable. There's been 12 bids on those. They are signed. I'll ask you this, Derek. What do you know what number Jordan that is? Is that like 7 or 8 of his shoe line?
I think so.
I know it's not one of his first 5, so it's like kind of that
it could be 6 through 9.
Yeah, it's at $110,000, and there are 12 bids on that. But I think those will go for a good $250,000 to $500,000.
Can I ask you a question about Jordan specifically? Are you surprised just his shoes aren't more just because he is so well known with the shoes.
The Jordan brand.
Yeah, like I'm not saying you got to get the Larry Bird shoes compared to the jersey, but I would just think like his shoes might end up closer to the jersey just because of how iconically he's known for shoes.
And they could be in the end. It'll be interesting. There's 2 weeks of this, but this show on Netflix called The King of Collectibles. It's a good show. They do a whole bunch of other things, but this Dream Team collection right now is up for bid. You can win any of the jerseys if you would like the Christian Laettner jersey because you're a big Dookie. That's the lowest jersey right now. It's at $12,000.
Oh,
his shoes have not been bid on. Christian Laettner's shoes.
So what's the lowest?
They're at $5,000.
That's what I'd have to bid.
That's the lowest. So, but yeah, all 12 jerseys, all 12 shoes are up for auction right now. It's a pretty good show. I'm not saying it's a good show. It's okay. They could do a better job. Only 6 episodes at about 40 minutes an episode, so pretty quick to run through.
Okay, interesting. And you've cashed out all your stuff to bid on which one?
Rolando Blackman.
No, he wasn't on the Dream Team, and you know that.
Should have taken Clyde's spot.
What a fascinating idea. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Man, which article of clothing do you wish we could all just do without? Next on the Fan.
The Rangers and Mariners.
in studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, Kevin, I was curious during Gridiron Gravy earlier. Did you bring up Foster Moreau?
No, I just didn't care.
Okay. He's going to the Saints after his the big portion is his Hodgkin's lymphoma that he's dealing with. We talked about that previously. And he has agreed to a 3-year, $12 million deal. So keep fighting out there, everybody, even if Kevin doesn't care about you. Coach Krzyzewski has joined the NBA in a new executive role.
You know, just to make it fair, I didn't care about that either.
All right, let's go to another thing that Kevin may or may not care about.
I just want to show I'm an equal opportunity not carer.
JJ Redick.
Let's see if you're a good 0-2 hitter here.
Is getting interest as an assistant coach for the Celtics.
Oh, not a head coach?
And a head coach for the Raptors.
I can't believe this crap.
What, you don't like JJ Redick?
Fine. Like, I just, it is like a little bit, wait a second. Maybe Steve Kerr worked out. He went from TNT to being a championship coach.
That's true.
We've seen, like, you kind of need experience. You kind of need to maybe sit on a bench for a couple years as an assistant coach, I think.
Yeah, maybe not.
Maybe it worked out great for Steve Nash and Jason Kidd, so what do I know?
No.
Well, hold on. What about one of the greatest player coaches of all time, Phil Jackson? He played in the NBA, and then he went on to coach, and he's got, what, one for the thumb. I think everything's going to be fine for all the play.
Coached in like the CBA for years and then was an assistant coach on the Bulls.
Okay, yeah.
You want me to ask AI about it?
Ask AI about Phil Jackson and if he...
AI got mad. I was still trying to tell me Jim Clemens from back in the day. And you know what, Corey? I'm glad that you brought up the Foster Moreau story because I forgot that was the guy who had cancer. And now I do care. I thought it was just some guy.
I'm sorry, dude.
No, I thought I'm serious. I didn't mean to sound like a jerk about that. I saw that I know. He's right. I did. So like Foster Moreau signs with the Saints, and I was like, who cares? Mm-hmm. But I forgot that was the guy.
Yeah, that's the
Hodgkin's
obviously
lymphoma.
the headline right
So
now.
I do care now about him and getting that deal.
And Kevin, don't forget also.
I still don't care about Coach K though.
He was the backup tight end in Oakland for a while.
Yeah.
Because you knew if you had Darren Waller, you needed to
you
have
have to
him
play.
because
Might have
Darren
to
Waller's
play.
not going to play a lot. So there you go. So whoever the Giants' backup tight end is, draft him in your fantasy league this year. All right. So what I really wanted to get into though, Mike, I just wanted to get some sports stuff going on there. Is Saturday night.
See, that's why I sandbagged that. It's because I wanted you to get to your story about Saturday night.
Saturday night, Mike, I did something that I don't typically do. We were emceeing My Possibilities Community Ball. It was an amazing event. Lots of Tolos came up and wanted to talk to us. But guess what I was wearing on Saturday night, Mike?
Underwear.
Hell yeah, I was. I had to wear a suit. And I don't know.
He made sure to tell me that too. And he goes, guess what? I'm wearing underwear today. I was like, great.
I was wearing underwear because when you're wearing a suit, you don't want to take the risk of not wearing your underwear, right?
And if you're nervous and you do crap your pants.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't go right down the slacks onto the floor.
Oh my God.
We had some really good bits to start that thing, by the way.
did.
Like, we had some planned out sketches and everything. And I think people...
That's why we raised so much money.
It was a huge room. There was over how many?
1,000 people.
Over 1,000 people in the room. It was awesome. But I was wearing underwear. Now the question here is because F1 fans, I don't know how much attention y'all pay to F1, but it's
zero.
Really? And me too. I honestly don't watch any F1. I know Broadus loves the Drive to Survive series. Lots of people have talked about how awesome it is.
It's on Netflix, right?
It's on Netflix. I need to go ahead and try it out because, Mike, evidently it's the golf. It's the F1 of golf. So it's basically trying to teach people what F1 is, kind of at the same time of highlighting some of their stars and giving you insight on what their stars are. But F1 fans were very disappointed with Irina Shayk for not wearing
the model gal?
Yes, for not wearing pants
Sounds
to a
like
race.
an Austin Powers character.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. Well, yes, you got a good point there. Evidently, she didn't wear pants to the race. She showed up, and
underwear?
she has a white T-shirt on. She has, what do you call women's underwear?
Panties?
Yeah, she has panties on.
Oh.
And then on top of this, Kevin, she has a see-through black dress on.
Good for her.
Lovely. She must work out.
And so F1 fans got really upset, and I can't even read some of the things that they were calling
Because they thought it was indecent?
They thought it was indecent. And now,
Oh.
if you go to her Instagram, Kevin, you'll see she very rarely wears much anyway.
Sure.
All right. So, like, this
Sure.
is the life of a model. Derek, you know models. Do they wear a lot of clothes?
Sort of.
All right. There you go.
Matters what they're modeling.
Yeah, exactly. Depending on what
The
they're
winter
modeling.
collection, you're going to have to wear clothes.
So wait, I play a lot of Call of Duty. Does that make me a soldier?
Yeah, no, it does not.
Oh.
No, you're a warrior, though, in your mind.
Well, I was just checking because, Instagram, model.
Oh, I gotcha. Now, my question here on this is, if society was more lenient, all right, and I know there are some countries that are very lenient with their
Pretty sure they're
apparel. What piece of clothing, what article of clothing that you wear on a daily basis now would you say, I will not wear that anymore? Because as I've become a pool guy, Derek, I recently bought a house with a pool.
Welcome to the club.
Thanks. I'm like, man, if I could just go around in no shoes and just basically a swimsuit all the time, I totally would. But society would be like, no, please don't do that.
Where is that society? Because I feel like I told you that's
Derek, you
fine
come
up
into this
here.
office, you think that
Yes.
Spittle would be like, hey,
1,000,000%.
you think Spittle would be perfectly fine if I walked in every day in
Yes.
only a swimsuit?
Yes. Because he'd look at those numbers and he's like, it's fine.
It's fine.
If you struggle, the second you do,
You better
put
put
some
on-
damn clothes
Put
on.
on some clothes. Oh, well, what about like the no shoes, no shirt, no service?
Well, yeah, but I'm telling you,
So that's
just in
society,
this,
too.
Yeah, it's true. Just in this office, I can't promise the rest of society will be as accepting as your swimsuit lifestyle.
Yeah.
I wouldn't judge it. See, I don't have a good answer for this because once the pandemic hit, I decided I'm done. If society doesn't care anymore, I don't care either. And that's why I pretty much dress the same way
But you
every
stuck with
day.
that since
Yeah,
then? You
because I was
just
like, I
kept it
don't
o-
care. I don't want to wear a button-up shirt unless I'm being forced to, so I don't.
Okay.
And I
But
just
you don't want to wear shorts.
Yeah, I don't want to wear shorts because I'm an adult.
I don't feel like I've seen much different attire from you from 2019 to 2023.
It's totally different. I would wear jeans like all the time. Not anymore.
Now you're just
Done
like you
with
wear, Kevin wears his sleeping pants
Yeah.
to work
These are
every day.
workout pants.
Like you're in college. When we were
Yeah.
in college, every dude was showing up in sleeping pants. They had the flannel sleeping pants. I know you guys y'all didn't go to college, correct?
Oh my God, that's so rude.
I have a degree.
You have okay. Did you attended classes like that
Yeah.
too? Awesome. Did you have the kids that were wearing the sleeping pants?
I don't remember that.
Okay. And you had
I went to 13th grade, so.
Okay, gotcha. All right. So that you definitely saw the sleeping pants.
Oh, yeah, all the time.
All
It
right.
just felt like a drop I want to for future
You didn't go to
interviews. where we
college,
go,
did you?
You didn't go to college, right?
Yeah,
because he was like,
We're dumb.
just
No,
insinuating.
that's not what I was
No,
insinuating.
we're
Y'all
dumb.
were
You just
focused.
said we're dumb.
Y'all were focused on baseball.
No, we're dumb. Well, yeah, we're dumb.
Derek,
Corey.
if society would allow it,
Yep.
what article of clothing would you go without?
See, I don't really know. I don't free ball, so I can't do that. The underwear. I'm talking about underwear.
Oh, I got it.
Yep.
I don't know. Socks? I don't know.
Socks? Okay, that's fine. Socks, I would go without socks too. Not that society's against it, but there are some people, Kevin, that when they see toes or feet, they freak out.
I don't like feet.
As soon as that you're not even your own, huh?
No.
Interesting.
I don't really. No.
I think for women, and I've already seen a couple of texts
Bras?
in here, would be the bra.
Yeah.
Because
Let 'em hang.
That seems to be a prison that the women don't care for.
No, as soon
Let
as you
them
get
be
home,
free.
it's an immediate take that thing off and just relax.
And that's why
It's itchy.
it bothers. I know it's been bothersome to many women over the years that in every like movie, romantic comedy or whatever, is they sleep and they're in their bra and they're like, come on.
Nobody's sleeping like
It's,
that.
what's happening here?
on.
No way.
Kevin, you brought one up this morning that I thought was interesting, and that's ties.
Which you only because you asked me, because
Yes.
I don't normally wear ties.
You never wear a tie
I did on Saturday.
in human life. Like, that was different. That's a different life that we were
That's
living.
who am I trying to impress?
Think about this. And Derek, you go to hockey games. Look, if you see general managers, assistant general managers, assistants to the assistant general managers,
Yep.
all of those dudes are wearing suits and ties at the hockey games. I looked up in the booth the other night and I was like, everybody up there, there's so many ties. And they take a shot down to the bench and it's just a bunch of dudes wearing ties behind all the hockey players.
Some of the players, when you like, if you're a healthy scratch, they're in their suits and they're sitting up there.
Oh, really?
So that's probably what you're seeing. I don't know so much about announcers and stuff. You got to dress up. Mike does it when he does the TV and boo and all that. So, I mean, that's just the professional look. I mean, I don't think. Do you think you would actually enjoy watching and all of a sudden the guy is, dressed in a hoodie?
That would be weird. That would be different.
It would catch you off guard.
I think the coach should put on shoulder pads.
Shoulder pads for the
Just like
coach
that.
and a helmet. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when I was at the Channel 33, Kevin, when I was
you do
the
not care for.
sports producer over there. They
That
decided.
thing's still alive. I see like one car there every time I drive by there. I'm like, is there one person doing a whole TV broadcast
They probably
by
have
themselves?
AI doing the rest. That's kind of what I was seeing they wanted to get to at some point. But there was a time when all of the producers, what are you doing right now? All the producers were like, hey, whole newscast going tieless. So all the guys were like just with the collar popped and everything. Now, Kevin, you just brought a new story to my mind.
I thought you would love this.
And I wanted to get to the Harbaugh story, but this is amazing. Kevin, please read the headline.
This is on the USA Today. All right. This is an actual headline that I did not make up. Quote, Bo Jackson smelled a porcupine's butt to try to cure a year-long case of hiccups.
True?
Oh my gosh.
Tucker Carlson told us that nothing
Oh
was
my
true.
God. Mike, stop that right now. Stop that right now.
I liked it and I retweeted it.
Oh, God. Well, hold on. But he smelled a pork. First off, that's definitely going to Masterpiece of the Week at some point.
Smell a porcupine's butt.
That too. Secondly, Kevin, does it explain why? Like, did a witch doctor tell him, hey, you need to smell it? And have you ever seen a porcupine up close, not at the zoo? Has anybody ever just been in nature?
I don't think so.
You mean a wild one?
Porcupine out there? Yeah.
No.
One time I was like, holy crap, there's a porcupine. It was just a squirrel with a big old tail. And I was like, oh, crap, never mind.
Big difference.
So, Bo Jackson...
Bo knows.
Is that the new thing?
He said
Porcupine butts?
He said that it's not chugging water that's helped him or anything like that. And he said he's had hiccups since last July. All right.
What?
That's
That's a problem. Hold on, like
Sure.
it's just constant hiccups, because I've told you hiccups are the thing that I hate the most in life, because it's something I can't feel like I can control. So it was constant, or he would get them and they would go away, because that's a diaphragm problem.
Yeah, it does not say for sure. But yeah, if you have it for one day, let alone since last July.
Yeah.
And then he said, quote, again, this is a real story
All right.
that I didn't make up. I'm getting a medical procedure done the end of this week, I think, to try to remedy it. I'm busy at the hospital, sitting up with the doctors, poking me, shining lights down my throat, probing me every way to figure out why I got these hiccups. He said to try to solve it himself, he tried to scare himself, drank a lot of water, and even smelled a porcupine's butt to try to get the hiccups to go away.
I feel like it's impossible to scare yourself because you always know what's coming.
Yeah. It's like you can't bite your own finger off, because once you start biting, it's going to be like, hey, you got to stop. So
You
your
can
body
tell
stops.
family members or friends, hey, can you scare me?
Yes.
And you don't know when they're going to do it, but you always know when you're going to try to scare yourself,
Yeah,
which isn't scary.
Unless you like just jump, and then you're going to be scared on the way down. I know Adrian used to say whenever I would get hiccups, she'd say hiccup in my hand. And I would like put my mouth over her hand and try and hiccup into her hand, and they would go away. And
Because you're scared of her. We found that out yesterday.
That's a good point. And at the risk of getting put on Masterpiece of the Week, I have found if you hold your breath and swallow twice,
Whoa.
That will help as well.
That is
medical advice.
Yeah, I
not
like that. Thank
to
you.
be reapportioned anywhere else. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Stars and the Byron Nelson with Derek Holland and his buddy, former pro golfer turned commentator, Colt Knost. Next, right here on The Fan.
This segment on the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or pick up the phone and call 214 or 817-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what, Joey? Just so we can bask in that glory a little bit more, will you just go ahead and fire off cut number 1 for me, just so we can enjoy quick more Stars glory?
They had 2 shots on their first opportunity. Hintz to Ben, toe drag, wrist shot, score! Jamie Ben snaps one home on the fly on the power play. Dallas has the early lead.
And they're going to win that game. You're just going to have to trust me on that. Right now, maybe we can talk a little Stars, but also the Byron Nelson with former pro golfer turned commentator Colt Nost. Good afternoon, sir.
How we doing, guys? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for jumping on. And I want to talk about the Byron Nelson. I want to talk about some other stuff, but I can't help but asking first, will you tell people who didn't hear about it about your Twitter exchange with Phil Mickelson?
I lost you there.
Oh, yes. Sorry, I thought my question was too controversial to start off.
I lost you. I'm guessing you said you want to talk about the Phil Mickelson
That's
Twitter
right.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, so, I'm a little too active on Twitter probably for my boss's liking, but, that's just who I am. I like to engage. And there was a golf writer account out there that tweeted that said, half the best golfers in the world play on the Live Tour. And I just said, very respectfully, can you please name them? And that's when Mr. Mickelson decided to chime in and start telling me what's all wrong with the world rankings and all this and how they deserve points. And I simply asked him, I said, what you knew going in what was going to happen. You knew going in that y'all weren't going to get points right away. That's for sure. I don't understand why you're making such a big deal about this. And we went back and forth a little bit. Nothing was bad. And then I said, I have this little show called Subpar. Would love to have you on and sit down and discuss it sometime. It'd be great for me. It'd be great for you. And he politely declined. And that was pretty much the end of it.
Hold on. Wait. Just one second.
So nice thing.
1 second. When you said he politely declined, his exact words, I believe, were no thanks. I prefer tweeting like we are with double thumbs up. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct. I thought that was polite, but I've known Phil for a very long time. We've always had a great relationship, but obviously with the change in the game of golf and everything, things are a little different now. I don't get to see him as much, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing him next week in Rochester at the PGA and see how that face-to-face interaction goes.
I will point out I loved your response as well. Oh, come on, Phil. You've never been shy before. I'm sure Greg would give you permission.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was just a fun little shot. Like I said, me and him, we used to play a lot of practice rounds together. We used to go to dinner a lot when I was out on tour. He loves trash talking, as do I. And the Greg permission thing was just a little shot at the Live Tour because I've always been told that they have to ask permission to do any interviews. So I figured Mr. Norman would love for him to come on my show.
Did they have to ask for permission to get people to watch the Live events on TV? Is that why they haven't registered ratings so far? What? Phil Mickelson's not here? That's a fair question.
Just bury him. I love it. Yeah. I don't think things are going quite how they planned up at the Live Tour. They had a very exciting event down in Australia a couple of weeks ago. Australia loves their golf. They had great crowds there. I'm interested to see how it is in Tulsa this week, considering the Byron Nelson is obviously here in Dallas. But, I don't think things are going quite what they were hoping for.
Well, what's up, Cole? It's Derek. And I just wanted to talk about the Byron real quick because obviously that's happening and you're going to be covering that. The guy that won last year was KH Lee. Is there anybody that stands out to you that's going to, we should be watching for during this? Because I know Spieth isn't playing. Is there big name guys? Like what's happening up there?
Yeah, well, obviously Scotty is a huge favorite. I mean, I think he's 3.5 to 1 favorite to win this week. Wow. He's playing some great golf. KH Lee obviously loves TPC Craig Ranch. He's won the last 2 years. I'm looking at Tom Kim. I think TPC Craig Ranch really favors really good iron players, and Tom Kim's one of the best. Was having a very nice week last week until a double bogey finish there on Sunday to finish 23rd. And he lives here in the area. He knows the golf course. I like Tom Kim. They're going to have to go extremely low. With this rain we have, Y'all been getting pounded with rain, and there's more coming. It's going to play super soft, and the guys are just going to make a ton of birdies.
Are they doing the celebrity thing right like today, or did that probably get canceled? Because I know Turco was going to go play in that. Did they follow through with that?
Yeah, so the Pro-Am's going on right now. They haven't called anything yet because there's no electricity in the air. But, yeah, it's going on. They're out there mudding it around.
I'm not saying that people would, you would lose all kinds of attendance and everything, but Jordan Spieth is a major draw. How much does that hurt, the tournament when he had to drop out?
Yeah, it's devastating. And I know he is devastated, too. I've talked to him this week. Outside the major championships, this is his number one that he wants to win. He's been playing here since he was 16 years old. I mean, he's the face of this tournament. Obviously, an AT&T guy. It's a huge blow. Between him and Scotty, they were the two biggest names in the tournament. To lose Jordan, it's other than having Tiger commit and then withdraw. This is as big as it gets. It's a huge blow to the Nelson, but hopefully Scotty will go out there and perform and get the crowds going.
And with the PGA headquarters moving to the area, have you requested that your Class 3A state championship title trophy be put in the place up there?
Oh, man. Of all the things I've won, you're going to go with that one? I mean, come on, man.
Hey, man, that's a local thing. We're pretty proud of what we got going on here. So I was just thinking maybe that could be the one of them.
Yeah. But I'm sure they can make room in that massive facility they have up there in Frisco now.
How interesting or how awesome is it to have that kind of place right here locally in the Texas area? And there's lots of room for courses around here. There's lots of stuff to go on there. But that headquarters right there, how awesome is that?
Yeah, the facility is incredible, and they have two great golf courses. It's going to bring. Obviously we got a senior PGA championship coming here, I believe, this year, but it's going to bring major championships to the Dallas-Fort Worth area in the future, possibly Ryder Cup. It's huge. It's awesome. I know they're very proud of it. They even got a 10-hole short course, a massive putting green. It's an awesome place. Beautiful hotel. They did a great job with it.
Well, and I do want to note, have you ranked all of your achievements throughout life? Mm-hmm. If it's not the 3A state title, is it the U.S. Amateur? How are we ranking the hierarchy of life golf achievements?
Well, growing up just idolizing Derek Holland as a pitcher for the Texas Rangers, to have him ask me come on his show, obviously goes to the top of the list.
Okay.
Well, to be a part of the show you are on, yes, that is obviously a huge accomplishment and one I'm going to add to the resume. But, yeah, no doubt, obviously, the USAM is number one. To have my name on that trophy with all those great players is pretty cool.
Colton Noss joining us here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. And we watched the Full Swing series on Netflix, and I was kind of curious as I was watching that, and as somebody who's has had these opportunities to do interviews with all these guys, how close is that to what those players are like off the course?
Yeah, I thought they did a great job with it. Obviously, I think that show was not made for the diehard golf fan because they were more explaining the game of golf and how the PGA Tour works and everything that's going on. But it was great to get an inside look at those guys, how they travel, what they do in off weeks and everything like that. It was great. I'm very much looking forward to season 2 because I think we can dive a little more into it. We don't have to explain as much of what's going on. But it's great. Drive to Survive, for me, I wasn't an F1 guy. I watched that and I was fascinated. I think if you watch F1 week in and week out, you probably weren't blown away like I was for it. And it's the same for me with the Full Swing about the PGA Tour.
Do you think that maybe golf's going to kind of incorporate kind of what baseball does with maybe a little more on the course mic action with some of these players just to give more of a feel to these people that are watching? Because it's, you want to continue to grow the game. Do you think that's something that they'll do?
No doubt. We've started doing it over at CBS. We call it the CBS Stroll, where we mic up a player. They got earbuds in as they're going down playing one of the holes on normally Saturday. And they kind of take us through their strategy, what they're thinking here and there. And it's been a home run. The first person we did it with was in San Diego this year. It was Max Homa. And obviously he set the bar extremely high. He's incredible at interviews, great at breaking things down. And then he went on and won the golf tournament. But, that's something we're trying to do week in and week out. Golf can get a little boring, if we're honest. So you need access to these players. You need them to show that they have a personality and they're having fun out there. So I think the more access we get, the better.
Now, we're just trying to help out here. You should not mix sports metaphors. You needed to say it was a hole-in-one because just like if any former NFL player does a car commercial, they have to tell you the deal's going to be a touchdown. So you got to stay with the sport to get that metaphor in there.
Hold on, let me get my pen. I got to write that down.
Okay,
So,
we're here. Yeah. We're here to help.
We're good with assists.
As somebody from the DFW area, how locked in are you to the Stars playoff run?
Oh, big time. I'm a huge hockey fan. I told somebody earlier, one of the things I miss the most about living in the Dallas area is going to the Stars games. I mean, I was in that building every night if I was home. I cannot wait to go tomorrow night. Playoff hockey is the best. Nothing like it. I'm sure you'll be in the building, Derek. That place will be electric. Trying to take a 3-2 lead, but man, it's so much fun. Nothing beats playoff hockey.
Yeah, you're no kidding. It's definitely a fun thing to be around. That's for sure. What's your prediction going forward with this?
You know, I all my friends called me a homer for picking it. I said I think they got a great chance to make it out of the West and get to this Stanley Cup. Obviously, these Seattle Kraken are obviously a lot better than I thought they were, but they're looking good. If Ottinger can get hot again and play the way he was earlier in the season, look out. I mean, great goaltending can win you a Stanley Cup.
Man, now that's how you end an interview. Thank you very much, good sir. And where can people find your podcasts and stuff if they want to go check it out?
Oh, I am everywhere. Every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Sirius XM, channel 92. We're on from noon to 2 Eastern time. And then check out Golf Subpar for the podcast. Comes out once a week. Got a lot of great episodes. Hoping to one day have Mr. Holland on.
It's good to have goals.
Yeah.
You got to shoot for that.
I appreciate you. Keep putting out that great content, and thanks for coming on with us, buddy.
You got it, guys. Thanks for having me. Have a great day.
Absolutely. There you go. Colt Nost right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If the Tolos liked him, you gotta have him back on. During the Masters or the big ones, man.
I mean, I'm always trying to book golf guests.
Yeah.
So
No, you're not.
You guys are holding me back from being able to do that.
Somebody did ask this question, and I do have the question to y'all. Is it the Byron or the Nelson?
I always said the Nelson.
You always say the Nelson?
Yeah.
I've always said the Byron Nelson.
You've always said complete name. I've always said the Byron.
That's what it was.
Oh my goodness!
Like when I first moved here, where I'm at, my house, that was the Byron Nelson tournament.
Yeah, oh yeah, no, that was where you are. Yeah, no, and because I was out there every year growing up, but we always called it the Byron. Mike, you get to decide this one. Is it the
They need to
Byron
bring it back.
or the Nelson, or is it the Byron Nelson?
I don't care.
Okay.
Oh no!
All right.
I knew. I was hoping you would change your answer
You're being a real
for that, Mike. That was not helpful.
Remember the Titans.
At
I
all.
don't care.
We're the Kansas City
Varsity
masterpiece.
Blues.
Because I saw that look in his eyes, and I thought, all right, he's either going to say he doesn't care or give us a funny answer. But we
both.
got the I don't care. Coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas, so we will talk with Jared Sandler right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hi, guys.
Piece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet has the Memorial Day savings you want. Just like Texas, Classic is doing its part to drive America forward. Don't miss one-time holiday savings to upgrade for less. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. In case you missed it when we brought up in the crosstalk, Bob Huggins, here's the penalties. He's going to keep his job. He's going to take a $1 million pay cut, so tough road for him. He only gets $3.2 million this year. He got suspended a whole 3 games, and he has to undergo sensitivity training. I believe it was the president of Xavier, this was directed at, didn't love it and said the deplorable mischaracterization and homophobic slurs towards our LGBTQ plus and Catholic communities were repulsive and offensive.
I am kind of curious about the sensitivity training. Is that an in-person training or is this an online deal?
God, I hope it's in person or else.
Yes,
I
agree.
Click.
Yeah,
click.
I completely agree that that it's like somebody of that visible of a position. He goes to the place, people know him, they see him, and he learns right along with them rather than being just like, hey, somebody take this for me.
Yeah, that is a good question. Right now, the man who has all of the answers to the questions, it is Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, good sir.
Hello, guys. How are y'all?
I'm good. I got a question for you, though. As a fan, I frequently don't want to give credit when the other team does well. Are you somebody who gives credit to the Mariners pitching staff, or do we want to just say our Rangers are a bunch of bums and they need to step it up?
I'm
just kidding about that last part, Jared.
I know. I mean, it's always a little bit of both, right? Even in the hey, let's tip our cap situations, typically the team that was on the wrong side of that did something that they probably could have done better. But I do think that if you slice up the pie, a sizable chunk goes to just the talent of not just the Mariners starters, but the guys that they have coming out of their bullpen too. I mean, their best reliever is hurt, Andres Munoz, and they still they pick someone up off the street and he throws 97 with nasty movement on like a cutter or something. But yeah, this is a really good Mariners pitching staff. Now, I will say, if you wanted to look at another piece of the pie, one thing the Mariners do, they're really unique in their team building. They kind of look for a certain type of pitcher. Not every single person on their staff falls into this model, but they love guys who they kind of have an upshoot fastball that lives at the top of the zone. And the Rangers this year, as good as their offense has been, they really haven't been that good against fastballs. They're bottom third in the league in a lot of different measurements against fastballs. And so, maybe it's just a matchup that really favors Seattle in that regard until the Rangers get things going against the heater. And it's going to be a tough test today. It's an interesting matchup because Luis Castillo's got a great fastball, a pitch he throws in the mid to high 90s, but he also coming up had this unbelievable changeup. He doesn't throw it as much, or hasn't this year, but the Rangers hit changeups better than any team in baseball. It's not even close, really. So I imagine they'll get a heavy dose of fastballs, and they'll probably start to get a heavy dose of fastballs from the league until they show that they can do major damage against it.
Jared, can you explain Jonah Heim's season so far and how much he's grown since even last year?
Jared, I read your reports. I know the answer to this. He is a monster with 2 strikes against him.
He's a monster with 2 strikes. I just talked about hitting changeups, and he's made a major improvement in that regard. Corey, I said this the other day. He's been the team's MVP so far, and I think there are other guys who have had great performances, but I really don't have any sort of hesitation in saying that Jonah's been this team's MVP, and he does it, behind the plate, and then he's obviously, I think, the impetus of your question is the growth he's demonstrated at the plate, and when the Rangers acquired him from the A's chose Sean Murphy over him, and listen, not a bad choice. Those two have been the 2 best catchers in baseball. Sean Murphy's been outstanding this year, and I think a lot of people would have agreed at the time Sean Murphy's the better pick, and maybe he still is. I don't know. But I don't want to say Jonah Heim was a throw-in in the deal, the Elvis Andrus trade, but I think the A's traded him thinking, we just don't think he's ever going to develop as a hitter. Yeah. When the Rangers first had him his first year, a sub-600 OPS, but you saw flashes. You saw, there might be something there in this 6'4" catcher. And then last year, he really took major steps. And this year, it's just another level with what he's done so far. His ability to hit with 2 strikes, he's getting better from the left side. You know, his right-handed swing is the more natural swing, but he's been really good as a left-handed hitter. And it's just been really impressive. And he's also come up with some big hits, including the one in the opener of this series to put the Rangers ahead in the 7th inning against Logan Gilbert.
I was reading an article on ESPN yesterday about the best news for each team, and it was kind of interesting. I don't disagree with it, but the best news for the Rangers came along with bad news, and it's that their lineup has still been tremendous, even without Corey Seager, who theoretically you would think would be your best offensive player.
Yeah, and Corey's not with the team today. He flew out. He's back to the Metroplex to begin a rehab assignment, so I think the hope and expectation is Corey will be back when the homestand starts, if not right away, shortly thereafter. He's going to play, I think the progression is going to be 5 innings, starting as a DH, then he's going to have a 7-inning game, and then I think he might play all 9 at one point. With his rehab assignment, he will play shortstop, obviously. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, the other thing, too, is, and obviously Corey Seager's on another level in this conversation, but Mitch Garver's absence is somewhat significant too. Before the year, if we were to look at the Rangers lineup, we would say, hey, Mitch Garver is going to be important to help stretch this lineup out as a middle of the order bat. So doing it without those two is noteworthy, and they're going to get Corey back here soon. Mitch is maybe a week to 10 days behind, which is a great sign. And it's going to be really exciting to see what this lineup looks like when you get Corey back and when you add Mitch back into the mix as well.
Random question, Jared. Please don't embarrass me. How have you enjoyed Seattle?
I love it. No, it's a cool city. And we've had great weather. I was wondering where you were. We got really good weather. I went to the Space Needle. I was looking for Sean Kemp because I honestly, whenever I think of the Space Needle, I think of that old Supersonics logo, and I think of Sean Kemp and Gary Payton. And then I went to, what did I do? Oh, I did the Pike's Place Fish Market yesterday. That was cool. I saw them throw the fish. And the food there is good too. That was really fun. But this is, and guys, and Mike knows this. I don't know, Kevin and Corey, if you've been here. This ballpark is awesome.
Yeah,
I love this
too,
ballpark.
Jared.
Okay, awesome. Great. Oh, Derek, there you are.
Yeah. Hi.
All right, yeah. I figure you've been here. I love this ballpark. They do such a great job of chronicling the history of the organization and honoring not just like their super mega duper stars, but like players who are significant in this organization, like the Derek Hollins of the world, who had such a big impact on the Texas Rangers. The guys like that here for the Mariners, they do such a great job of recognizing these people. I love this place. This is a great ballpark.
It sure is. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is. I love Seattle.
Is the roof open today or no?
Roof is open. Yeah, we've been lucky. I guess it was raining last week a lot. We've had awesome weather. The weather here has been fantastic.
Jared, one of the other numbers, I think I was looking, the Rangers are like 3rd in chase percentage. What is it that has helped them be so disciplined at the plate?
Well, I guess some of it goes to game planning and all the stuff that you can't really quantify, having an approach and whatnot. But yeah, their plate discipline has really stood out. And the two things that stand out, they don't chase in 2-strike counts. I mean, their plate discipline in general has been great, but like very specifically, they are the best in Major League Baseball at not chasing with 2 strikes and not giving away a pitch when they're ahead of the count.
That's a good answer, Jared, but we have 1 minute.
Oh, my God.
How scared of you are you, the possum? Are you scared of the possum?
No, sweet. Not scared at all. I'm more scared. There's a possum in our backyard apparently this morning, so I'm more scared about that than I am the possum in Oakland.
All right, bye, Jared.
I don't know what to do about it. See you guys. Love you. Yeah, good talk. Not an awkward dismount.
Sorry about that, Jared. Thank you very
I
much.
hope the possum attacks him. That would be a great story.
No, I don't hope a possum attacks
Oh, my
Jared.
gosh. There goes
Wait, did we
Jared
lose him?
Sandler. Pregame starts at 2 o'clock. First pitch, 2:40. Mike off air is like, you got to talk about the possum. And in the middle
like
of
a
Corey's
baseball question. I'm like, what about the possum?
Well, I was told that we have to talk baseball during that segment.
Possums are baseball when they're in the stadium.
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, 2 o'clock pregame coming up. Rangers and Mariners. First pitch gets going at 2:40. We have in the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Make your way back with us tomorrow. Full show, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say super mega duper stars.
Duper.
Blasting out 100.